Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
I do, Mr. President. Your Committee on Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs, chaired by Senator Brewer, reports Legislative Bill 1205 to general file with committee amendments. That's all I have this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will proceed to general file LB 1024.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1024, introduced by Senator Wayne, is a bill for inactivating municipalities, adopts the North Omaha Recovery Act, creates a fund, states legislative intent for appropriations, and declares an emergency. Bill was read for the first time on January 13th of this year and referred to the Urban Affairs Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. You're recognized to open on LB 1024.
Mr. Speaker, I was wondering how many people are checked in. Otherwise, I'm going to call the House.
There are currently 30.
Thank you. All right. So, colleagues, there's only 30 people checked in, few people on the floor, which kind of goes to the struggle that I've been having trying to figure out what words I would actually say to introduce this bill. LB 1024 is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and what words could I actually bring to this body to demonstrate the struggle for a community who has been looking for economic development for centuries, while at the same time talking about COVID and the impact COVID had from a social, public health, and economic standpoint for North Omaha. So when I was going through this process, I thought, well, maybe I'll just talk about the facts. And what I realized when talking about the facts was facts are important, but facts really do not change people's behavior. If you think about it, if facts were that important, Senator Breezy, nobody would smoke cigarettes. If facts were important, people would wear seatbelts. So facts alone aren't going to persuade this body or anybody to invest in North Omaha. So there isn't really words that could describe the connection of this once-in-a-life opportunity for the need of this community. So the only words that I could come up with are, Senator McKinney and I can't do this alone. That at the end of the day, this body, we are made up of multiple different stories, but we all have common hope. That we may not look the same and come from different social backgrounds, but we are all kind of moving in the same direction. And that's one of, we want a better future for not just our children, but our great grandchildren. You know, last year or 2 years ago, during the unrest of George Floyd's death nationally and locally, James Scurlock, I began getting calls from CEOs and people all over the country about what can we do to change the direction of our racial tensions, of our wealth gap, of the economic disparity, not just in Omaha and in this state, but across the country. And the common answer was, we have to come together, that we have to be united. What was so interesting about when we introduced this bill, I've gotten more emails and phone calls from Senator Erdman's district, from Senator Holleran's district, from Senator Brewer's district, than I have from North Omaha. Because even the most conservative person is saying, at some point, we don't want to waste money. We want to take a pro, and we want to invest in our greatest need. And what I heard from North Omaha was a really diverse response about everything. Senator Breezy, every night in North Omaha, there are parents who tuck their kids in, thanking God that they have their kids fed and clothes on their back and that they're safe from harm. You know, Senator Erdman, you come to North Omaha, Senator Erdman, and I promise you we'll find people at Harold's Cafe who will complain about our tax system and want to totally overhaul it. Senator Hilgers, I promise you, when you come to North Omaha, we will find multiple, if not thousands, of people who believe that life begins at conception. Senator Lowe, in North Omaha, there are plenty of people who have an idea, want to start a business, and hate the red tape they have to go through from government. And Senator Linehan, you know, when you've been to North Omaha, there are plenty of parents who know that government alone can't raise their kids and teach them how to read, write, and do arithmetic. That parents have to be an integral part. And that sometimes they want their kids to put down an iPad or an iPhone and read. And if Senator Brewer is watching, you know that there are plenty of 2A people in North Omaha, because oftentimes you've gotten support for your bills from people you expected it the least from, which was North Omaha. My point is that we all have the same dreams and the same challenges. Although we are diverse, we are always one. And when you read through LB 1024, LB 1024 reaffirms our commitment to all Nebraskans, not just a selected few. The vote on 1024 today will measure up against the legacy of our forefathers, against the discriminations of the past, and the future generations who are looking for a little hope. LB 1024 acknowledges from this body that we have more work to do. And it isn't more work because Senator McKinney and I said so. It's more work because a young man named Tyler just lost his job to a job that's leaving this state. And he works 2 jobs right now, just enough to make just enough money to stay broke. That Malcolm, who lives in District 11, is getting up every day at 3 a.m. to go work at UPS. And then after that, going to work at Foot Locker just to make sure he can put food on the table. We have more work to do for the young woman in East Omaha. Thousands like her are trying to go to school but can't afford it and don't want to go further in debt. See, LB 24 creates a pathway from poverty to prosperity in a way that's not mystery or an illusion. It is a plan that is entrepreneurial-led. It creates an ecosystem in which the free market can lift all boats. It creates opportunities and social capital that we've never seen in an area of the state that has been neglected. It makes sure that everybody in America knows, not just believes, but knows that America can work for everyone. Let me repeat that America can work for everyone. Let me sidetrack for a second and just say, forget about North Omaha. I believe we have a fundamental problem of whether America works for everyone or not. If you look at an Omaha hospital or even your local hospital in Kearney or Grand Island, you walk into the emergency room, you see people every day in that emergency room deciding, can I go to the emergency room? If I can, I'm not insured, or even if I'm insured, I may lose my house or my apartment because of this bill. They don't think America works for them. You have to look no farther than our criminal justice system and the 2 articles in the Omaha World Herald where it showed that for North Omaha, America is not working for them. You have to look no farther than half of the debates here where people are saying in where you live that the haves are getting more and the gap between the haves and the have-nots is increasing. And for Black America, we've been at the bottom of the social economic criteria, no matter what it is, for the last 100 years. We don't believe America works for us. And I think that's a scary point.
1 minute.
Whether we're conservative or not, you can put up my amendment and I'll just keep rolling into the next 10 minutes. I'm going to open on my amendment.
As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the Urban Affairs Committee. Senator Wayne, you're as chair of the committee. You're recognized to open on the amendment.
So LB 1024 gives us a fighting chance to prove to everyone that we can create an ecosystem in which they can thrive. And no matter where you are born, and no matter where you are live, you can start a business, you can be successful, and you can live out the American dream. LB 1024 provides jobs to the jobless, affordable housing to the working middle class, and I believe it reclaims young people from violence and despair. This is our moment in this body. This is our time in this body to send a message for those who have been voiceless and those who feel they have been forgotten, that they too are a part of the American dream. And that part of that American dream says that if you work hard and you keep a good head on your shoulder, you can go far and reach high. This is not a social programming plan, but a pro-business, pro-ecosystem for business development plan. So while facts don't matter, I do believe that being one, being united, making everybody understand that we are investing across the state equitably to make sure that everybody believes in the American dream is one that we can all forge our common goal around. So AM 1920 is an amendment that came out of Urban Affairs. And this amendment basically creates the Economic Development Department or Recovery Department in the Department of Economics. And this was actually taken out of 1025's fiscal note because the department in that situation decided it was best if they can create a whole economic division or a unit within their division to create a coordinated plan. So that's what that First Amendment does. But what I want to spend a lot more time on is the following amendment, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, there's an amendment to the committee amendment.
First of all, Senator Wayne, I have a note you with to withdraw 1989 AM.
Correct.
Mr. President, Senator Wayne would offer AM 2341.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open on your amendment to the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. So I'm going to walk through the technical aspect of this amendment. And in there, you have a handout that we handed out for the North and South Omaha Economic Recovery Plan, and it's a summary. What we try to do is create the most accountability, more so accountability than any other ARPA or cash fund that we have created in this body. Not only do we create a special committee, which is chaired by the chair of Urban Affairs, which next year may not be me. There are 4 committee members who have qualified census tracts in Omaha, the speaker, and the appropriation chair or their designee. And we created this committee based off of Star Wars. And just like Star Wars, we are going to appropriate $2 million to conduct a study. It is my opinion we have studied North Omaha to death, but we have never created a state plan. We have never created a state notice of the issues in North Omaha. So we will create 2 plans. First, there'll be an initial plan from DED, and this special committee will send out RFPs to conduct a further plan that will be part of the final plan that DED will adopt. And it'll be a coordinated plan to make sure we carry out the strategies that we believe will make North and South Omaha successful. It also clarifies where dollars are going. While the amount appropriated in this is a little bit more than what was appropriated in the ARPA funds and is a little bit more than what is appropriated in the budget, I'm open on select file to making any changes. We clarify where dollars are going for site and building Omaha North Omaha Airport Business Parks. We provide fundings for iHub, which is a ARPA-approved fund that they can provide technical assistance, grants, loans, and other things for impacted businesses. And that's off of Senator McKinney's bill, LB 450. We're providing funding for nonprofit organizations located within film organization is located within qualified census tracts. It's no secret. I've already talked about this. I believe Standing Bear is a place where we should invest our money. And because of the historical significance, and a lot of the filming will be done in North Omaha and Senator McKinney's district, we have included that. And we have incentivized a new partnership with the city of Omaha and a nonprofit for affordable housing. We also included tourism because we recognize that small businesses, particularly with the events of College World Series and other things being canceled in Omaha, we've detonated some funds for those. This amendment was in response to the budget amendment and the ARPA amendment, so there will be an amendment on select file cleaning up a lot of this, but we had to put out a response in light of those two budget reports. We are asking for roughly $250 million of ARPA funding for North and South Omaha. And then we are also asking for $225 million of a cash transfer. Now you may say, where did we get 225 from? Well, one is based off of our plan, but more importantly, we spent $517 million of cash transfers already, of which over $300 million went to water, recreation, and golf courses. All of that would be transferred, but the only money that would actually be spent coming out of DED would be from the only ones that have feasibility studies, which is the airport project, the housing, and the film. The remainder of that 300 plus million would all come from the special committee's assessment and RFP process, and then from a coordinated plan conducted by DED. We also incorporated LB 915, which includes middle income workforce housing. And what that does is say, if you do not spend 50% of your money that you've already got from a grant, you can't even apply for a new grant. We recognize that affordable housing is a huge issue, and it's time to step on the gas pedal, not delay new affordable housing. We also increased the maximum grant underneath the middle income housing grant to match that of rural. Secondly, and this is where on select file there will be changes, and I want to be clear on that, LB 1253. This is a fund that was not appropriated by appropriations, and in fact, most people in this body never even knew it existed. And it is called the Capital Projects Fund. And this bill, LB 1253, which was in Urban Affairs, would require the Department of Economic Development to use at least 50% of this fund for federally qualified census tracts. It would also eliminate or prohibit any of these funds to be used for broadband. The reason we put this in there was initially Senator Friesen has told me that there's going to be plenty of money for broadband over the next 2 to 3 years from the infrastructure bill. This morning, him and I had another conversation about this fund, and so there probably will be an amendment to address some of the rural broadband issues if it works. The point of it is we are asking for funding for a project in North Omaha, and we are setting up a mechanism through this body and through DED that will fundamentally change not just North Omaha, because I truly believe if we create this model and it works, every district, and I'm talking about congressional body, will adopt this model. That you will look at your most targeted areas like Sidney, Nebraska, where Cabela's lost thousands of jobs. That you will look at Fremont, where they're thinking about doing more rail spurs and inland ports. That as a legislature, we will create more of these committees to target economic development throughout the state, and this model will work. It will work because we will be targeted and we will be focused and we will hold everybody accountable. The last study that was done for North Omaha, talking about these types of projects, said that we need to invest $1.6 billion. We are asking for a little bit less than 25% of that. It's a starting point. But we believe with the right skill sets and the right people around us, this money will continue to grow and this money will continue to be reinvested and there won't be another ask from this body. So I hope people have listened. If they have questions, I am more than happy to answer. But this has been 25 years in the making. This is not a Senator Wayne or Senator McKinney's plan. We literally looked at 32 different plans over the last 25 years and took the best practices out of all of those, updated the data to current data, and put the best plan forward. Lastly, I will say the committee hearing on this bill was one of the best committee hearings I've ever sat through. And I don't say it because it was my bill. I say that because it was alignment from the city, state, and county, and parts of the community who I don't get along with endorsed this plan. It is a North Omaha plan and a South Omaha plan. We are looking to change Omaha for the best, and the economic impact is over $1 billion starting in year one and continuing to grow every year after. That's not me saying that. That's a feasibility study done by our own Nebraska Department of Economic Development. So if we want to invest dollars smartly and wisely, here's the biggest opportunity to get this best bang for its buck for Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Before we proceed, Senator Brandt would like to recognize 45 members from the 12th grade from Wilbur Clatonia School in Wilbur, Nebraska. They're seated in the north balcony. Please rise and be recognized by your legislature. We will proceed, and debate is now open. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 1024 and its underlining amendments. I've been greatly anticipating this day. However, as excited as I am as an advocate for my district on this matter, I wasn't sure what words I could use that would adequately describe the gravity of this bill. I am a North Omaha native. I'm a proud graduate of Omaha Public Schools and proud to say that I am a product of a wonderful village that raised me to the man that I am today. North Omaha is full of upstanding residents, rich history, and culture that is invaluable. I would be lying, however, if I perpetuated the notion that I didn't understand, even as a child, when I didn't have the verbiage to even explain the feeling that North Omaha specifically was the black sheep of Omaha and the state of Nebraska. It is a perpetually underserved, underfunded, undervalued, and underutilized part of Omaha and our state. One of the main reasons I ran for office was to change the economic landscape in North Omaha. Here, it was my desire to decrease poverty and provide my constituents with real opportunities to achieve Nebraska's promise to the good life. What I found during my time here in the legislature is that the disparities facing my district, Senator Wayne's district, and Senator Vargas's district have yet to be eradicated or even substantially alleviated by creating or continuing to overfund social programs. The nonprofit industrial complex in North Omaha and in Nebraska overall has persisted my whole life by failing. The poverty rate has increased incrementally my entire lifetime. Our jails are overcrowded, and just like Western Nebraska, a good portion of our talent is looking to leave our state because of a lack of opportunities. LB 1024 is a focused and intentional economic plan to change a community that serves as a vital heartbeat of the state of Nebraska. Omaha is the largest city in our state, and it's the largest metropolitan area in our state. While I am partial, I am in no way inferring that this makes it the most important. I am merely imploring this body to consider the ways in which Nebraska can flourish by ensuring that the city of Omaha, and specifically North and South Omaha, flourishes as well. During the hearing for LB 1024, we had constituents statewide come and testify from healthcare, education, the arts, local businesses, you name it, to how this bill would change the trajectory of a community that is so pertinent to the state as a whole. The support and expressed need from the constituents of North Omaha has been astounding, and should let everyone know that myself and Senator Wayne are not just making this up. The facts that we have provided about this bill are evident and are in black and white. I can't tell you how many times that I've been asked what can be done to shift the tide in North Omaha or how help can be given. Listen to me carefully. This is it. Today is the day that you can show support by voting in favor of this piece of legislation. You can help by voting to get these resources to those in most in need. To make it plain, this is our attempt to put a boot factory in North Omaha to provide our community with the proverbial boots that they have yet to receive in our lifetime in order to give them the tools and empower them to pull themselves up. In closing, I'll leave you with a quote from the late Frederick Douglass, a former enslaved African and abolitionist. It's not light that we need, but fire. It's not the gentle shower, but the thunder. We need the storm, the whirlwind, and the earthquake. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 1024 and the underlying amendments. And Senator Wayne made a number of really outstanding comments in his opening. One I want to echo is that I have probably heard more positive comments about the LB 1024 hearing, the hearing for this bill, than any bill that I've heard about or seen in my 6 years here in the legislature. What Senator Wayne said was absolutely true. The mix of testifiers, the positivity of what they spoke about in their testimony, and the hope in the future of North Omaha and South Omaha came through in that hearing. And I think it's a powerful testament to the work that Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney are doing. Before we started the 107th legislature, I thought that we could do a number of things, big things together, if we focused on things that were statewide and we thought big, and we looked to really change the trajectory of the state of Nebraska and the communities within the state. And I don't think you can look statewide if you don't look at North Omaha. And I don't think you can think big without looking at bills like LB 1024. And I don't think you can change the trajectory of the community without doing the kinds of things that this bill purports to do. Senator Wayne outlined it, I think, very well in the bill and in the amendments. But this is going towards one of the most powerful things that we have in the United States, which is the free market system. The free market system, empowering individuals to improve their community, improve the trajectory of their own families. People want to be able to work hard and get ahead in life. And so that's not just money. That's not just handouts. That's financial capital. It's relationship capital. It's societal capital. It's the ability to have the resources to be able to change the trajectory for themselves and their community. And that is exactly what LB 1024 does. We spent a number of hours over the last several days talking about some of the downstream impacts of what we have seen in North Omaha over the last several decades. We've talked about it in the context of the correction system. Well, this is an opportunity for us to look at the upstream possibility for us to change the trajectory of that community by looking upstream instead of downstream. And I think Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney in the work of this bill is exactly what those communities need to actually do that. I appreciate 1024 in part because it brings in a couple of different mechanisms that I think that we have shown can be very successful in this legislature. Number one, and Senator Wayne mentioned this in his opening, is the use of the Star Wars concept. Star Wars in the committee last year, we don't talk about it a lot in the debate because we focus on lakes and recreation, but that process empowered a group of legislators to be able to put together a very thoughtful plan that can make a significant economic impact for the state of Nebraska. What the AM 2341 does is something almost identical to it, which is to provide a committee of legislators with the funds and the resources to be able to get some expertise and additional outside assistance to come up with a plan in short order to help North Omaha. That's a successful model, and AM 2341 pulls from it. It also, Senator Wayne and I have talked about this off the mic, it also pulls from another concept that we use all the time, whether it's for the university or corrections, which is we're going to put aside some money in our cash reserve. We're not going to appropriate it. And we're going to come back with a plan to see if we can actually make something meaningful and powerful and transformational happen. And that's one of the things that Senator Wayne has talked about. And so as we move from general to select, and I've spoken to Senator Wayne, he said on the mic, there's changes that he acknowledges that he'll look to make that I think in conversations with me and others that we'll make and propose to make to the bill. But at the end of the day, at its core right now, this is an opportunity for us to swing big, to think big, to change the trajectory not just to the community, North and South Omaha in our state, but I think the state as a whole. And what Senator Wayne said at the beginning was, we got to do this together. And when I entered the 107th legislature, I thought we could be successful if we did those things, if we thought big and we focused statewide. But at the end of the day, we can't do any of that unless we do it all together. So I'd urge your support on the underlying amendments in LB 1024. I don't think I had any time left, but if I do, I would yield it to Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Senator Wayne, would you like 40 seconds?
Yes, thank you. I just want to reiterate that from general to select, we are going to sit down. That'll be the first round of budget, maybe second round of budget and ARPA funds. So we'll be able to figure out the dollar amount at that point. These are placeholder numbers to make sure we can get where we're trying to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Speaker Hilgers. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I stand in support of LB 1024 and the underlying amendments for a very, very simple reason. And I'm not going to speak or try to reiterate many of the things that were brought. I more want to speak from, this is about East Side recovery. One of the reasons the emphasis is on qualified census tracts on the East Side is because these are the areas where we have the highest unemployment, highest underemployment, highest poverty. It exists on the East Side of Omaha. North and South Omaha have different needs, but one of the areas that there is a huge common ground is when we talk about creating economic opportunity and creating more jobs that pay better. That's what we're talking about. We have extreme underemployment in the South Side of Omaha. We got a lot of people in the labor workforce, but they are living in poverty. They're what we call the working poor. We need better job creators, stronger small businesses that can make sure that we are contributing to this side of the community. It's one of the reasons why I was on board. I thank Senator Wayne because making sure that this emphasis is on the East Side in these qualified census tracts in North and South Omaha. We have a lot of the same demographic issues in terms of the statistics. I have a large number of people that are in rental units. People don't got a home. They can't actually have a house, their first house. That's equity that they're missing out on completely. The American dream is not possible unless we create more mixed income housing opportunities for working families. If we don't figure out a way to create better hubs of innovation and entrepreneurship and businesses that can grow, on the south side of 24th Street, I have businesses that help each other. They're not growing. If we had the capital to make sure that we're growing these businesses and entities, I cannot tell you what would happen, but I can assure you that the problems they currently face right now with access, lack of access to capital, that goes away. It is a huge opportunity to be able to have access to this, not just for just one entity, for all the businesses and for all the different entities that are inside the North and South Side. I've introduced tons of bills on workforce, on education, and part of the reason is, when Senator Wayne said this, the handout side of this is not what this is. This is about investing in economic growth. Largely what Speaker Hilger said. We're not going to try to just pick one entity. We're going to try to pick as many of big projects, not small things. Largely what we've done, even in the South Side, is we try to give everybody a little bit. Doesn't work. What we need to do is invest in large things. I can speak on the South Side of 24th Street. We can revitalize and renovate a cultural center that actually attracts people to stay and do business in the same way that we're talking about North Omaha, the same way in South Omaha. We have areas that we need to create real workforce housing where people can stay. We've built new schools in the North and South Side. We don't have homes. What we have right now are homes that are $85,000 sitting across from condos that are $350,000, $400,000 condos. There's nothing in between. When there's nothing in between, people choose where they want to live. And then they live where they can afford the homes. And then we miss out on people that are staying in our community. So colleagues, I support this. I support the underlying amendments, and I support getting more funds. I'd prefer if they come from general funds. If we have to take them from cash funds, I want to make sure we don't break the bank. But I'm going to support getting as many dollars as possible to this. And I hope everybody will support these efforts as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, I support the underlying amendments and LB 1024. Shortly after I became a senator, all of a sudden there was a fear that generational wealth was passing by the current generation, the young generation that we have, you young folk that are sitting up there right now. And I started doing more and more research on generational wealth. And one of the things that I learned was that really when it came to being a Caucasian, that when we started losing wealth, when our young people started losing generational wealth, all of a sudden it became a political issue. But when we look at communities of color and you look historically how it's affected them, it was clear that justice delayed meant generations of justice denied. And so with that, I'd ask that Senator Wayne yield to some questions or a dialogue.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
So Senator Wayne, I've listened to you for 6 years, be it good or be it bad. And what I've liked is that you've helped me learn more than I've already researched in reference to generational wealth. You helped me learn more about redlining. And it just is very different when you get to talk to people who've experienced things that I may not have experienced in my community. And one of the things that I'm really hoping we can talk a little bit more about, because I really feel that this is part of what you're trying to do, is that when we talk about generational wealth, again, for people that aren't of color, it seems like we got up in arms when we had one generation that it was starting to affect. But you've got decades of generations where this was literally stolen from them. And can you kind of explain why, when we start moving forward with policy, how this can make a difference sooner than later?
Yes, I'll be brief. The historical context is you can start all the way back to the homestead exemption, where we were granting poor indigent servitudes who were white free land. In fact, most of Nebraska was done through that Homestead Act, and that's why one of our congressmen one of the acts is named after him, actually. And then from there, you transform to 1920s to 1930s, where our federal government redlined most of North Omaha as not backing federal loans for banks. So essentially, you could not buy a house or generate wealth. At the same time redlining was happening, you had GI, soldiers who were fighting in World War I and II coming back home, and the GI Bill was not allowed for them to not only go to school, but not to go to buy homes and use those federal programs. So you had a lack of opportunity to build wealth. The most stunning statistic one can know about when it comes to African Americans is during slavery, African Americans owned 1% of property. 200 years later, 400 years later, no matter how he wanted to calculate slavery from 1619 to 1865, today, African Americans still only own 1% of real property. So the effects of redlining and before is just a lack of investment in the ability to actually buy real property and pass that on from generation to generation, which ultimately affects the wealth and ultimately affects the achievement gap, and we can keep going on.
So do you find it concerning, Senator Wayne, that when it comes to generational wealth, it almost seems like one is invisible while one creates lots of people that have grave concerns about that one generation that might be missed?
Yes, and so that's why what I have always said is what's good for rural Nebraska is good for North Omaha.
Oh, there you go.
1 minute.
So when you're scared of, not you personally, but when people are scared of the growing property tax and how that has taken away the family farm, I will tell you that North Omaha never got the chance to pay their property tax. So what's good for North Omaha is good for rural. If it's good for rural to get property tax relief, it's good for North Omaha to invest in property themselves.
And good for Nebraska.
Absolutely great for Nebraska.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Senator Wayne. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Good afternoon once again. I will not speak on this bill as much as I have in the past. So for those of you that are wondering if this is going to be many times at the mic, it won't. I would say since I have returned over the last 4 years, particularly since we have had Senator McKinney on the Judiciary Committee, my perspective on criminal justice and the problems we have with over-incarceration, my worldview has been much more broadened. And that's not to say that that message wasn't out there or available to me before, but it most certainly has been since Senator McKinney has joined the Judiciary Committee. And I very much appreciate that. Having spent a good deal of time looking at sort of the foundation of what are the problems with overcrowding, and more particularly, where are so many of the individuals who are incarcerated coming from, I see the need for an investment in and I'll just say North Omaha in particular, not to the exclusion of South Omaha, but the issues that were identified by Senator McKinney, identified in an article in the World Herald about the rate of incarceration of young men in Northeast Omaha should be alarming. It is alarming to me, and I believe is more than just a policing issue. It's not just a crime and punishment issue, but in a lot of ways it is an opportunity issue, and that opportunity for employment, the opportunity for a quality education, that it's time that we make an investment to provide that opportunity for individuals in North Omaha so that we can interrupt this process of young men going from childhood to young adult to the Department of Corrections and coming out old men. I don't really fully understand the money piece of it. If you've ever had a conversation with me about a revenue bill or an appropriations bill, I will freely admit I don't understand those processes very well, notwithstanding being here for 12 years. But I hope to learn more about the structure of the group that's going to hold this money or make decisions about this money, where the money comes from, how much money is going to be involved in this investment, and where it's going to be invested. And with that, I look forward to the additional discussion and support of certainly the concept in 1024, which if I heard what Senator Wayne said in his opening, will undergo some changes between now and select file. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members. We need to have some discussion on the two things here. First of all, in AM 2341, as written, I'm counting $631 million in spending here. And I'm told that this is going to be changed between now and select file, but in section 7 of the bill on page 5, this bill is appropriating $250 million from the federal funds for 22-23 to a special division called the Economic Recovery Division of DED to carry out the Recovery Act. In section 2 of section 7, $3,074,000 federal funds to carry out provisions of this act. And then in section 13, we are appropriating $128,740,000 from federal funds to carry out this act. And then in section 14, we are transferring $250 million out of the cash reserve. This is comprehensive. I will say that. I want to know. I was under the understanding we were in the 2s, not the 6s. And I will give Senator Wayne a chance maybe to break that down. The sections that I'm referring to are section 7, section 13, section 14. I am familiar with the Star Wars project, and I recognize a lot of the structure here is similar to what we did with the Star Wars. In this case, we're creating a special division of the Department of Economic Development, and not later than August 1 of 2022, DED is responsible for submitting an initial coordinated plan to the Economic Recovery Special Committee of the Legislature. And that special committee of the legislature has its chairperson as the chair of the Urban Affairs Committee, the Speaker of the Legislature, or his or her designee, well, I guess a chair of appropriations, and then 4 other members appointed by the executive board. So in terms of the questions that I have, and Senator Wayne can address these on the mic, I think the first question is, okay, how am I right on the 631 million? My sense is that that is not maybe the number we're going to arrive at on select file, but it is what we have in here right now. And it's possible I'm not right on that. The second thing is, what's the purpose of the committee? So you have the executive branch presenting the legislative branch with a coordinated plan by August 1, 2022. Then what happens? What does the special committee of the legislature do? Does it act on that? Because if so, that could be a separation of powers issue between the legislative and the executive branch. My sense is that if you look at it like Star Wars, what we had in Star Wars was we didn't have a plan. There was a contract that put a plan together, and then ultimately the committee presented that plan and we voted on that plan, and then those executive branch agencies will carry it out. In this case, we have the executive branch presenting the legislative branch with a coordinated plan, and then we have hearings, but it's not clear on what the role of that committee is. And then the last set of questions that I have here are, and I'm assuming this is inside the spending. It starts on page 4, line 12. Grant funding not to exceed $60 million goes to a business park. $30 million goes to innovation hubs. $10 million goes to producing films, media, public campaigns. $40 million goes to affordable housing. Grant funding not to exceed 80% of all of the money received by the department to carry out the American ARPA plan, travel, tourism, outdoor recreation plan. If you're taking 80% of the money into these 2 census tracts in Omaha, does that deplete the rest of the state's money for that? So I think we need to just walk through this. I think Senator Wayne's ready to maybe share with us the vision and take us there. I'm interested to learn, but I think we need to break down 3 things. What is the total amount that we're spending in this bill? Because by my count, it's $631 million. Second question is, logistically, how are we doing this? Executive branch sends us a plan, we react to it. Do we vote on it, or does it come back to the legislature? And then third, help me understand what these specific areas are doing, and I think that will get us started. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Before we proceed, Senator Walz would like to recognize and welcome 9 students from Greenheart Student Exchange seated in the north balcony. Students, please rise and be welcomed by your legislature. We will now continue with debate. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I think Senator Flood did a fair job, an excellent job of explaining, and he had the similar questions that I had. So what I would like to do, because Senator Wayne's down a couple, 3 or 4 people, I will yield my time to Senator Wayne so he can explain. And the other question I would add to that, Senator Wayne, is who or what program are you going to take this money from? Because we've already appropriated all the ARPA funds, and you're going to take 283, 253, 630, whatever the number is, you're going to take from somebody. Who's that someone going to be, and how do you plan on doing that? Thank you. You have my.
Senator Wayne, you're yielded 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
So here's what's going to happen. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to answer these questions, and I'm going to go in a telephone booth and do a court hearing, and then I'm going to come back out and answer more questions. So first of all, the single amounts that are already out, as far as the 60 million, all that, that's within the 250 million that is appropriated from ARPA. Right now, supposedly, I was told that 210 million was appropriated to North Omaha. We kind of found out today that's not true. So when I drafted this, I only thought I had to come up with 40 million. Senator Erdman, I don't care where the money comes from. It can come from general. The 40 million can come from general. It can come from cash. I don't care where it comes from. But I will tell you, your meat processing plants will consider a clawback in 3 or 4 years because they don't meet the definition for your small meat processing plant. We could talk more about that. So I don't care where the money comes from for the 40 million. Now today we read that it's not 40 million, so that's a budget problem that I didn't expect either because I relied on people telling me the truth. As it relates to the other 225 million, it is coming from cash funds. I don't care if it comes from cash funds or general funds. The last 128 million, you are correct. That bill was in Urban Affairs, LB 1253, and it is an unappropriated fund. Appropriations did not know that our governor applied for some money. The grant was agreed to, and it's 126 or 128 million that is not appropriated. We do not have to submit the plan for that appropriation to the federal government. It's called the Capital Projects Fund until September. What I am asking this body to do is to allocate money, which is what we do. We allocate money through appropriations. What I did say in here is half of it has to go to qualified census tracts. I'm being fair. Half goes to qualified census tracts, half can go anywhere else. Senator Friesen, you weren't here earlier when I said this. The reason I removed broadband was because 2 weeks ago we had a conversation about broadband, and we stated that we're going to have more broadband money in the next 2 to 3 years. We don't need broadband. I said on the mic while you weren't here earlier, Senator Friesen, that this morning we had a conversation, and that number will probably change based off of our conversation this morning. So there is 128 million, and that 128 million is appropriated in this bill because it's in Urban Affairs, because nobody else in this body knew about the grant. So we dropped the bill, we had a hearing, and that is what they asked for, was that our committee voted out that half of it go to qualified census tracts. And that can be done for broadband, although we eliminated it. Senator Friesen and I will have a conversation about that. But it can go to multi-purpose use. And one multi-purpose use is in Seward, Nebraska, where they are building something. What I tried to have multiple conversations with appropriations about this $128 million, instead of doing shovel-ready projects that don't meet the definition of ARPA, we can use the $128 million to supplement those projects that I don't think qualify. So everybody and everywhere can get that. That has fallen on deaf ears in appropriations. There's only one appropriation members who came back and had a conversation about the 128 million. And if you read the bill, that appropriation member is possibly getting a project out of this deal for 7.5 million. It's an appropriated fund. Anybody who has a project that qualifies, I'm more than happy to put it in the bill. But I met multiple times with appropriation about 128 million, and they didn't appropriate it. The bill is in our committee. This is germane, so we attached it. So there's a 225, 250, and there is 128 million that is not exclusively to North Omaha. It is for the entire state, that is divided up by qualified census tracts, which are all over the state of Nebraska and anywhere else in the state of Nebraska, which I think is fair. So that's where that is. I don't know the controversy in that. I was following what the chairman initially asked from DTT, the Transportation Committee, and now we're going to work on an amendment. So what we are not doing is appropriating anything in education. That is true. Plenty of money. We are appropriating tourism dollars because there's a tourism grant for $3 million that is unappropriated. We went out and found every dollar and we appropriated it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Wayne. Before we proceed, Senator Pauls would like to recognize 40 fourth graders from Ackerman Elementary in Omaha. Seated in the north balcony, students, please rise and be welcomed by your legislature. We will continue with debate. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Wayne mentioned, he has had conversations with me, and I will kind of try and recap as best I can how transportation telecommunications has looked at this. We've been watching this $128 million. We knew it was out there. It's not as though we didn't know it existed. The governor had said it was going to be for broadband. We didn't try and appropriate it or anything. We just left it sit there. And when Senator Wayne had talked to me, I mean, I have said before on the floor that I think this has happened in the transportation end of it. This is happening with the DOT pouring money into Nebraska. And this is the amount of money that's being put to broadband nationwide. We are putting a lot of money into broadband right now. And if you keep that timeline of 2026 having this finished, I would say, yes, we're going to have difficulty spending some of the money. One of the things I want to talk about is why this fund of money is different from all of our other pots of money. This fund here has no match requirements. So if we have areas in Nebraska that are extremely difficult to serve and we can't find a company that wants to go out there and serve them, this is the fund, this is the pot of money that we would use to take broadband out into those hard to serve areas because it has no match requirements. So this pot of money is a little different. Again, I'm not gonna die on this sword. I have introduced language in here that strikes a few words in his amendment that I can live with. It just changes some words about banning the ability to use it for broadband. So if DD felt that North Omaha needed to spend some on broadband, they could do that. It doesn't prohibit the use of this funds in broadband. So that's the amendment that's clear down at the bottom on this bill that I don't know if we'll get to or not. I'm not sure what's going on. I was here a little late. But that's the reason for this fund is it was sitting there. I don't know that it was going to go through the bridge program or anything else. All the other federal money was set to be sent through the bridge program is what we did last year. But this fund is a little bit different. These capital projects funds are supposed to be one-time funding things. And so whether it meets the criteria, that's up to everybody else. I'm not going to get into that argument either. But it is important, I guess, when we talk about those hard to serve areas where we may not have the money down the road. I, for one, don't believe that the federal government is going to enforce that 2026 deadline because you're going to get some states that just shoveled the money out the door and I think did it inappropriately. And hopefully those states who did it correctly maybe have some money left after 2026. But I, for one, don't believe the federal government's going to reclaim any of it. And so what I would like to do is build programs that are more responsible, that actually get the job done for less cost, and maybe we can get more broadband in the ground for less money than if we keep putting these arbitrary deadlines on when we need to have it spent. So with that, I'm open to the discussion further on this bill, and I'm interested to learn more. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I think that the strategy that we have to use here is how, just as it relates to the ARPA funding, is what programs are we going to clip out of our current ARPA proposal? And I'm sure that Senator Wayne has already talked about taking the $20 million. He doesn't believe that it qualifies for the COVID grant anyway, which he's likely more familiar with that than I am, but and I've been a supporter of that, but that's 20 million. One of the areas that we could cut out of our current ARPA proposal is LB 1025, which currently allocates 150 million to qualified census tract grants. I would think that that would be one of the areas that Senator Wayne would identify. I think it's important to note that this is money that could currently be used across the state in Lincoln, Norfolk, Scottsbluff. I want to ask Senator Wayne a question.
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, when if we need to make I think $250 million of room for what you've proposed here, taking the 20 million from the meat processing, if that were to be on the table, then it would also be would you be identifying that at 150 million currently in there for qualified census tract grants?
I don't understand the question because I've said the entire time I don't need money to come from ARPA. I've said that 4 times on the mic today. That the money, the extra 40 million can come from general funds or cash funds.
So how did you get to your $210 million inside ARPA? Oh, you're saying that somebody told you you had 210 million.
Correct. And it was in the papers that the 150 million was for East Omaha plus the $60 million for the airport project. What we learned today was only 100 million was for East Omaha and 60 million was for the airport project. So now there's an additional $50 million gap that was not told to me last week.
Well, at the end of the day, we got to deal with whatever the facts are. So if there's only $100 million in here, then we have to find another 150 million, don't we?
Correct, which is why I said from general to select, we'll have either one or two budget and ARPA rounds, so we'll know where that number is.
Well, where would you start? Would you start where you're taking the entire money for the rest of the state on the 150 million and apply that?
Honestly, I'd prefer general funds and cash funds over ARPA funds. There's less requirements. So where would I
go even deeper into the cash reserve? Because right now you're in 250 million.
Yeah,
but you go to 400 million?
No, I would go to 50 million, 100 million out of general funds.
What do you think the appropriate number is for our cash reserve at the end of this session?
$1 billion.
Okay.
We are 300 million over what I believe is necessary. We
Okay.
cut $1 billion my freshman year, Senator Flood.
So we have 1.4. We have a projected cash reserve of 1.
Right. So I believe that $1 billion is all we need.
So you would transfer that entire amount essentially to this project.
Or we can get rid of some lakes. We can have that conversation. Do we need an $80 million lake?
We can have that conversation, but where in this, I think one of the things that we have to address is where on this list, table 1 inside the yellow book, page 6, where are we going to cut that to just do the ARPA funds? You're saying, hey, don't touch the ARPA funds, just replace all of that ARPA funding spending that we were going to use for this project, and let's just take it all to the general fund?
No, what I'm saying is our budgeting or ARPA process is bifurcated, causing a problem today. And I'm willing to sit down with you and anybody else to figure out where those cash or those dollars come from.
Okay, thank you,
We
Senator
could take
Wayne.
a 20 million out of the intern fund. The
Sure.
intern. I mean,
Everything's a discussion. Hey, this is my
time.
time, by the way, Senator Wayne.
You asked me a question.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. I think we have to have a real conversation about how we're going to spend the money here. He's proposed $631 million in spending without any real
1 minute.
direction as to how we're going to remove it from the ARPA money. You make this conversation, but I think this is a conversation that has to be had. We're talking about $631 million. And what are our outcomes going to be? If the answer is take it from your program or take it from your program, then fine, let's have that. Target the Star Wars if that's what you want. Let's have a discussion. But don't make this problem worse by saying I was told this and then this happened. If we have to deal with the facts on table 1, page 6, it's in the yellow book. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Flood and Senator Wayne. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise again in support of LB 1024 and the underlying amendments, and let's have some fun. We're talking about where we could pull money from. There's $175 million set aside for a prison we don't need. Let's pull that out and put it into the North Omaha plan. But no, because Senator Flood supports the prison. Let's have a real conversation. This is about equity. That's the conversation that we're having today. So we could enjoy this conversation. I welcome it because I've honestly been waiting to hear everyone's opinion on this bill and where they're at. So let's have a real conversation. You talk about where the money could be pulled from. There's $175 million set aside for a prison. Pull that out, appropriations, and put it into the North Omaha plan. Let's have that conversation. We're having a conversation about equity. That's the conversation. We're also having a conversation about, will this body step up and stop neglecting North and South Omaha? Let's have that conversation. What are you going to do to step up to stop neglecting North and South Omaha? You could get up and yell and have these fierce conversations and do all this, but let's have a real conversation. Is it a smart idea to invest almost $1 billion into a prison and not into people that have been impoverished and neglected for forever, where a lot of the people inside of our prisons are coming from? Are we going to talk about prevention, or are we just going to talk about punishment and waste $500 million on a prison? You could stand up today and try to pick apart this plan, but let's have fun. I'm open to it. I love it. It won't be boring today. We won't just sit and hear people just say nothing. I'm all for it. But let's have a real conversation. There's other people who won't stand up and say they oppose this, but they oppose it, but they're whispering about it. Let's be men and women today and stand up and actually make a good argument about why you don't support this. Let's do that. But a lot of y'all would just sit down and not say nothing and quietly not support. Let's have fun today. But there's $175 million for a prison that's set aside that we could use for the North Omaha plan, but appropriations is not going to give it to us. Senator Flood is not going to elect to give it to us because he supports the prison. And a lot of other people do. So let's have a real conversation today. And I yield the rest of my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, you are yielded 2 minutes.
Colleagues, I'm laughing because this is so funny to me. It's funny because for 3 days, Senator Flood didn't talk about the budget. We're spending $4 billion. For 3 days, he didn't say one damn thing about the budget. Talked a little bit about the prison, but didn't ask where a dime went for the budget. But when it comes to North Omaha and Black people, let's figure out where every dollar is going. Let's figure out where every dollar is going. The hypocrisy. I've said from day one, anybody who's talked to me, I don't care where the money comes from. I said that 1,000 times on the microphone. I don't care where the money comes from. This budget was in response to the budget that was put out by the Appropriations Committee.
1 minute.
I was told we had roughly $210 million going to North and South Omaha. Hell, their papers reported it. So I thought there was a $40 million gap. I didn't really know we could use general funds like that until today. Trevor and I had a conversation about it. So I did $225 out of cash, because that's where we were pulling cash from to do all the lake projects, to do all the Offutt projects, to do all the golf projects out of cash. So I thought if we could pull it out of cash, why not pull this out of cash? But I don't care where the money comes from. ARPA, general funds, cash, Senator Wishar's check with McDonald co-signing the check. I don't care. But don't get up here and start questioning $600 million when you let $400 million go without even a question. I told you about the one. Here's 126, LB 1253. We don't have a way to get it here. It doesn't have a priority. So stop thinking of this as one big North Omaha package. I attached that
Senator.
bill to catch a ride. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Wayne. Senator McDonald, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Try to address things as we go here. The $128 million for broadband was discussed at the appropriations level, based on the idea that the governor was earmarking that for broadband. And not just broadband for the western part of the state, but broadband east, west, north, south. With the governor, when he first brought the ARPA budget, if you look at the process we went through, we cut approximately 40% from the governor's proposed ARPA budget. So we went through that process. As I mentioned earlier, before we broke for lunch, the hearings we had, the people that brought their ideas and concerns and thoughts about ARPA, we sat through those hearings and we did listen, and we made adjustments. I do not disagree with Senator Wayne's concept about having this committee formed, but 2 + 2 is 4. It's not 5, and it's not going to be 3. The idea is we can't spend the same pot of money over and over. If you want to talk about the cash reserve, you want to talk about your comfort level, I don't disagree with Senator Wayne about the $1 million. Roughly, if you want to look at a $5 billion a year budget, if you want to look at your comfort level, is it 16%, 15, 18? The idea that are we over 1.3? Yes, we are. Can we move that down to possibly $1 billion? Sure, we can have that discussion. I didn't agree with everything in the ARPA budget, but I stand behind it based on the process that we went through. As an appropriator, again, right now, as far as I know, the governor understands the process, which he knows the numbers. We cut 40% of his budget. We added some things, we didn't. They were not easy decisions to make. But I cannot move legislation forward that I've already committed to spend in another area. If we're going to have a serious discussion, a serious amendment, then we have to look at bringing the funds from a different area. And that's possibly from, again, it's Senator Wayne's bill, that's cash reserve. Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes.
The jobs you're trying to create, which I appreciate and support, will those jobs be for the people from North and South Omaha?
Yes.
So how do we do that? We open up a widget making company, you and I. We have this widget company going and people apply. How do we guarantee that you have to be from North or South Omaha to work in our widget making company?
Well, you can't guarantee anything in life. So, I mean, what I would hope is that the $60 million we're putting into community college, of which 20 million is going to Metro, they would help be able to fill those jobs.
But we know they're open, and that's the answer I was looking for. So we do know they're open to everybody.
Yeah. I mean, we're putting money in the places to close that skill gap. Absolutely.
And I understand the idea of convenience for those jobs makes a great difference based on the ability to travel to that employment. But also we got to back up and then look at education. Because if we have 20+% of the kids, and I'm just going to use Omaha Public Schools, they're not the only ones with these numbers, but let's say there's 20% or less that are failing, right around, I think the number was 78% graduation percent, so 22% failed. So trying to prepare our young people for employment with addressing this and the needs for jobs. I know you mentioned earlier that you didn't want to talk about education. I don't think we can do this without talking about education. We've got kids right now that are suspended, and then all of a sudden it just seems like, thank you, Mr. President, October 15th, they're expelled. Where are those kids going? Because right now they're done. We've talked about street school before. We talked about the idea of giving them a second chance and the success rate of street school, which they keep their class ratio very small, but they are successful. I don't think we can talk about jobs and the future of any part of our state without talking about education. Senator Wayne, would you agree on the education part?
Yes, I agree. I was just talking about appropriation dollars. That's all I was talking about. But yeah, I agree. Education is a critical component, and it's a critical component of the North and South Omaha plan.
Are you open to possibly an amendment talking about education with your plan here?
I do not believe, I'm open to talking about it. I'm leery of, with the $312 million that OPS got, with the additional $100 million we're putting in community college, where we could actually play in that space.
Time, Senator.
But I'm open.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the general concept of this, but with concern about where the dollars are coming from. I'm glad to hear Senator Wayne is agnostic about that. I differ from my colleagues on comfort level with the cash reserve. $1 billion today is not $1 billion years ago. Inflation has increased the cost of everything, which means our savings account needs to increase in terms of what we've put aside for a rainy day. And again, I want to remind everybody of what was discussed this morning, that is not unobligated cash reserves. We have a $300 bill due in terms of the next project for the university. We just passed a bill that says we shall build a canal, and I don't care how long it takes to build that canal. That is obligated cash reserve. So when it comes down to it, if we bring our cash reserve down to $1 billion, you actually have to minus 800 million from that, colleagues. And then there are plenty of other bills floating around this body that want to take their legislative priorities out of cash reserve, colleagues. I woke up this weekend thinking the direction that we're going is going to spend down our entire savings account. I do think that this investment is important, and I enjoyed hearing from Senator Wayne that this can be a roadmap for other communities that have needs to lift up those communities. But I will tell you this right now, I will not be voting on any tax cuts if our cash reserve is $1 billion. Any. Because this body is not setting ourselves up to be in a fiscal situation where we could manage a revenue shortfall from those cash tax cuts and not have the savings accounts to do that. So this body can make all the decisions they want, but for me personally, I will be a no on any tax cut that exists if our savings account is not close to $1.4 billion. That's just my line. I understand other people have different comfort levels, and that's the decisions that they have to make, but I wouldn't run my own financials that way. And I sure as heck won't do that for the state of Nebraska. Secondly, I really want to echo what Senator McKinney said. The decisions that we're making about what we're spending our money on are flexible. What we presented to you as Appropriations Committee is based off of a committee that's probably one of the most diverse in terms of our perspectives and where we come from. And so what you get is a very diverse package. But I would 100% support taking $175 million that we're setting aside for this prison and putting it into this. There you go. That's where you find your $175 million for part of this project. I support that. We also have $400 million in general funds. Why would we not be supporting a significant chunk of that to go towards a North and South Omaha project that has the opportunity to be something that we would expand and replicate across the state? I would be interested in that as well. Senator Wayne, will you yield to a question?
1 minute. Senator Wayne, will you yield?
Yes, yes.
Senator Wayne, are you willing to sit down with me and some of the others that are sort of I call the sort of rainy cloud in the conversations, because all we're worried about is fiscal future? Sit down with me between now and select and talk through the numbers and figure all of this out so we can do it in a financially responsible way.
I won't agree with the premise, because I think what I'm doing is a financially responsible way, but I will sit down with you and talk about the numbers. I'm not going to say what I'm doing is not a financially responsible way.
Thank you.
West Wing, don't agree with the premise of the question.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. West Wing. You always got to remember West Wing. The first thing they say to the president over and over is, don't agree to the premise of the question. That's what just happened. Don't agree with the premise of the question, but you can still agree with everything else. So colleagues, let me make clear, there seemed to be a little confusion, and I'll just make clear. LB 1253, which is the 126 capital projects, that was a bill introduced. Appropriations did not have it, Urban Affairs did. It was our bill that we went out, we looked for other dollars, projects in Omaha with the city of Omaha that would qualify, not 126 million. The issue is, when you don't have a priority bill, you have no way of getting across the finish line. The germane bill was this bill. So this 1253 is just catching a ride on my overall, Senator McKinney's overall North Omaha bill. It's not necessarily for North Omaha. In fact, what the city sent was two projects in Omaha, North Omaha, one project in South Omaha, and one in West Omaha. Actually, and then I asked for any other parks they might, or facilities. Then they sent me 3 more in West Omaha. So it's not really a North and South Omaha bill. It was extra money that wasn't appropriated. There is a line in there about it should not go to broadband. That was because of my hours and hours long conversation with Senator Friesen, who at the time thought we didn't need it because we were going to get about 400 million, 300 to 400 million over the next couple of years. Over the weekend, he had other conversations. And so I said, hey, I don't need all this money. In fact, it's not about Omaha. It's about catching a ride to make sure we appropriate it correctly. So from general to select, we'll figure out where that money goes. As far as the Senator Flood and I like having those kind of debates. I like when we get a little chippy. I miss that because we're actually having a conversation about the bill. Usually Senator Friesen just agrees with me. I wish he would get chippy again like he did in my first 2 years. But my point is that's a good conversation. We can have those conversations. But where are we at? Let me be clear here. 250 from ARPA. Doesn't have to be 250 from ARPA. It can be 250 from wherever else. 225 from cash. Senator Wishart thinks maybe that's not most fiscally responsible. I'm open up to have the conversation about general funds. I don't really care. Again, Senator Aguilar can write a check. I'm fine with that. The other $3 million is something we just found that's not appropriated for tourism. That's already in our budget. That's not appropriated by this body. So I said some of it should go to North Omaha. I don't care where it goes, really. Don't care. I just think we should appropriate it. So my point is I'm willing to have plenty of these conversations from general to select. And this is actually the problem that I kept talking about seeing the whole chessboard. I have a bill that I can't figure out where to go because we just got the whole chessboard today. And what happens is we got 14 days left, 13 days left after today. If my bill is not up today, I literally left here, went to the booth right there and had a court hearing. And I was talking to Speaker Hildreth about moving it after taxes, but that means I might be at 6 o'clock tonight, and half of y'all don't want to stay around and deal with me afterwards. So I was afraid of that. So it's about scheduling, but I couldn't schedule where we were going to go and have these negotiations without seeing the whole board. And today was the first day we got to see the whole board. So I'm just asking for general file, give Senator McKinney and I a little deference, and say, we'll vote green, may not agree with everything, but on select, we gotta make some changes. And we all are recognizing that. But it's the nature of our budgeting process. If I go after ARPA, then I'm after McDonald's bill, who's already got a couple minutes already in. I'm after taxes. We're way down the line, and North Omaha and South Omaha may not be heard. That's all we're trying to do. So vote green, and then you can yell at me afterwards of what you want. And I'm gonna have a whole feasibility study done for Senator Flood. I got 3 lawyers working on it today. We'll get it done. He'll be happy. Everybody will be happy. And then Senator Friesen will give you $1 million for broadband at your house. And that's Bosselman, $1 million for broadband at your house. We'll all get this done. Just trust me. It's a great day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to rise in opposition to LB 1024 in general. And it's not because Senator Wayne's trying to get the $128 million. He's doing what every other legislator in here would do when they found a pot of money and they found a good use for it. They took it. I'm not going to blame him for that. He's just better digging than some of us. I've voted against every budget so far that we've tried to move forward. I think we're overspending. You know, back when my kids were little, I watched a cartoon with the Smurfs, and there was Greedy Smurf. And that's what I think we have on this floor today. We have a lot of greedy Smurfs. We talk like we're a conservative bunch of senators. We're not going to spend money. We're going to hold down our budget. And yet you dangle money in front of us and we grab it and we run with it. And we spend it on everything we can think of. And I'm not sure we're solving any problems. I realize Senator Wayne has a problem in North Omaha, and I'm not sure $450 million will solve that problem. I think letting constituents have money in their pockets helps to solve the problem. It lets them spend money, lets them decide how to help their own areas. It's with an income tax cut, a property tax cut. Give them their money back. But instead, we're going to spend it. We've got too much money in our cash reserve. We've got $1 billion of ARPA money to spend, and we're fighting over it like kids in the sandbox. I didn't bring a single ARPA bill. I've never in all my 8 years had a bill go before appropriations. Some years because we just didn't plain have money. So I am looking at trying to find some responsible compromise here that we pick the best of the best projects to fund this year, and we let the next body next year pick the best of the best and fund those instead of trying to do it all. I really think we've pushed the bounds here and we're at the final hour, and this is where compromises are made and mistakes can be made, and we'll do things that down the road we'll regret. But I think a more measured plan for North Omaha, and I have supported numerous things that Senator Wayne has tried to do there. He's on the right path. He's at least trying to fix North Omaha. But I will say that people in Hamilton County, Merritt County, Nance County didn't cause North Omaha's problems. And we're not going to get any of this ARPA money. We want economic development to happen, but I don't know that money solves it. In some of these communities, it takes some business leaders. It takes a group of people that bring an idea, and from there, maybe a grant or something like that gets the ball rolling. But in some of these communities that are out there, nothing's going to help them. They're in their kind of a death march, so to speak, to the end in rural Nebraska. There's small communities out there that will not survive. But there's quite a few of them yet with the right leadership, the right business community in there that wants to do something that can use a program that we create, possibly could get something rolling again in those communities. But to say that even $450 million is going to fix North Omaha, I don't think that's true. It takes leadership. It takes people in Omaha that want to fix North Omaha. It takes people in Douglas County that want to fix North Omaha. Because I don't feel, my constituents feel that they have contributed to the problems in North Omaha. So how do we reach some consensus? I'm still listening and I'm going to keep waiting, but so far I've voted against every one of the budgets moving forward without some changes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bosselman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. St. Patrick's Day was just recently, and I see someone found their pot of gold. Sir Wayne, how did you know I was going to talk about broadband? How did you know that that conversation was going to come up? Because everybody on this floor knows when the subject of broadband comes up, you're going to get my attention, and I'm going to talk about it. That $128 million that's out there for broadband that has no fund matching will make a significant difference to rural Nebraska. As all of you know, that I've said many times, I live 32 miles from here. 32 miles from this location where we're standing right now. And I can't get broadband brought to my house. They refuse. Costs too much money. So what then are we going to do with the communities in my district? Dwight, Ulysses, Rising City, Bellwood, Clarkson, Howells. What are we going to do about the farmers who live in my county who can't get broadband? What are we going to do about the farmers who live in the western part of the state who maybe their driveway is 15 miles long? Yeah, I said 15 miles long because it is. Off the highway, that's how far you have to drive to get to their house, just to their house. Do you think it's economical for a company to come in and build broadband to that house? No. That $128 million could make a significant difference to them. When I was on the Rural Broadband Task Force, first year we were there, we heard from a rancher out in western Nebraska, and they sell cattle. They do a live auction online from the Sandhills. And they have a real struggle of being able to hold that auction for the livestock, for the cattle that they're selling. because it streams and it stops. It streams and it stops. Now you have an animal that you're wanting to sell, you got a bull, and that bull, part of when you're selling that, you're running across in front of that camera just to the bidders so they can look at that bull, so they can judge that bull, grade that bull. And it keeps getting cut out because you don't have connection, because you don't have broadband significant in order to make that connection. So yeah, I'm going to stand up and talk about broadband. I'm going to stand up and say the need for broadband across the state is significant, because if our state's going to grow, we have to have high-speed broadband all across the state, for businesses to survive, for families to survive, for young families to survive, for young people to move back out into the country, into small towns. We have to have broadband there. This 128 million can make a big difference in certain areas. So while Senator Wayne's looking at this money, I think Omaha in general does have some areas that are lacking and need it. But I would say that it would be far more economical to bring broadband into Omaha, anywhere in Omaha, than it would be where I live, where there's 2 houses in the section I live in. My nearest neighbor is a mile away. You go north of me, the nearest neighbor is 3 miles maybe, and that's on the eastern side of the state. We go to the central part of the state, you go to the western part of the state, we're talking many, many miles. Some counties are probably going to have, I know they'll have less people living in that county than maybe I don't know, let's take a 20 square block area, highly populated area in Omaha. How are we going to get that to them? How are they going to survive? How are they going to make that happen? These dollars are crucial for us in rural Nebraska. Yeah, hopefully there'll be more money coming somewhere to help with this, but this is significant for those areas that don't have it now. They haven't had that opportunity either. They haven't had those funds come to them before. So to make that small shop, maybe it's a sewing shop, maybe it's selling beef, maybe it's poultry, maybe it's an engineer, maybe it's a doctor.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKinney, you are recognized, and this is your 3rd opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again to continue this conversation. And, you know, I've been listening to the conversation, and I would just say an investment in North Omaha is beneficial for the state of Nebraska. Not investing in North Omaha is not going to be beneficial for the state of Nebraska. That's just plain and simple. You know, it's not surprising, but I'm actually welcoming the conversation because I like to see where everybody stands on issues. I hate when people just don't say anything, but they feel some type of way about something. And that's okay with me, but I'm glad we're having this conversation. We can continue to do business as usual, and we'll continue to get the same results. North Omaha will still be the most impoverished area of the state. Our jails will still be continuing to fill up with Black people from North Omaha. And some find that acceptable, but I don't. And you shouldn't either. When you run for office and you become a senator, yeah, you represent your district, but you represent the state as well. So we can continue to neglect an area of the state, or we could do what's right. And that's just facts. We have to do what's right. You know, these bills have been placed on the table for a couple months now. A lot of these questions could have been answered a couple months ago, a week ago, but you wait till today to bring these questions up, to hide behind, oh, we're pulling money from this place or this place. If we're going to be honest, We shouldn't have to pull any money from cash reserves or general funds. When you actually sit down and read the guidelines for ARPA, it is specifically for areas like North and South Omaha. We shouldn't have to look to other places. But because individuals don't care about North and South Omaha, there's other projects that are being funded for rich nonprofits in Omaha that don't need the money, but they're asking for money. For the university that spends money on a bunch of stuff. And I support the university and I support nonprofits, but I support people first. And we should look out for people first, not big museums that are going to be closed for 2 years. It's just baffling that we even have to have this conversation. We wouldn't have to go look for cash reserve funds or general funds if people in this body did the right thing the first time and appropriated the money where it was supposed to go. We could still be fiscally responsible. We also have $175 million set aside for a prison that we don't need. Let's use that too. And to say my constituents are not the reason your community is the way it is it is what it is. You know, if you take a look at it from a historical standpoint, you will understand that everybody's at fault when it comes to the conditions of North Omaha. And I mean everybody, from the state, the city, the county, and even the United States of America, the federal government. Everybody's at fault because there's multiple predominantly Black communities across this nation that are in the same position North Omaha is in, because our states and our cities and our counties and our nation has elected to mass incarcerate individuals from those communities instead of investing in them in a meaningful way. And that's the problem. We shouldn't have to ask for money from anywhere else, but no one wants to actually give us all the money through ARPA because they want to fund these nonprofits and museums that don't need the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess as I'm hearing the debate, I'm empathetic to Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney's arguments on North Omaha. And I would tell you that I'm going to vote green to move this to general file, but I, like everyone else, would like to know what the pay for is. So let me tell you what I won't support in terms of pay fors. Okay, I'm going to start with the fact that I live in North Platte, and so people talk about distance in western Nebraska. Let me give you a geography lesson. Okay, Grand Island from Lincoln is halfway to North Platte. Once you get to North Platte, I'm a little over halfway to John Stenner's district in Gearing. There's a lot of state west of here. Guess what? We have some of the same issues in western Nebraska than we have in North Omaha. We have poverty. We have issues, as Senator Bostelman said, with broadband, which is a huge priority for us. But let me talk to you a little bit about sustainable beef and that project. The CRA in North Platte yesterday finalized the approval of their TIF contract, $21.5 million that they will be coming from TIF. That project started out at $325 million. The lookalike project in Kuna, Idaho, a few years was built for about $200 million, same project. And now they're estimating it could be $400 million to build this thing. They're raising their capital. There's $20 million allocated in ARPA to help fund the sewage treatment plant there. Why does this qualify for ARPA? I'll tell you why. If you start looking at the impact that cattle producers have had in this state and around the country, you've got four major packers. Those four major packers, when we ended up in the heart of the pandemic, we had trouble getting cattle slaughtered. Those plants were closing down. Since that time, beef prices have skyrocketed, yet we aren't seeing that at the producer level. This plant will be critical to helping our part of the state. It will create 875 jobs, paying north of $50,000 a year with full benefits. In addition to that, there are 23 producers in Nebraska who will be raising the cattle that will supply this plant. Ernie Goss has run a study and said that it'll be $1 billion impact to our area. Let me also tell you something that's unique about North Platte. North Platte's school system has excess capacity. We've actually closed some schools. Guess where those kids are going? They're moving with their families for quality jobs to Lincoln, Omaha, and outside the state. So you get to build more school systems, more school buildings down here on this end of the state because we're losing families because we don't have the quality jobs in our part of the state. And we don't have broadband, which will give additional opportunities to work from home and have meaningful jobs like others have across the state. This is a vital part of what we need to do in our part of the state. And I'm going to fight hard to keep the $20 million that's been allocated through ARPA funds to stay right there where they were targeted. I'm also going to mention one other thing while I'm up here. And before I say that, I would also argue, take a look. There's an article. Go look at the Wall Street Journal. Major piece in the Wall Street Journal today talking about sustainable beef and the impact. If you haven't read it, I'd encourage you to do so. I'll get you a copy of this if you want to see it. I also want to make one other thing while I've got some time left of the mic. I want to talk to you a little bit about the rail park. LB 40 from a couple of years ago created this rail park idea. North Platte, as I told you the other day, has done their feasibility study. They've optioned 300 acres. They're ready to move forward. Oh, by the way, we also followed the rules and got our application in first, which is what LB 40 outlined was supposed to be the deal. Now I'm hearing that we're getting the funding lined up, that maybe we should relook at the order in which we would select who gets to use the funds. Why would we even remotely consider changing the rules? So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to also vehemently fight against any amendments to redirect what the rules should be as it relates to allocating those dollars for the rail park. North Platte already has several companies who have indicated that they're prepared to come into that rail park once it's built. We've optioned the 300 acres. We purchased a building that's there today. We have access to the Bailey Yard. This will be a major game changer for us as well. Did you say 1 minute?
Time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again. Senator McKinney mentioned we may talk about things that are uncomfortable. So maybe we should do that. So I have never been in support of workforce housing built by the government. It's not a secret. I can't find any place in the Constitution that says we're required or we should build housing. If it's not economically feasible for the private sector to do it, then the government should do it because it's not economically feasible. And you see, we're doing that with other people's money. So it's a lot easier to do that when you don't have to worry about losing money by building workforce housing. So let's talk about this for a second. So in Omaha, as it is in every other community in the state of Nebraska, there's a help wanted sign at every business entrance. Some put it on their marquee. I followed a van today that had a help wanted sign painted on the side of the van. It wasn't a sticker that you could take off. It's always on there, help wanted. Here's the point. We have about 9% unemployment in North Omaha. There are jobs available on every corner, every business. Why aren't these people that live in North Omaha working at those jobs? Oh, it's because they don't have transportation. All right. So if you're a worthy employee and as badly as help is needed, you show up every day, those employers may come and pick you up until you can afford your own transportation. So we're going to build and create businesses next to where the 9% unemployment is. We're going to create these jobs. I think Senator McDonald alluded to the fact that only 78% of these young people are graduating from high school. So these jobs are going to require a high school diploma or to be able to read or write. So building something there and creating jobs don't guarantee those people are going to be able to get that job because they're not qualified, because our school system has failed to educate them. So we'll build these jobs, we'll create these jobs in that area, and we'll build workforce housing, and people from outside the area will move there to do those jobs, and we'll still have 9% unemployment in Omaha. Now, those are not very comfortable things to hear. But that seems to be what's happening. The education system has failed those people in that area, as it has across the state of Nebraska. So the conversation that Senator McDonald had with Senator Wayne is maybe we need to put some money in for education. I've not yet seen a time when we spent more money in education that it made a difference in performance. And so it's an issue not only in Senator Wayne's district and Senator McKinney's district, but it is across the state. The jobs that we're going to create in Western Nebraska are needed as well as they are in Omaha. And so as we talk about using cash reserves or general funds or ARPA money, and some of these may not qualify, and you could be right. But we as an appropriations committee, I said this to Senator Dorn just a few minutes ago, or Senator Hilkman, excuse me. I said, we should have decided how to spend this money like I wanted to in the first place by rock, paper, scissors. We're getting about the same
1 minute.
response. We're getting the same response from people like we never considered how to spend this money. We spent some time talking about these things. We spent a lot of time talking about these things, and I'm not saying that you give me a pat on the back or anybody on the committee that spent time doing that. We signed up for it. And so whatever Senator Wayne wants to take away from ARPA money or cash reserve or wherever he wants to take it, he's going to have to take it from someone who has already had it appropriated to them, and more power to him. But I'm not in favor of advancing something that I have no clue what it's going to do or how much it's going to cost. So I'll continue to listen, and we'll see if we can come to a conclusion what it's going to look like on select file. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get up, just a quick technical change, and there will likely be an appropriations amendment on some technical changes because part of the issue is a couple words were left out, 2 words in particular in the ARPA budget, which I think just lends to this conversation. Again, I support this bill. I support the changes that are being made, and not only the amendments and the underlying reasons, but in the ARPA package, we left out 2 words of no less than, basically, or 3 words, no less than, that wouldn't prohibit North Omaha from accessing the funds of the 150 million, that they would be available for going after all 150 million with a minimum that goes to them, but the rest is available to them. And the way it's written right now would just do a direct allocation of the 15 million. Now, I know there's going to be worked out things between general and select, and I support, making sure that we can either get these funds from general funds, but I just wanted to make that clear. It'll be something that we work on between general select and the ARPA package as well, on just some technical amendment changes in terms of language. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Linehan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I too am going to support LB 1024 and Senator Wayne's amendments. When this, I don't know what group actually called me out. I wasn't at the hearing. I've heard great things about the hearing, but I wasn't there. But when I got called out by somebody who was working in support of the bill, they handed me a package, and on the front page of the package is the Omaha Chief of Police testimony regarding transformational PIN Pact of 1024/1025. So this is what the police chief of Omaha had to say about this bill, which I think is instructive. The North Omaha community has worked closely with the Omaha Police Department to reach some of our lowest violent crime records in the history of the city. However, they are still disproportional and have spiked during the pandemic. There are 3 steps that I see in order to reduce violent crime. One is mental health. We've talked a lot about that. I'm still not quite sure we're doing enough, but we're getting in a better place. Number 2 is recidivism, which we've talked a lot about trying to do something about that the last couple of days. Probably the biggest area that I see, again, I'm quoting the police chief, is the area of root causes: employment, poverty, affordable housing, education. The greatest opportunity to adjust quality of life and for the disproportionate crime reduction is to address the root causes. Arguably, our North Omaha community, one of the greatest poverty areas, has suffered the most during the pandemic. We have a dual opportunity here. We can assist with coming out of the pandemic, but we also can address the root causes that have forced an unequal starting point. I was asked one time, Chief, if you had 1,000 more officers, how much would crime go down? My response was, I'd rather have 1,000 jobs strategically placed in the right parts of our city to affect poverty. This would reduce violent crime far more than 1,000 police officers. I will close with this. I am in support of 1024. I view it as transformational. I view it as a rare opportunity. I concur with the 2 senators that have brought this forward. So I don't know all the details of this. We are spending a tremendous amount of money between ARPA and the general funds. And I don't quite know how all the pieces fit together. As Senator Wayne suggested, we didn't get the yellow book until today. I think when we're looking at one point, I think the total spend here between general and ARPA is 1.6 to 1.7 billion dollars. There might be a way to kind of see if the pieces of the puzzle couldn't be shrunk a little here, enlarged a little over there. I think we're going to be on this tomorrow, but I think we should all study this yellow book tonight and think if maybe there isn't enough money there that we could do some more things. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wayne, you are recognized, and this is your 3rd opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, let me just remind Senator Erdman kind of what we're doing here. There is a total amount, Senator Erdman, that is being spent. We are asking for $475 million out of this, 225 and 250. I'm not saying it has to come from ARPA. I'm not saying it has to come for cash, but I would like to have the opportunity to have that conversation because it doesn't seem like we get to have that opportunity, whether in appropriations or whether on the budget. We don't even get to do amendments on the budget, for God's sakes. This is the only way we can move this forward and have a real conversation from general to select and put pressure on this body to do something. But let me tell you how we're going to control the spending and make sure it is detail oriented. And by the way, Senator Erdman, you are advocating for a project in another state. The actual canal is in Wyoming, and we're spending $23 million in Wyoming to make sure water is getting to Nebraska. I have no problem with that because there is a need. There is a plan. There's a definite ask. Same thing here. There has been a plan. There is a need. And I'm even going to double the plan by saying, Senator, we're only going to spend 100 to 140 million this year. We're going to have a committee issue a RFP to tell us where to send the rest of the money. The transfer we're asking for is because I don't trust the body. I didn't make that up. The governor did. The governor asked you all as appropriation to put 175 million in the contingency fund because he doesn't trust you not to spend it. I don't either. So I'm asking for a cash transfer or a general file transfer to put it in a fund that can be used later. Next year, I will bring bills back, or Senator McKinney, to appropriate where those dollars go based off of what the committee and the plan tells us to do going forward. That's the structure. That is the Star Wars structure that I am following that you supported last year. So why is Star Wars and that structure okay for $200 million for water? Why are we spending an additional $200 million on water trails and golf courses? But for me to ask for people to have the same spend over 2 years, it's ludicrous. That's the part I'm struggling with. That's the part we all should be struggling with. We have $400 million on the floor in general file. We have $1.3 billion in cash reserves. I'm asking for 2. At worst case scenario in negotiations, I might ask for 275. Out of $1.3 billion in cash reserve and $400 million, that's $1.7 million available. That's not too much to ask. And here is the most interesting spot. You have to pass this bill or the 128. We have no control over where it goes. We have no, because I own that bill, it's in urban affairs. Try to attach it to ARPA. That's not germane. It came to my committee. The only germane bill is this bill. That's why I attached it, because that's the only way I was gonna get rural centers to get on board. I'm being completely transparent. There's $128 million right now you can put in your communities for community projects right now. They can either be a multi-facility, they could be healthcare, the $60 million for Kearney's Hospital, $128 million can spend it like that. It fits perfectly into this grant. Senator Friesen needs some community to get broadband, we can direct it. It goes back into the lost world of the governor's non-budget that wasn't even recommended in our budget. Think about that. It wasn't even in our budget recommendation, $128 million grant. So they heard through the grapevine, or the governor may have told them directly they're going to use it for broadband, but there's no commitment for that. It never even came before appropriations. So if you want to control the $128 million, we got to vote green and figure out what to do with it. It never became before this body. And if you try to attach it to any other bill, there's a germaneness issue. It came to urban affairs, it didn't go to appropriations. It doesn't open up the same section of law. There's many things we can argue. So I attached that strategically. I'm being completely transparent because I don't know what else to do at this point. Everybody else seems to be hiding the ball and hiding the truth. I put this on here so rural communities can figure out what they want. And they can have it. We're asking for $450 million. We got to 475 because I didn't like how the budget went. I'll admit I added extra $25 million on there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator McCollister, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. This morning I talked about my trip to North Omaha this last weekend, the tour that I took in North Omaha. And after the Civil War, as I mentioned, it was a vibrant community. Cultural events, art would come to Omaha. Duke Ellington would come to Omaha and play at North Omaha. It was a cultural center. But since that time, over the intervening 60 years, the area has been depopulated. And you see countless numbers of empty lots where the housing has been torn down. So North Omaha does need to be revitalized. And that's why I support LB 1024. The rest of the amendments, I'm not so sure. We need to allocate the money in some kind of reasonable way. So I think it's a good bill, and I'm glad both Senator Wayne, Senator McKinney are pushing it forward. I also want to talk about broadband. Senator Bosselman talked about that, I wonder if he would yield to a few questions.
Senator Bostelman, would you yield?
Of course.
Senator Bosselman, we've been talking about broadband this afternoon. And what % of Nebraska now has broadband, high-speed broadband?
That's a great question. I don't think we know. That's honest. We're not mapped. It's reported on 477's federal government, and that is grossly inaccurate.
Well, how do you know where to build broadband if there are no maps or guides on where to develop that broadband?
That's another great question. And what happens right now is the telecoms, others who build broadband, they go out to those areas. Where on the 477 it says that it's unserved, underserved, and they build in those areas.
And we mentioned the fact that we're going to spend $128 million on broadband, and I'm surprised we don't have a plan to know where that money is going to be spent.
Well, that's a good point. And I actually had a bill, I think it was 1101, that actually talked about mapping this year.
Well, when I
But the
ran for-
FCC is supposed to be bringing out a map in the next year, so we actually know where we need it.
In that $128 million, are we going to try to get a map or some kind of indication what areas are the most poorly served?
Sure, there's two things to do right now. One is a current 477 would give a broad picture. It's inaccurate, but it'd be out there. But the FCC is supposed to be coming down this next year with a map to do exactly that. And in the bill that we have, it's a transportation committee priority bill that does give the PSC the authority to build that map, but the FCC doesn't. So then we'll know exactly where to put it.
Well, when I ran for the PSC in 2008, there were maps. So they were probably
NTIA, I think there is a map that's out there on the federal level, but it's better than the 477 that they use, but it still needs a lot of work.
As the broadband expert in the body, do you see a certain amount of irony in the fact that you aren't served by broadband?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McAllister and Senator Bostelman. Senator Lowe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the Urban Affairs Committee, we heard probably the best hearing I've ever been to on LB 1024. There were 37 testifiers in favor of it, not including the three senators, Senator Wayne, Senator McKinney, and Senator Vargas. 37 community leaders came out in support of this bill. There was another little town by the name of Eustis, Nebraska. It was a dying community. It's a farming, ranching little community on a railroad spur, but nothing much was happening. Some people started to make pies. Another group started a body shop or expanded a body shop. And then they have their annual celebration, which brings in thousands of people to a little community of 500 people. The village pie maker started out in Eustis and employed lots of people. Eustis Body Shop, which is now in 5 cities across Nebraska, started there. And Worst Hog Days is one of the best parties I've seen in a long time. And it started not with money. They started out small, but they had an attitude. The Eustis Pool Hall, some young people moved back to Eustis. The Eustis Pool Hall started up and another bar. And they put out some really good food there. But it was the attitude of people. And Senator Wayne, Senator McKinney, you have those people. They are there. It is the people that will bring North Omaha back. North Omaha is a great city. You are sitting in a great city. Senator Wayne, in your opening, you brought up that is no different than the people of my community, no different than the people of Senator Erdman's communities or Senator McDonald's communities. There are good people there. They are Nebraskans and they believe in what we do here in Nebraska. You have everything you need to fix your problem in North Omaha and South Omaha, and it is the people that are there. The people and their attitude, the leaders that are there. Now, it may take a little bit of money. I will admit to that. It may take a little bit of money to get them going, to help them out, to furnish some of the things that need to be done immediately. But it is not everything. Money does not fix everything. It certainly has not fixed our coaching staff with as much as we pay our coaching staff of our colleges here. It has not fixed our players now that we're paying our players to play here. Money does not fix things. It is the attitude of the people in your communities that will make 1024 viable.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Wayne if you would like it.
Senator Wayne, you're yielded 54 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Lowe, and thank you for your comments. I do think the people make a difference, and I agree. I also think as a state, we continue to invest everywhere. North Platte's going to get a little bit over 75 million. There's less than 40,000 people there. Why? Because they're going to bring jobs, and they're going to have a huge economic impact. We have 120,000, over 130,000 people in the area we're trying to affect. You know what? We're going to bring jobs, and the estimated projection is over $1 billion, actually about $1.5 billion. And we're going to help grow this state with this green vote. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lowe.
Thank you, Senator Lowe and Senator Wayne. Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wayne, yield to a couple questions.
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, in your handout, it talks about 500 million from the private investment. Do you have any commitments yet on that 500 million?
Yes, we have about, yes, we have around 80 million in private investments, 15 on 30th Street and approximately 40 around the airport.
Do you, as the city of Omaha or Douglas County committed to any amount of money yet for the
Yes,
project?
that's a great question. The city of Omaha for the airport project has committed in a range, because they're not using ARPA dollars, 15 to 20 million over a 2-year period. And Douglas County has committed 5 to 10 over a 2-year period. They're using sewer bonds, and that's why it depends on the projects.
Are they committed any ARPA money? Because I believe the two combined have well over 220 million between Douglas County and the city of Omaha.
They are committing, so for the airport project, they are using general funds and sewer bonds. For housing, they have already committed 20 million, and the philanthropic community has already raised another 20 million. So there's already $40 million committed.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. I'll yield the remainder of my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator McDonald and Senator Wayne. Senator Panzine Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am supportive of Senator Wayne's bill and what he's doing, and Senator McKinney. I think it's important. The only thing that worries me is if money is taken from Lincoln for housing. So I'm going to promote this and vote it forward, but I know that Senator Wayne is aware of my concerns about housing in Lincoln, middle income housing. So I will move this forward out of general file, and then we'll see what happens between now and select. So I will yield the rest of my time to Senator Wayne if he'd like to.
Senator Wayne, you're yielded 4 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just going to briefly, so people often ask, like, why is North Omaha, particularly African Americans, kind of consistently at the bottom of the economic ladder? And there's 3 myths that are often talked about, and I heard a couple of them on the floor. That Blacks are in a situation because they lack incentive or education, that their own bad behavior is what caused it. That's the first one. The second one is actually there's some secret society that somehow meets weekly to figure out how to destroy Black and brown people. And those are people who get up and say the system is against them and they can't actually move. The third one is this education and sympathy concept, that through sympathy and charitable organizations, that's the only way to cure this issue of economics. And I want to talk a little bit about the economics and this philanthropic idea. Charity and philanthropic community they're noble people. I don't think they do things ill will. But by ignoring the circumstances that created the need for the charity, reinforces the Black inferiority concept. See, what this plan is really about is we don't need charity. We need business partners. We don't want to hand out. We just want to be able to compete equally. We want to be able to get up, go to work, have a good paying job, and have some disposable income to take care of our families and maybe go to a movie. See, we need a free enterprise system that will work for us. Now, you might think this is a big number. You might think this is a big ask. You might think money doesn't solve everything. But if that's the truth, then why are we spending money at all? If that's the truth, why are we putting $50 million here, $40 million there, $30 million there? Because at some point, we have to make an investment. At some point, everybody in this body knows we can't cut our way out to prosperity. That it isn't just about lowering taxes, it's also about investing in a return where we have more jobs. The feasibility study shows that we will create over 1,000 jobs. Over 1,000. Just the construction alone will be over 300 jobs. That we're going to try to create the mecca of startup businesses in the Midwest. And we actually have a plan to do that because it's been done in other cities. We're just going to go 10 times bigger and 10 times better. Not
1
bigger
minute.
as in more money, more strategic. We want to solve the criminal justice problem? Invest. So it's real simple for me when I get up here and talk, because this isn't my idea. This is an entire community asking this body, give us a chance. Give us a chance by investing in us and let us show what happened. We got accountability, we got reporting. And the question Senator Flood brought up real quick about separations of power, we require the government and the governor and their agencies to give us reports all the time. And that's all we're asking for is a report so we can stay in tune to what's going on and be able to make adjustments. And the special committee can tweak through new bills how to make adjustments of where the dollars are being spent. This is more accountability than any ARPA plan that we've seen in this body.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Brooks, Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we've had some issues come up before that were to benefit North Omaha. We had some extensions of the number of years that TIF could be applied. We had a property tax enablement that allowed some mass transit to be built. And I voted for both of those things. And some of my constituents asked me why. And I said, well, I thought it's good for North Omaha. And, you know, we may not help my district, but it helped North Omaha. And Senator Wayne asked for help. And I thought he had a good argument, so I voted for him. And this bill, if it's done, you know, within the scope of what the budget can afford, if it's 250 million or in that ballpark, you know, I could see supporting that. I hope that the way they construct the rules and regs on how the money is given out would consider making sure that it goes to individuals, and so that, you know, you don't come up with housing things that primarily benefit the landlords. You want the people who live in North Omaha to each have some benefit from this. Otherwise, the landlords are probably sharp enough in a lot of ways to wind up with all the middle-income housing money, and then they rent to people at market rates, and it really doesn't benefit citizens in North Omaha. So I'll be listening carefully as this moves forward, and it's another bill that Senator Wayne is really passionate about, and so I'm going to listen. But in the end, how it fits into the budget and how it all works is going to make the difference in whether I give it, my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I might be the last one in the queue. Can't tell, yeah. Kind of torn a little bit on what to do with this bill. But when talking with some of my colleagues, talking with Senator Wayne, listening to what others have said on the microphone, I am going to vote in favor of LB 1024 and the underlying amendments in general file. I know there's a lot of discussion, a lot of work, and I'm trusting Senator Wayne that this will happen between now and select file. My vote on select file could totally change, but I believe in Senator Wayne and what he says. And so I'm willing and open to listen to discussion that he might have about what he wants to do different with this bill. And I think the whole issue of what we're discussing here is a multifaceted issue that includes history and historical context, which is something that Senator Wayne has said. I think with what happened with North Omaha, also historical context with our federal government and their involvement in poverty, current societal and cultural context we have to put into perspective, and a general misunderstanding of maybe who people who do not live in areas such as North Omaha, I don't, about how they live, and vice versa. There are people in North Omaha who are completely surprised that we don't have broadband in Western Nebraska, that there's some areas in Nebraska where you can actually not get cell service. And so I think it's a basic understanding of maybe where we both kind of come from. And so I've always appreciated Senator Wayne sharing his perspective, and Senator McKinney, because I hope that kind of puts some of this in perspective. And Senator Wayne's also, I think, goal of the opportunity of equality and the idea that we can all be on a firm level and have the same opportunities to improve the lives of ourselves and our families. But I did have one question for Senator Wayne, if he'd be willing to yield, please.
Senator Wayne, would you please yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, one of the things that we discussed before was, and I think you and I both agreed on, was one of the best ways to maybe not solve a problem such as this, but help a problem such as this, is putting people back to work. And I think one of the concerns that you had was the inability for some people in perhaps areas such as North Omaha to have access to jobs or have the ability to find jobs that might improve the livelihood of themselves and their families. And so are there certain aspects of your bill and what you put together here that would address that?
Yes. So one of the things we had in our overall bill is called Skill Up. It's a plan that's currently, we can scale, that's currently being done on evidence base. And so one of the issues and why I'm always hesitant about community colleges are not everybody wants to go enroll part-time or full-time. There's a lot of paperwork. They just want to skill up on some certain jobs aspects. They want an entry-level position. They need to know how to type a little better. They don't want to enroll in community colleges. So one of the programs we looked at and we wanted to use is the Skill Up, where we can work with providers and actually businesses to provide short-term classes on certain skills, including soft skills, to skill them up into certain jobs that we know are available, like Blue Cross Blue Shield, Logiers. There are numerous of people who are looking for people, but we just got to skill them up. And they don't mean going full-time to a community college. So there is a program in there that we're looking at to connect that dots.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think if there's some aspect of all this that I am looking for is there are plenty of jobs out there, and I do have the understanding that sometimes it's difficult to get access to these jobs in certain areas of Omaha, and they might be missing one or two skill sets that might qualify them for this job. And I'm hoping there will be parts of this bill that will address that and give people the opportunity to improve their livelihood by working, by contributing to society. And I think that there are parts of this bill that do that. And so that's what I'm looking forward to and hoping that we can kind of move forward with. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen and Senator Wayne. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close on AM 2341.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. That was a fun discussion, and most of the time when I'm having a bill, I'm stressed out. on the floor. But I'll tell you why this is different for me. The road from poverty to prosperity is not complicated and it's not a mystery. It begins with entrepreneurial-led activities. And that's what this bill and the underlying amendment is about. And the reason I'm not nervous, as some of my other colleagues sitting on the side who are supporting this bill, is because I am deeply rooted in my conviction in God and actually, ironically, in this body. I believe in this body more than sometimes the body believes in itself. That we can continue down the same old path of division and racial disparities. Notice I didn't talk about race a whole lot. Or we can come together and keep working towards this more perfect union. And you know what? When you work together for a more perfect union, it's a little messy. It's a little uncomfortable. It's a little chippy, like me and Flood sometimes. That's part of the beautiful process of changing a community. So what this bill is about, it's about this body making an investment. And you're right, Senator Erdman, I don't know the exact investment today. I know what my ask is, but I've said it 5 times on this floor and I'm gonna say it for the 6th time. My ask will change once we figure out ARPA and everything else. And I will come with a firm number on select, and you can vote up or down on that. But give our community a chance to be here. Give our community a chance to be heard and have an opportunity to build some hope. We can fundamentally change North and South Omaha, and we can start today by saying we're going to invest. We don't know the exact amount. This is an imperfect process, but that is how we become a more perfect union. And so I'd ask you to vote green, not because of everything written in this bill, because we're going to take time to believe in the process of figuring out the best investment for North Omaha. And I intentionally left the A bill on here because I needed it to come from the floor. I needed this body to intentionally help me figure this out. Help McKinney put the best bill forward. I'm not leaving it to 7 people in appropriations, nor am I leaving it to 9 people in appropriations, nor am I leaving it to 7 people in urban affairs. We brought the whole thing out to have this messy process to do the best thing we can for North Omaha. It's imperfect, but that's how we become a more perfect union. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Members, the question is, shall the amendment to the committee amendment to LB 1024 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The committee amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed, Senator Greger to LB 809, Senator Greger to LB 809A, Senator Lathrop to LB 1013, and Senator DeBoer, Greger, Hunt, John Kavanaugh, and Merman to LB 1014, Senator Clemens to LB 1241, and Senator Moorfeld offers LR 346. That'll be laid over. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Debate is now open on AM 1920. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 2479.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am actually going to withdraw my amendment, and I believe I have 3 additional amendments. I would like to withdraw all of them.
Amendments are withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Friesen moved to amend with AM 2471.
Senator Friesen, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a very easy amendment. It just strikes a couple of lines on page 10. It strikes line 3 and 4, saying that they cannot use it for broadband. So this just allows the DED, if the money would go there, if this bill would pass down the road, it would say that instead of being prohibited from using it for broadband, they could use it for broadband if they wished. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, you're yielded 9 minutes 20.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with this amendment. The entire section was the result of Senator Friesen telling me we didn't need broadband, and now he corrected it, and I'm going to agree with him. Blaming you for that. So yes, I agree with the amendment. Vote green on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Wayne and Senator Friesen. Debate is now open. Seeing no one wishing to debate, Senator Friesen, you're recognized to close on AM 2471. Senator Friesen waives closing. Members, the question is, shall Amendment 2471 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption.
AM 2471 is adopted. Moving back to debate. Seeing no one wishing to speak, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close on the committee amendment. Senator Wayne waives closing. Members, the question is, shall the committee amendment to LB 1024 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, no nays on adoption of the committee amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Returning to debate on LB 1024. Seeing no one wishing to speak, Senator Wayne, you're recognized to close on LB 1024. Senator Wayne waives closing. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 1024 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill.
LB 1024 advances. Any items, Mr. Clerk?
None at this time, Mr. President.
Returning to the agenda.
Mr. President, first item, Legislative Bill 939. First of all, Senator, there are ENR amendments.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 939.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, priority motion. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to bracket LB 939 until March 25th, 2022.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have 10 minutes.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so this is a bracket motion to hold this bill over until March 25th, which today's the 22nd, so just a few days. This is, so just so we're clear, from the start, a filibuster. So nobody needs to say this is a sneaky filibuster. This is a filibuster. I have a stack of motions all ready to go. This is a motion to filibuster this bill. I intend to take this bill for 4 hours. People might try and get cutesy with me in trying to undercut my ability to take it for 4 hours, but I will be taking it for 4 hours. So I just want to be clear the terms of engagement here, that I am doing this. And if anyone is confused about if this is a filibuster or not, the answer is yes, it is a filibuster. And for the pages, these are all tricks of the trade that I learned from the longest serving senator in Nebraska, Senator Ernie Chambers, for my first 2 years. And definitely will be interested to see how my filibuster is treated versus all of the filibusters he did for 40 years. So why? What brings me here today? Well, I don't support this bill. I support cutting income taxes for the middle and lower class. I have been on the record on that clearly and repeatedly over and over again, and to no avail. This bill will ultimately bankrupt the state in the out years. And at the same time, it will not help the lower and middle class. So I don't support this bill. I've tried to put up amendments that were serious amendments. There was no interest in that. So this is where I am at. I am at taking this for 4 hours, and the 48 of you can decide whether or not this moves forward. I won't be moving it forward, but we're going to take it the 4 hours so that you all can decide if at least 33 of you disagree with me. So 9:39, and I honestly don't even know where we're at with 9:39 because there have been so many amendments filed, and yeah, I just don't even know where to start. So I will start with it will bankrupt us. And I hope you'll indulge me and there won't be any dilatory motions as I digress. But I am about to digress. So if you want to do a dilatory motion, now would be the time. So I printed off this copy of this article that was on the front page of the Omaha World Herald. And it's quite lengthy. And so I am going to take as much time as it does take this evening to read the full article to the legislature. And there is a point to it, which I will get to when I finish this article. So the title of the article is "The System Failed Her. Omaha Woman Fought for Each Day of Her Life After Domestic Violence Abuse." Can I have a gavel, Mr. President?
Members, would you please come to order?
Thank you. The empty gas cans, the puddle, and the lighter were the terrifying clues to what Carl Michael Baum had planned. There was no time to escape what came next. Folks, I am literally reading an article about a woman being burned in her home. So if you're going to talk, can you take it off to the side or off the floor? Thank you. Baum dropped a lighter and a whoosh of flames engulfed him, his wife, Janet, and their 18-year-old daughter, Amanda. All three survived the February 2019 fire, but Janet would die 2 years and 8 months later, despite an arduous recovery from severe injuries. Her case motivated the Nebraska Legislature in 2019 to close a loophole in domestic violence protections that her family feels may have contributed to her death. With an average of 15 domestic violence deaths each year in Nebraska and about 58,000 reports of violence and intimidation against an intimate partner, more changes are needed, according to Janet's family and those who advocate for victims. "The system failed her," says Susan Thurman of La Vista. "My sister was the center stone of our family. She was strong. She deserved to live a full and happy life." For years, Janet Franks Baum put up with the husband and her family describes as a loner and alcoholic. She worked 2 jobs while Baum was often unemployed. The marriage was the second for both, and he was 10 years her senior. Both had children from prior marriages. Amanda Baum, the couple's only child together, says she was young. She couldn't figure out why her mom didn't leave her dad. Baum rarely helped around the house. He was mean and bullying. He taunted his wife and daughter. It was only in Amanda's teenage years that her mother explained why she stayed in the marriage. His graphic threats. Try to leave me, he'd tell his wife. I'll go hurt the dogs. I'll cut you up and scatter the pieces for wild animals to eat. I'll burn down the house. Except for Amanda, few people apparently knew about the abuse. He was smart, Amanda said of her dad. He knew not to leave any marks. Dan Franks, Janet's son from a previous marriage, says his mother and chuckles about the time Janet brought the goat to his daughter's soccer game. About half an hour we left, she called me to say she was just now leaving. Every kid had wanted to pet the goat, he says. She was a very loving person. In July 2018, bombs set fire to a large pile of family possessions in the yard of their Northeast Omaha home. Amanda says she can still visualize the 8-foot flames. I am going to pause there, and I will come back to it on my next turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, well, as long as we're here, I'm going to talk about what my concerns about LB 939 as written are. And I talked about them a lot on the general file section and before it advanced, and then we talked about fixing it between general and select. And I do appreciate Speaker Hilgers and Senator Linehan sitting down with me to talk through my concerns and about it. And ultimately, that there is no real compromise that I think, at least at this point, because LB 939, one of the portions of it, well, the corporate tax cut goes disproportionately out of state individuals and corporations. And I just don't think that's something we should be doing at this point. We did it last year. We had an agreement on that, and that this further cut goes against that agreement. But as to the personal income tax portion, dropping the top rate from the 6.84 to the 5.84 disproportionately goes towards the highest earners in the state of Nebraska and does not go to a lot of Nebraskans that are at or below the median income. And so I'll have to push my light again to keep talking, but my opposition to this bill is twofold. One, that it is expensive in the out years. And we've had a lot of conversation about what we can afford this year, what we can afford in the future, and obligations and commitments that we're making, and how those bear on the state of Nebraska going forward. We've had some conversations about projections in the out years, and the things that I've learned about this, and I'm looking right here at the Appropriations Committee budget proposal that has on page 17, the general fund adjustment revenue growth projections. And there are a couple different projections, but they for that top bracket and rather give a tax cut to the middle income bracket. So those Nebraskans earning for married filing jointly, earning between $41,900 and $66,359, their taxes in that portion would go down from 5.01 to 4.01. And what that means is for individuals married filing jointly, if your taxable income is 41,000 or higher, you'll get a tax cut on this. And that includes individuals going up to earning $1 million or more. The thing about this is, one, it provides a tax benefit to Nebraskans below the median income, whereas 939 stops at the 66,000 range. And the Nebraska median income, well, I'll talk about that later because I don't have the paper handy, but it's about 61,000, I think is the statewide median income. And so what it does is give tax relief to Nebraskans at and below the median income. It gives more equally distributes that tax benefit, meaning that individuals above the 66,000 still get tax relief in that 1% reduction for their income between 41,000 and 66,000. So in 939, we talked about last time on general file, someone making over $1 million a year would be getting a tax cut of somewhere around $9,000. Under my suggestion, as someone making over $1 million a year.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would get a tax cut of somewhere in like the $250 range. And so they'd still get the tax cut. They'd get the same tax cut as somebody making $100,000 or somebody making just over $66,000. This would be a more equal way to distribute this money. It would be more cost effective. LB 939 costs more than $400 million when fully implemented. And my proposal costs $97 million for that portion. I'll push my button again and talk about the rebate portion that I've talked that addresses the other questions and concerns that I have as to tax policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McCavanagh. Senator Breezy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 939, and in particular, the amendment that we would like to get up on there. I think the current amendment we'd like to get there is AM 2397. And AM 2397 really represents a package deal on tax relief. There's going to be decision time here at some point. You got to decide which side you're on when it comes to tax relief. Are you going to vote for Nebraska taxpayers, or are you going to stand in the way?
AM 2397 really is a culmination of a lot of work on behalf of a lot of people. And it's a combination of approaches that will provide tax relief to all Nebraskans. We have one of the highest marginal income tax rates in the state, some of the highest property taxes in the nation. And this bill addresses both issues. It also includes the LB 723 fix to the 1107 cliff. And 723 found in section 4 and 5 of that amendment really stops a nearly $200 million property tax increase on Nebraskans. Without it, property taxes are going to go up about $200 million in year 2024. So you got to decide which side of that are you going to be on. You going to stand with Nebraska property taxpayers, or are you going to throw them under the bus and say, no, we don't really care. We'll let your taxes go up $200 million on us. You're going to have to decide. The provisions in the amendment represent the agreement between Senator Stinner and myself relative to 723, placing the relief at, I believe, $548 million for year 2022 and $560.7 million for year 2023, and then after that, growing by the allowable growth rate. And it's a very fair method of distribution. Everyone's getting the same percentage of relief for school district property taxes paid. It goes to your constituents, it goes to my constituents. It also contains the provisions of the amended version of 939, which we advanced to select file, and I'm sure Senator Linehan at some point will describe those details or those items in more detail. But those provisions provide meaningful income tax relief for a wide swath of everyday Nebraskans. And we need to remember that those marginal rates really are the window sticker to our state. They are the front door to our state. And as we try to attract residents, businesses, and others, that marginal rate is important. It's time we drive down that rate to send the message that we want you here. We're open for business. And Section 6 represents some additional property tax relief for your constituents. It's based on the community college property taxes that are paid by Nebraskans. It's the same percent of relief for those taxes for everyone. It also is a very fair method of distribution. Gradually phase in over 5 years, just like the income tax provisions would be under the amendment we're trying to get to. And after that, it would grow at the allowable growth rate. And by stretching this out over 5 years, we've allowed for the inclusion of this additional property tax relief into these provisions without any major fiscal impact the first 3 years. And this is a very fiscally sound method of providing tax relief for everyday Nebraskans. And these are for your constituents, for my constituents, for all Nebraskans, and it is important to Nebraskans. It's the same, the property tax provisions are the same percentage of relief for everyone. Now, we can stand up here, we can filibuster this, we can stand in the way of property tax relief and income tax relief for Nebraskans, but Nebraskans deserve better. I would caution against, robust debate is one thing, of tax relief is not a good look for this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Lindstrom, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 939, and when we get to some amendments, I'd be in support of those as well. First, I wanted to thank the Revenue Committee, Senator Linehan and others that sit on there, just with all the work that we've put in this year. My time that we've spent there, we've had very little opportunity to do some of these tax cuts. And when we look at the bigger picture and the things that we've discussed over the years and the studies that we've looked at, Nebraska is behind. We're going to talk a lot about Iowa and doing what they're doing, the 3.9%, taking those steps to make themselves competitive. And this is what this ultimately comes down to. As I mentioned on general file, I look at this bill as not only an individual tax cut, and I know it's mentioned that this only helps the higher earners in the state of Nebraska, but you get up to the highest tax bracket very, very quickly, which is the vast majority of Nebraskans get up into the highest tax bracket very quickly, which is the 6.84%. But more, I guess not more importantly, but just as important, when we look at those small businesses of your pass-through entities that are the vast majority of companies in the state of Nebraska, we need to provide tax relief to those to remain competitive. You start looking at the inflation factors that are going on of 8% and maybe greater. The one thing we can do as a state We can't influence what the federal government does or what the Federal Reserve does, but what we can influence is how much money we're putting in the pockets of individuals. And this bill is one of those things that puts more money in the pockets of individuals to spend. When you talk about the small businesses, on capital investment, on reductions to help employment, those things matter to the bottom line for companies. And that's why I rise in support of this bill. It was talked about on the bankruptcy side. Again, I go back to we talked about earlier with the amount of money that we have in the cash reserve and the opportunities we're going to have moving forward. To me, as we look at even 825 in this bill, we've done this in a way that phases it in, and which is, again, prudent to the circumstances that we're in right now. And I think, again, with the money that we're giving back to individuals, and most people spend those dollars. And anytime you get people spending those dollars, it turns in the economy, overturns in the economy 5-6 times, which helps on the sales tax side of things, which ultimately is what we're talking about here in all the tax bills and all the provisions that we're trying to do to get ourselves set on the foundation that we're talking about. I think most Nebraskans conceptually feel that not penalizing people for working and not penalizing people for owning property is the way that we need to go. And we have a couple of different things floating out there that address those. This would be the one that's the most, what I'll call, doable. It's the one that has the most support from a lot of different groups. And so I, again, encourage you. I do think that there's another step in this with Senator McDonald's bill and things that I've been talking about with trying to target what we're doing on the tax relief side and specifically with the 18 to 35-year-old demographic and how we adjust those tax brackets potentially to 50,000 individual and 100,000 joint filer. Again, it's fits in the range of the working class of most Nebraskans and what their annual household income is. If we can get closer to zero income tax percentage on that front, I think that's a good combination of eventually drawing those two lines to a call it 4.99, 3.99, lower would be better, but what's reasonable. This bill, obviously, is a significant amount of money, but because of the competitive nature that we're in right now, we have to do these things. This is not, to me, an option. This is just what we need to do to make sure Nebraska is competitive. And Senator Breezy mentioned it, the window dressing. Right now, if we're trying to recruit and retain talent, if you look at, as an example, in Colorado, those individuals are looking for a place to work, and they're not looking at Nebraska, especially with having Wyoming and South Dakota right there. But we have 60,000 unfilled jobs in the state of Nebraska, and one of those selling points that Nebraska has to offer is a competitive tax structure, and we simply don't have that right now. So I again encourage your support of LB 939. I will be supportive on setting the foundation on the 1107 funds, that $548 million, providing property tax relief, income tax relief, and any other tax relief that we can do moving forward ultimately helps us as a state, helps us do more tax cuts down the road because that dollar turns over in the economy multiple times. It helps our bottom line as a state. So again, thank you, Mr. President. I encourage your green vote on LB 939.
Thank you, Senator Lindstrom. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry about that. Fellow Senators, friends all, I do not stand in favor of motion 162, but as is, I am not in support of LB 939. With that, I would ask if Senator John Kavanaugh could yield to a few questions.
Senator John
Literally
Kavanaugh.
just here.
Senator John Kavanaugh, would you yield, please?
Senator Kavanaugh, I'll ask as you're walking up. So I am reading through your amendments and Senator Breezy's amendment, and Senator Linehan's amendment. And one of the things I'm looking at is AM 2414, and you seem to be pretty familiar with these amendments. So is it true that would lower the rate of the third personal income tax bracket from 5.01 to 4.01? Am I reading that right?
That's correct.
And so can you kind of explain real briefly what the benefit would be for that?
Well, so we have a graduated income tax in the state of Nebraska. And so as you refer to it as the third, I kind of call it the middle one. But so we have the brackets start at, we'll just take individuals, single individuals. If you make from $0 to $3,439 in this bill, this amendment, you pay 2.46%. And then once you make over that, the amount of money you make be over $3,440 to $20,589, then you pay 3.51%, but only on that portion above 3,439. And so then again, it goes up at 20,590 to 33,179. That's the bracket in which you would receive the benefit. So for income over 20,590, but below 33,179, would get a 1% reduction in your tax liability. And so then if you're a single individual filing individually and making over 33,180, you'd still get that 1% reduction for that income between 20,000 and 33,000, but the tax rate would stay the same above that and for all of your income above that. So essentially it would lock in the benefit in that one bracket, that $13,000 of income is where you would receive the benefit on that. And so it applies to everybody who makes above that amount going forward.
But is a benefit for people that are basically middle class?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you were to compare your amendment to AM, say 2418, AM 2397, what would you say would be your competitive advantage? Sell me on it, on 2414, on your amendment.
So 2414, those other amendments are the same amendment. I filed them to several places to make sure they got a hearing. Well, the advantage is that one, they cost less to the state overall, so they're more conservative fiscally, but they also apply the tax benefit to people earning below the median income and apply it equally across everyone going up from that. So a person making, in this example, making 33,000 would get the same reduction as somebody making 100,000. And so they still get a benefit. It's smaller than they would get under the
1 minute.
Then a person would get under 939 if they're making over 100,000 or over $1 million. But it would extend the benefit to people making less. So it would take it down the next tax bracket, and it would give more tax benefit to some of those individuals making over 33,000. But I can talk about that later.
So Senator Kavanaugh, we were asked which side we're on by Senator Breezy. I'm on the side of the taxpayers. You want to answer what side you're on?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah, we were asked that question earlier.
I'm on the side of middle-class taxpayers.
All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. So I'm only going to get up once on this motion because I'm not going to filibuster the bill. But here, this has only happened to me. I've been here 6 years. This has only happened to me once before, when somebody got up and put up a priority motion before I even got to introduce the bill. And I am fairly certain the whole time I was here with Senator Chambers, he never did that. It is maybe not in the rules, but kind of understood that people get to introduce their bills. So I think we got 4 or 5 people here that want to take this for 4 hours. Good luck. Senator Kavanaugh's amendment, I've read it. We have no idea how much it would cost because we don't have a fiscal note. But I will tell you right now, I've looked at this, the committee has looked at it, and we can't afford that amendment. It's very expensive. His other part of his bill where he wants to give everybody $200, every man, woman, and child, whether or not they pay income taxes, that might be a good idea, but it's not an income tax cut. Just to remind everybody, this has been a Revenue Committee priority. Senator Breezy has worked on the 723. I've worked on the 939. The committee's worked hard. I'm very proud of our committee. You know, in our committee, we have 2 members that were here 8 years before. They're now in their 10th year serving in this legislature. We've got 2 members that have been here 8 years. 3 of us have been here 6 years.
We have some idea what we're doing here. We've looked at cost. We've looked at how important it is that we do not have the highest income tax rate in the Midwest. We're at 6.84 for individuals. That's higher than anybody around us by a long shot. Even when we get to 5.84, we're still going to be higher than anybody else. So if you want a sign that says open for business, it shouldn't say and pay the highest tax rates in the Midwest. We have 33 votes. So we can mess around and not get to other people's priority bills, because every hour we take, when we know there's 33, it's likely that somebody else's priority bill is never going to get to the floor. This bill has got to pass. So one way or another, we'll get there. It's just a matter of whether you want to stay here till 8 o'clock tonight, not have enough time to get done, come back in the morning and waste 4 hours. I'm not interested in wasting 4 hours. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. First, on just a procedural thing, a filibuster happening on select file is not unusual. Senator Linehan got to introduce her bill on general file, and this is select file, so she got the introduction. Additionally, if we're talking about kind of courtesy and procedure bracket motions, I'm one of the senators who's had a priority bill on this floor bracketed over my own objections to the last day of section, and I believe Senator Linehan voted for that. So if we're saying this has never happened before, I think worse has happened to me by some of the supporters of this bill. And I don't want to go down that route, and I don't want to just make it accusations or old news, but to say something is unprecedented. One, this bill was filibustered in general file, and you didn't work with the people who were filibustering it. You instead worked with a couple swing votes to apparently merge it with something else to allegedly get 33. I think that's a bold claim. To move it forward, this is not unprecedented. This is not unusual, and it shouldn't have been unexpected. I appreciate that Senator John Kavanaugh is bringing an amendment. I appreciate that Senator Michaela Kavanaugh is working on taking time in this bill. I have been clear in my opposition to the corporate tax giveaway provision of this bill the whole time. And we moved this from general to select with some notion that we were going to work on it and maybe make this bill less expensive in the out years or not decrease state revenue as much. Instead, we looped in a different tax cut from a different bill, merged them together, and got apparently a coalition that's pretty strong. That was not working on lowering the corporate tax rate. That was not working on targeting middle income taxes. That was working on doing enough on property taxes that people who were willing to hold this bill hostage instead will now vote for it because they're getting some of their own priorities too. And I appreciate it. That happens a lot. That happened in 1107 with income tax, property tax and business incentives. It's not a bad strategy from revenue perspective. That's what routinely happens. And partly that was why I was worried about moving it from generals to select, because rather than negotiating within the confines of income tax cuts, I was worried that we were just going to buy people off with property tax cuts. And that's what it is looking like we're at least attempting to do with some of the proposed amendments. We're not substantially changing any of the concerns we heard on general file about the income tax, about how it's to the wealthiest top bracket, about how it's to a lot of out-of-state Fortune 500 companies. Instead, we're just adding in some other popular tax credits and tax cuts into the package to make it something that people can vote for. And to get up and say, where do you stand? I've made it 100% clear. I want to do stuff for middle class Nebraskans. I would like to do things for all Nebraskans. But this bill, as introduced, will exclude anybody outside of the top tax bracket who doesn't own a corporation and doesn't own property. I mean, that's the group we're talking about not being included. We're talking about renters, we're talking about people in poverty, we're talking about other categories that aren't going to get any help because we're giving all of the help to corporations. We're giving all of the help to the highest tax bracket. That's what this bill is going to do, and apparently it's got some traction because we instead are also combining in some property tax cuts in it as well. I appreciate that strategy. I expected that strategy, and we're going to have some time to talk about it. But this is not unprecedented, and this is kind of what I think we all should have expected, especially when there was kind of this plea on general file where we had the ability to stop these bad corporate tax giveaways and said, we'll fix it, we'll fix it, we'll fix it. Instead, we're not fixing it. We're just giving other tax credits and other priority bills, merging in an attempt to push it forward. Colleagues, we have an opportunity to give tax relief to all Nebraskans. That is what I believe Senator
1 minute.
Kavanaugh, thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh's amendment is going to at least attempt to try and truly give some sort of monetary relief to all Nebraskans. Instead, we're going to turn that down to give out-of-state corporations highest income bracket and property owners, which sure is a lot of people, but it certainly isn't all Nebraskans. So we need to stand up and whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? I would love to do something for all Nebraskans, but there seems to be no desire in this body to go down that route. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Vargas, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to weigh in here. I don't plan on talking too much, but for a couple of reasons. One, and I had a couple off the mic conversations with some individuals. Look, over my time here, you know, I care about fiscal responsibility, and I do. You know, it's nothing against the Revenue Committee. I think both for revenue and appropriations, we have a lot of experience. I'd like to think that with both those experiences and the amount of years that we have, that we have confidence in both the committees. I actually do have confidence in Linehan's committee and revenue, and also in confidence appropriations. We're very seasoned. So it's not anything to do with that. It's just normally what I hear from my constituencies. You know, I hear in terms of the different levels, property tax probably comes up the most in terms of taxes. Income taxes does come up second. Corporate does not come up in any of my conversations. It just really does not. I understand the rationale behind it. I totally do. I support some of the underlying amendments. I do. And part of the reason is, one of the things I got on the mic last time is I'm not against any tax cuts. I wish more of the tax cuts went to more of the middle income individuals. But we're going to be basically forced to vote for all these types of things in one fell swoop. And I have historically supported a lot of the property tax relief and Social Security and retirement and what we did in 1107. So I'm frustrated that we haven't had more of that change in this, but I know the reasons why this is happening. I want to make sure that we're not breaking the bank. I don't know where we're going to land on this right now, but at the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure that was crystal clear. What I continue to hear from my constituents and have is property tax relief is needed. That's why I've supported it as much as I possibly could, where we didn't break the bank. And we've managed really responsible fiscal spending in the Appropriations Committee. And I think those are the most important things that I want to make sure to share here. And I hope we can get to a place where we have good fiscal guardrails, or we have the foresight to then keep as much as possible in our cash savings for rainy days. I said every 8-9 years, we have an economic downturn. It's cyclical. It's not a glass. We can't foretell the future exactly, but history does tend to repeat itself in terms of economic downturns. So I say that because the decisions we're making are also going to impact how a legislature that has none of us here, whether or not they have the resources to bounce back, or whether or not they have to make deep cuts. I know in the way we look at it right now, it seems extremely healthy. And in that snapshot, you can say it is. But in terms of the long-term fiscal health, I am still considerably concerned about whether or not we have enough cash for the state to then be able to continue to operate when and if we do, when we do have an economic downturn that comes back, that forces us to make deep cuts. So I just want that to be clear for people, because there are many of us that have been on these committees. I've been on appropriations for a long time and have seen the good, the bad, the ugly. And the ugly is truly concerning. And when that happens, there are services that impact ag. There are services that impact every single sector, including ones that are going to help economic development, or the university, or any of these other entities that are huge economic drivers. And when those deep cuts have to happen, and I hope that they don't, I hope we have enough in our cash reserve to then make sure that we can sustain our state and sustain that growth. So it's not black and white that this is completely bad or good. It's that I didn't see many of the changes that we talked about. And then also, I have been supportive of property tax and income tax relief in the past. And I hope we take that into account in however we continue to move forward, and for future legislatures that consider what we're going to be doing here. So appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will get back to my article, but first I do want to say a few things. So I oppose massive tax cuts for the wealthy. I support tax cuts for the working class. And senators can say whatever they want on this floor about what this vote or that vote means, but that's my beliefs. And this bill doesn't do that. And I'm tired of the people that are working to create the wealth for the people that are getting the cuts and the incentives getting screwed. Sorry, Mom. This body refuses to do anything at all, no matter how low-hanging the fruit, for the working poor in Nebraska. I introduced a tax cut bill. I introduced a tax cut amendment. Then a month or so has gone by since this went from general to select. And all I know is that a deal was made with other people, which is fine. Just, I don't know why you would expect something different from me. I didn't expect anything different from you. This place is toxic and dysfunctional. It wasn't like this my first 2 years, and I heard my first 2 years, I thought that was toxic and dysfunctional, but it was nothing compared to right now, nothing at all. After everything that happened last year, I did a call of the House last week on a bill because Senator Wayne was the next bill up and he was printing off his opening and he asked me to. And 20 of you voted against it, so the call failed. That's where you are at. At least 20 people in this body do not give two hoots about me and being collegial to me. But you get on the microphone time and time and time again and try to lecture me on how I should behave or conduct myself. I read the bills. I pay attention to what's going on. I'm engaged. I'm always here. And if I don't believe in something, I fight against it. And if I believe in something, I fight for it. I try really hard not to be disrespectful to anyone, despite the consistent and constant disrespect that this body shows me. And I've said before about the sexism of this body, and it is really hard not to take it as sexism when there's another person who has very similar ideas to me and does very similar things and is never treated the way that I am treated. There was an article about the women of the legislature, and everybody said nice things, and I said it was atrocious and toxic. This place is not good for women. And this place isn't good for people who have ideas and care. This place is good for people who want to cut taxes and me. Nothing I do benefits me. I make $12,000 a year. My husband works for a nonprofit. We have a nice sized little house with a nice little mortgage and student loans. Nothing I do in here benefits me.
1 minute.
But the lectures continue. I talk about the process and things that I don't think are right about the process, I get lectured. People have been pounding their fists and raising their voices, and no one has said they had a meltdown or that they stormed out. But I bet I'm going to get told that today again, because the body doesn't respect me and the media doesn't respect me. That's okay, because I have self-respect. And I know that what I am doing is for the people of Nebraska, and I know that I have their best interest at heart. I know I have your constituents' best interests at heart, that we do not decimate our budget.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's a tough act to follow. So I would just address that Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, I do have very similar views, and I think we do fight things on the floor, and she probably does a better job than I do, so she probably deserves more respect than I do. But certainly there is a difference in how we are treated by people here, and I can't quite put my finger on it, and maybe I'm not the right person to put my finger on it, but that is a thing that happens. So I don't know what else to say about that. We could spend 4 hours talking about it, I suppose. But I was rising to talk about tax policy, and I handed out some handouts that are maybe not the highest quality based off of the copy of a copy, but I thought it might be helpful for people to see. So the first one that I was going to talk about, I had a question. It says effective tax rates by income decile 2018. And so we're talking about being competitive with our surrounding states and things like that. And we have the highest income tax relative to our surrounding states. And if you look at this, you can see the first 7 states in Nebraska have, so decile is by tenths, essentially divided into tenths. So basically the first 70% of Nebraskans pay 1.9% income tax. The second, or the next, the 8th decile, which is people between 70 and 80%, 3.33%. The 9th decile, which is between 80 and 90%, pay 3.98%. And the 10th decile, between 90 and 100% of income, pay 4.59% effective tax rate. And the top 500 earners pay an effective rate of 3.82%, which is much below the tax rate. And this is a diversion from what I was going to talk about, but we can have a conversation about if your intention is to lower the tax burden or to lower how it looks on paper, because we have things like tax credits that don't lower the tax burden on paper, but they lower the effective tax rate for people. And so that is a way, if the most important thing to you is appearing to be competitive to neighboring states based off of the fact that our top tax rate is at a certain level, there is a way to address that in different ways, meaning that we can actually return the tax relief in a different way than the way that we are currently doing it, which is through some income tax credits and things like that. So that's the first one, seeing what the effective tax rate is. The next one, it says a windfall for non-Nebraskans, estimated share of corporate tax cuts flowing to non-residents. And this is an estimate that says 83% of the tax benefit of LB 939 for corporations will go to out-of-state taxpayers, and 17% goes to in-state companies. And then the next one, share of cut going to income groups for Nebraska residents. So estimates of distributional impacts of lowering both the top personal and corporate tax rate. So the middle income, 40%, 47,000 to 124,000, or I'm sorry, get about 40%, or the highest 20%. Well, this doesn't tell you the percentages, but it looks like it's about 75% or more goes to the top 20%. The lowest 40% get a sliver, and then the middle 40% get about a quarter of that benefit.
One minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my amendment, again, I guess, well, I'll push my light again to get back in, but the amendments that I've suggested take an approach that lowers the one of the middle two tax brackets from 5.01% to 4.01%, which means that individuals making at and below the median income will get an income tax benefit. Middle class working Nebraskans will get a benefit under my amendments, a benefit that they will not see under LB 939 or any of the amendments that have been talked about as part of the compromise. And so this is a more a way to give tax relief to more Nebraskans who would benefit from it, and then as Senator Lindstrom talked about, getting that money back into the economy. People who are working are more likely to spend that $200.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And good afternoon again, colleagues. One of the interesting things, and I appreciate the comment Senator John Kavanaugh was just talking about, laying out both his ideas and kind of how income tax works. And one of the things that's interesting about kind of the ability to change and work on income taxes in the sense of a graduated income tax is that, you know, when you do some of the lower brackets, you can capture more people, and you can capture more people in an equal manner in terms of actual raw dollars equal. So when you do that for the lower brackets. However, when your only focus is on the top bracket, you don't capture everybody equal. One, because obviously not everybody's in the top bracket, that's the point. And two, because once you do the top bracket is usually not capped, it's just, you know, starting an amount up to everything. And so proportionally, more and more income in that bracket, obviously the more and more tax you pay, thus the bigger, when we cut that, the bigger cut. And I bring this up to say is, of course, when we talk about this bill and style this bill as, you know, a tax cut for everyday Nebraskans, we are leaving so many people out by focusing on the top bracket, by focusing on corporate, and by focusing on property tax. I understand that some of those categories are quite large, how we've structured Nebraska, but again, it's not everyone. Specifically, anybody who rents and doesn't earn in the top income bracket isn't going to see clear relief from this bill. And if that's something we want to say on its merits and talk about and focus on, you know, the need to attract businesses requires us corporate or things like that, we could focus on it. But again, styling it as kind of like a tax cut for everyday Nebraskans, I think glosses over the fact that so many everyday Nebraskans are in fact excluded by this bill. Similarly, my objections kind of throughout this has been to the corporate tax cut, because the corporate tax cut isn't just for taxes on corporations headquartered here. It's on taxes on corporations earning income here. So a corporation who owns a store in the state of Nebraska, who sells things in the state of Nebraska, they're paying that taxes on that income. And which is significant for me to see that there needs to be a good policy rationale to change that, is because, you know, if a corporation owns a store in Nebraska and they're paying taxes, that means they have a profitable store in Nebraska. And they're not going to necessarily have the chain, you know, the market is here. Their consumer base is here. And, you know, if they own a retail store, clothing store, whatever it is, and they're selling things routinely in the state of Nebraska, this is where their market is. This is where the place they earn their income is, as opposed to, say, a business incentive trying to lure a manufacturing place across the country. And so I could see why focusing on that, it kind of seems like kind of growing businesses in the state. But at the end of the day, if the consumer base is here, if the profit center in Nebraska is here, I fail to see why changing the tax rate is going to be so significant to them. I fail to see that connection, because they're either a profitable business in the state of Nebraska. They either have customers here or they don't. They either sell things Nebraskans want or they don't. And kind of regardless at what rate they're being taxed at, that's kind of where I'm coming from. And again, into the messaging about this being for kind of everyday Nebraskans, when we talk about corporate tax cut rate, we're talking for every corporation. We're talking for the biggest of the big Fortune 500 companies, massive things, all the way down to, I know, much smaller and localized corporations. But again, they're also getting a bigger percentage cut in the proposed green copy of LB 393 than the individuals because of the desire to go to parity. And again, it's, for me, I have some policy debates.
1 minute.
Thank you. On the merits of some of these tax policies. Specifically, I can only view this as kind of a corporate tax giveaway. I have some policy debates with that and issues with that. I have some issues with kind of the framing and messaging of this bill and the fact that it's been so styled and presented to say, you know, it's a bill for everyday Nebraskans, and we're ignoring a huge portion of my constituents. We're ignoring a huge portion of all of our constituents by limiting it to these certain pools. If we want to just kind of own up and say this is a business tax cut, we're doing it for businesses, I would at least stop objecting to the messaging so much. And then I figured we could probably debate on the merits of what an ideal corporate tax rate is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator Brandt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is to all the people out there in the state of Nebraska to remind you to file for your refundable state income tax credit. You will get 4 times what you got last year. That is because of 1107. And that is because there's $548 million this year available for refundable state income tax credits in 1107 versus the $125 million we had the year before. Would Senator Breezy yield to a question?
Senator Breezy, would you yield?
Yes.
Your bill is at 723 is waiting for the amendment so that it can be incorporated into LB 939. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be part of the amendment that we would like to get into 939.
Can you give me a real quick overview of what 723 does?
Under current law, the 1107 credit gets reduced from the current 548, which it is now. It might be 560, 580 next year, but it's going down to 375 million the year after that. LB 723 prevents that $200 million tax increase on everyday Nebraskans. That's what one of the things we're trying to accomplish with this bill.
So would it be fair to say if we do not accomplish that, if we do not get 723 into 939 in a year or two, all Nebraska property taxpayers will see at least 50% or a 30% reduction in what they received for the refundable state income tax credit?
Yes, 30 to 40% probably, yes.
And if also part of the amendment that you have would have an escalator clause in there to have property taxes increase as they go up across the state. Would that be a true statement?
Yes, that credit 548 for 22, 560.7 for 23, and then escalating after that. Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Senator Breezy. I appreciated that. This is the only time I'm going to talk on the mic, and I just wanted to be very clear what the implications are for the state of Nebraska if we can't put this bill together. Like the Revenue Committee, who I have a lot of respect for, have spent a lot of time doing this. So hopefully all the amendments will get attached like they should, and this will get across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. And Senator Breezy. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity. You will still have a close.
Thank you, Mr. President. How much time do I get for a close?
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Brandt. I didn't know that one of the amendments had 723 in it, another bill I oppose, so just giving me more things to feel great about here. And I believe that that is a bill sitting on select that has a priority. So don't worry, it will have its day in court, as our speaker has said previously about bills. So I'm going to return to this article about the Baum family. In July 2018, Baum set fire to a large pile of family possessions in the yard in their northeast home. Amanda says she can still visualize the 8-foot-high flames. The house would be next, he warned then his 17-year-old daughter. Worried about Baum's ominous actions, Janet and Amanda sought a protection order 2 days later from the Douglas County District Court. They hoped the order would keep Baum away from Amanda's school, North High, and force him from the family home near 37th and Hemberg. In the request for the protection order, they wrote about the bonfire and said he burned whatever items he could grab, chairs, pillows, and blankets. They also wrote that Baum had told his wife on several occasions he would kill her and would chop her up so that she couldn't be identified. endangered his asthmatic daughter's health by refusing to stop smoking in the house. His actions led to Amanda being hospitalized. Violently kicked the dogs. For him to hurt them makes me concerned for our safety as well, Janet wrote. Set a family dog loose on his daughter's pet duck, killing the duck. Choked his daughter and told her he could snap her neck if he wanted to. Engaged in emotional and financial abuse. I have to work 2 jobs and still do everything in this house, Janet wrote. He cannot do anything to support the house. I do everything I can to keep the bills paid, and all he does is drain our resources and contribute nothing. The district court judge turned down the request without holding a hearing or explaining the decision. Judge Stratman was recognized for her domestic violence work while she was a member of the Douglas County Attorney's Office. She did not comment on the case. Amanda thinks a court hearing might have made a difference. It's a lot harder to deny a person a protection order when you can hear the fear, the sadness in their voice, she says. The mother and daughter did not know what to do next. We both cried quite a bit, Amanda told the World Herald after the fire. We were lost. What were we supposed to do? We were trying to do this the right way. People stay in abusive relationships for valid reasons, say the staff of the Women's Center for Advancement, an Omaha organization. Not leaving is not a failure or a deficiency. It is their strength, says Karen Welsh, the center's legal director. They are protecting someone, often their children, or they are protecting themselves. Staying makes sense to them. Parents feel their children will be taken away from them or returned to the abusive parent. Homelessness looms large. Religion can be a factor, so can pets. Some people become beaten down, they accept their circumstances, and instead of fighting against their abuser, they focus on surviving within the relationship, Welsh says. Leaving can be deadly. Most dangerous time for someone is when they leave, said Dawn Conley, Program Director for Heartland Family Services Domestic Violence Sexual Assault Program. Even when a protection order in place, it's just a piece of paper. It's not a for sure safety. Omaha Police Captain Tracy Shearer, who heads the department's 12-person domestic violence squad, says the department is part of a community-wide collaboration that includes the courts and social services and focuses on improved response to domestic violence calls.
1 minute.
Thank you. The collaboration is coordinated with the Women's Fund of Omaha. Joe Giles, Executive Director of the fund, said a system-wide approach is needed to address the underreported crime of domestic violence. The fund analyzes data gathered by metro area law enforcement, which provides a basis for assessing the problem and progress. I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Walls, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am still trying to wrap my head around, how much this is going to cost us in future years. So Senator Linehan and I had a conversation when she first introduced it, LB 939, and we talked about the initial cost of this being $415 million by 2026. Senator Breezy briefly discussed an amendment 2397, and it, I believe, looks like the fiscal impact on 2397 would be about $195 million in 2026. But I also believe that he's removing, or this amendment removes, the 5% cap. And if I'm wrong, somebody can, jump in and let me know. But it looks like they're removing the cap. So beginning in 2027, $195 million. And then it looks like it might be estimated to grow to at least $610 million by 2027, 2028. The total cost, I'm going to ask Senator Dorn to yield to a couple questions. Well,
Senator Dorn, would you yield?
Yes.
I've been having a little bit of a side conversation with you to try to figure out what the total cost of all bills on select file 825, 723, 939, and 2397. Do you have any idea of what the total impact of those would be?
I do, and Senator Linehan just handed me a sheet or whatever. It looks like out here in 4 years, the fiscal impact, if I read this right, would be a little over 1.3 billion total from all of these parts of this bill.
1.3 billion in the next 4 years?
in the year 24, 25, if I'm reading the sheet right, Senator Linehan. I've also seen other data and seen other charts out here in the last couple days that we definitely are going to be over $1 billion in total revenue here out in the years 25, 26, 27, out in that range, because many of these are a lower amount to start with, and then they build up, such as 939 does, as you talked about, the 415 million. Senator Breezy, 723. That also puts in another 175 million out there, farther out there. Can't say for sure, but you know, you also start bringing in the community colleges and then what the state's going to fund there. I've seen where that starts out lower, I think in the $25 million range, and then goes up to 190 million.
Okay, and then my other question is, does this include LB 1107? The numbers that you,
Senator
or is that gonna
Breezy
be on
7,
top of
okay,
that?
okay. Senator Breezy 723, which is part of this, part of one of the amendments, is taking into account or taking into effect of 1107. The increase out there in the further out years in year 5 and beyond. Senator Breezy 723 is the bill that has that funding part in there.
Okay, all right, thank you. Senator Linehan? Thank you, Senator Dorn. Would you yield us some questions? I just want to clarify that those numbers.
I have a sheet. I can give you the sheet.
Okay, but you're looking at over 1.3 billion in 23, 24? Is that what I heard him say?
24, 25.
24, 25, 1.3 billion.
I might not be reading it quite right. No, that's unobligated cash reserve fund. The actual cost of 24, 25, the actual cost in 24, 25 of all the proposals is in 24, 25 is 894, almost 895 million. And that includes 723, as Senator Dorn said, Social Security taxes and the income tax
Okay,
package.
do you have anything that goes out to 2027?
Not at my desk.
Okay.
But here's what I do know. We worked on this with Chairman Stinner, and everything we've got fits into the budget as far as Chairman Stinner is concerned in the out years. So we can afford this. And I don't think he's here. And
No, I would have, okay, all
Okay.
right.
Well, I do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Walls, Linehan, and Dorn. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that was a good segue. So talking about what we can afford in the out years, and I do appreciate the work people have undertaken to fit things into a budget, meaning fit them into figuring out what we can afford. But I again would reiterate the fact that those out years are estimates about revenue, and so to make such a huge obligation, $800 million in those years of funds, is a risk. That is one of my problems with 939. The other problem, of course, as I've said, is who is receiving the benefit. So spending that amount of money, and who does it go to? I did want to address the conversation between Senator Brandt and Senator Breezy, talking about 732, and as Senator Michaela Cavanaugh pointed out correctly, that 732 is on select file, and it does have a priority. I believe it was Senator Merman's priority. So this bill does not need to be about 732. It's becoming about 732 as part of some kind of compromise to bring farmers along, I think, to agree to this income tax. And then there's the addition of a similar program in one of the suggested amendments that has a cost of about $195 million. And so that's this bill, and my opposition to LB 939 is not about those particular amendments, though I don't agree with those amendments. But 732 is its own bill, has its own priority, is on select file. So this discussion is not about 732. This is not about whether or not you're for 732 or whether or not 732 is a good idea. This conversation is about whether or not, so 723, Senator Linehan's correcting me. I appreciate the correction. But either way, it's not about that bill. It's about this income tax and whether or not we can afford it. And I disagree about the fact that we can afford it at that level, the 400 million for the income tax. And I disagree about who gets the benefit. And so I've talked many times about the fact that we should change it. And there are lots of ways we can make these changes to the income taxes. We could raise the thresholds. So you start paying the top income tax bracket for married filing jointly at about going forward, $66,000. And talked about raising that number up. And we've talked about this, and Senator Linehan and I know we've talked about this, the two of us, about that being a very costly way to give tax relief to middle income earners. And so I proposed changing this bracket, the 5.01 down to the 4.01% bracket, because it is targeted, it is affordable, fiscally responsible way to give tax benefit to Nebraskans who are earning at or below the median income, which is middle class working Nebraskans. And it also gives the benefit to Nebraskans earning above that amount because how the graduated income tax works. So that means that someone earning over $1 million will still get a tax cut. Their effective rate will actually go down less than the amount, well, I read earlier. Let's see. Somebody in the top decile is paying 4.95% is their effective tax rate. So if we decrease,
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we decrease the 5.01% to 4.01%, that effective tax rate also will go down. And so this is a fiscally responsible, targeted way to give tax relief to middle-class Nebraskans and not spend a very large amount of money to give millionaires a tax cut. As I said in the first round of debate on this, there were 8,000 tax returns in the millionaire bracket, and that would cost us about $70 million. $70 million of the $400 million in tax relief afforded under 939 go to that those top 8,000 Nebraskans. So that is the essence of that part of the proposal. I think I'll get another opportunity to talk at some point, and I'll talk about the rebate portion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I actually wanted to initially talk about something that Senator John Kavanaugh just did a good job of mentioning, but I want to make it crystal clear. We've had a couple speeches today already that are talking about the need to merge LB 723 into this bill in order to prevent a property tax increase. As a reminder to everyone, LB 723 is on select file. Senator John Kavanaugh said that. It is on select file. It got there with 36 votes. There was no filibuster. It was just a straight up vote, and it's been sitting there for almost 2 months exactly. So I am questioning the behind the scenes room politics that necessitates the speech that says LB 723 has to be attached to LB 939. LB 733 looked like it was on its 723 looked like it was on its path to passing on its own. It was one of the first bills prioritized. It was one of the first bills debated, and got hung up somewhere for some reason, despite the fact that it had a pretty decent share of support on this floor. So maybe that's a question for another day or another time. But that's what surprised me so much when we said we're going to work on LB 939 between general and select. We're going to make sure it fits in the budget. We're going to do it fiscally responsibly, on and on and on. All these things that we said, and people kind of got up at the 11th hour right as we got to closure and said, we want to change LB 939. And then we get to select file, and the main change that I'm seeing is adding in another bill that we'd already passed in general file before we passed 939 to general file. I don't understand what the negotiation could have even possibly been to get to that point, why the first bill was held up, and why we got to this bill and merged now, and why we're being told these two bills are now need to be linked together. I did not particularly have much hope for the negotiation coming out of between general and select. That is why I encouraged people to be very clear if they were willing to give the benefit of the doubt between general and select and 939, to be clear what you wanted, to make sure you knew who we're negotiating, to make it clear on the microphone what you wanted. I said over and over again, my main issue is with the corporate tax rate and that it hasn't come out. And so that is where I've been. I think I've been pretty transparent or clear. But for me, the real question is why all of a sudden are we being told this property tax credit bill that seemed to be passing fine on its own has to be rolled into 939? It has to be. We have to do it. I question that, and I question what negotiations and things necessitated us reaching that point. I could have guessed that maybe some sort of property tax credit was going to get rolled into 939 as a way of sweetening some votes. I didn't necessarily expect it to be another bill that was already on select file, another bill that was already prioritized. So that's an interesting thing, and one we'll probably have to dive into more at some point. Again, though, there are many provisions of LB 939, one of which is the corporate tax rate being reduced. And again, as opposed to it being a tax on businesses located in Nebraska or locating their headquarters or the workforce in Nebraska, it's a tax on all corporations earning incomes in Nebraska, including corporations that just simply operate a storefront. Headquartered elsewhere, most of their staff and resources elsewhere, but their consumers are in Nebraska. Their consumers are paying, and then we then get to collect corporate income tax off of those income from those sales. And the reason I think that's significant is that's a way of capturing a business that has entered our state, is using state resources to, is using things like this in order to operate.
1 minute.
And is not necessarily tied to whether or not they're going to locate here or not. I am very skeptical that the amount of this rate is going to influence businesses at all, in the sense that if their consumer base is here, their consumer base is here. They're not going to turn down a profitable consumer base to go to another state based on this percentage. And especially, especially again, if it's profitable. I bring up all this to say is, sometimes we talk about recruiting businesses, sometimes we talk about this. Here, to me, it feels just straight up like a giveaway. And when we're already having the debate of even in a good fiscal year, we can't fund all of our priorities, as we've just heard, I'm skeptical why we would make this cut. I'm skeptical why we would give this away to largely out-of-state corporations in this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Speaker Hilgers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I spoke with Senator Linehan, LB 939. She has requested that we skip over it and pull it down. I'm going to honor that request. LB 939 will not come back. We will now go forward to LB 121, which is the next item on the agenda. I'll let you know that Senator Linehan is going to be executing, I understand, this afternoon, or I guess this evening, with the Revenue Committee. She's intending to put on this compromise amendment onto another prioritized bill that's within her committee. So LB 939 will not come back at Senator Linehan's request, and we will now turn to the next item on the agenda because we still have at least 3 hours left to go and to get work done today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee will hold an exec session now in the north balcony. Judiciary exec session now in the north balcony. Members to be printed, Senator John Kavanaugh to LB 939. Notice of committee hearings from the Transportation Telecommunications Committee and interim study resolutions from the Urban Affairs Committee, LR 374, 347, 348, and 349. Those will all be referred to the exec board. Additionally, Senator Blood, AM to LB 1014. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to general file, LB 121.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 121, introduced by Senator Hunt, is a bill for an act relating to public assistance. Changes provisions relating to eligibility for supplemental nutrition assistance program benefits as prescribed and repeals the original section. Bill was read for the first time on January 7th of last year and referred to the Health and Human Services Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file. There are no committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to open on LB 121.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, evening, Nebraskans. I have been working on this bill for over 4 years now, and I have met with Speaker Hilgers and the governor, and over the years, done everything I can to make this bill work for the body. And this year, Governor Ricketts was willing to meet with me, which was great, and Speaker Hilders has been great to work with. And I made it clear to both of them that LB 121, colleagues, is my only ask this year. I'm willing to deal. I'm willing to figure out paths on other things, because LB 121 this year is not just my priority, because we have to pick a priority. It's my only ask. This bill has the support of the Omaha Police Officers Association, the Catholic Conference, as well as, the usual advocates that we see coming up for anti-poverty issues like RISE Nebraska, the ACLU, Together, Nebraska Appleseed. And this bill is really an example of folks coming together around an issue in a way that we don't frequently see here in this body. So I'm very proud of that. This bill is also modeled after language in Texas. So LB 121 is basically the same policy that they have in Texas right now that I'm asking us to adopt. So what is it? Under current statute, an individual with a conviction for drug distribution or 3 or more felony convictions for possession or use of a controlled substance is ineligible for life to receive SNAP benefits. SNAP is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, sometimes called food stamps. I like to not call it food stamps because I think it perpetuates some confusion and misinformation about what SNAP really is. It's not a stamp, it's a EBT card, but that's what SNAP is. LB 121 removes this lifetime ban and ties SNAP eligibility for people with these convictions to parole, probation, and post-release supervision, the terms of which include mandatory treatment and counseling for drug addiction and drug testing. These people also have to pay for those drug tests themselves, and they have to refrain from unlawful conduct, which would include drug use. So by tying eligibility for SNAP to probation, parole, and post-release, puts more control in the hands of judges to make sure that people are getting the right treatment that they need. Colleagues, the intent of this bill is to remove a major barrier for successful integration for formerly incarcerated people, while also reducing hunger for affected people and their families. This bill is really personal to me, and I know the effects that it's going to have for Nebraskans today and for Nebraskans in the future. We know that the population that utilizes SNAP is really diverse. I relied on SNAP when I was divorced and I was struggling as a single mom, and I was very young, and I turned to public assistance for a temporary hand up, as thousands of other parents have done in Nebraska for a variety of reasons out of their control. So I'm very personally familiar with the process of applying and qualifying for SNAP and what the requirements are to receive it. These here at my desk are 2 of my SNAP cards. One of them is the regular SNAP card that you get when you get approved, and the other one is a temporary benefit for school-aged children that I also received at one point. And if any of you want to come over and see them, this is what SNAP is. It's not a stamp that you can trade or sell for any other goods or services or drugs or anything like that. Come take a look, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the process. This is something that thousands of Nebraskans understand intimately, and that all of us as lawmakers should understand too, if it's something that they have to go through. Colleagues, these are people who have done their time. They've already done their time. It's wrong that somebody who can get convicted for distribution of marijuana at age 18, which, I know a lot of people who could have been convicted for something like that and never got caught, and probably all of us do. It makes no sense that somebody can get that kind of conviction as a kid, basically, and then be unable to receive SNAP benefits 15 years later if they need them. During the pandemic especially, I've been working on this since before the pandemic, but at that time, we heard from so many people coming into our office and saying, I didn't even know that I wasn't eligible for SNAP because of a mistake I made as a teenager, a mistake I made as a young adult. So this bill is more important than ever in Nebraskans to help recidivism, to help people get back on their feet, and to get the law in line with what the justice system should actually be providing for Nebraskans. One concern that I successfully addressed with several colleagues in this body was the fear that people with drug convictions could sell or trade their EBT cards for money, or they could commit fraud. And I want you all to know that there is no evidence to support this. There are already lots of protections that exist in SNAP to prevent fraud. And there's no evidence nationwide or in Nebraska that demonstrates a connection between felony drug conviction and a likelihood of committing SNAP fraud. This belief unfairly scapegoats and stereotypes people with drug convictions. And besides that, SNAP fraud is already separately addressed in our statutes. It's already a crime. It's already something that gets investigated. And so instead of incorrectly assuming that drug offenders are likely to commit food stamp fraud, which they aren't, we have no evidence of that, our legislature should allow existing welfare fraud statute to punish SNAP fraud. We already have a system for that, and it works. The creation of the EBT card, the SNAP card, when we stopped having a food stamp, happened under George W. Bush, and it's been instrumental in reducing the potential for fraud, which is a great segue into another question that I've received from several colleagues about the basics of how SNAP works. To use an EBT card, you have to have a PIN number to complete the transaction at a grocery store. An electronic record of the purchase is created, just like a credit card, and that makes fraud even easier to detect and prosecute. A lot of places also check ID, which is, again, similar to like when you use a credit card. When you get your EBT card in Nebraska, you have to go through an online portal and create an online account, which is another fraud protection. And the SNAP benefit for the average Nebraskan is $3.67 per day, or just $1.22 per meal. And we have this benefit because for many people, that paltry $1.22 per meal is the difference between starvation, being able to go to work, and being able to support yourself and your family without having to recidivate or turn back to crime. It only becomes more clear what a great injustice this is when you realize that someone could have served time for murder, for rape, for robbery, child molestation, anything, and they would still be eligible for SNAP. But if you have a drug conviction, you have a lifetime ban on it. We feed our prisoners who are incarcerated. So a ban on SNAP for drug offenders must not have anything to do with their status as criminals, but rather their status as a drug offender, the type of crime that they did. And if that's the case, then I have to ask, what is it about being a drug offender that makes that crime more morally reprehensible than any other crime that we have in this state? Because these are the only people who are not permitted to receive SNAP after completing their sentences. It makes no sense to give people a legal disadvantage or a punishment because of a conviction, when that punishment isn't even part of the sentence for their crime. Saying that someone with a drug conviction is ineligible for SNAP is an invisible punishment. Our courts aren't even required to notify people when they are convicted of a drug offense that this might affect their ability to earn SNAP down the road. For many drug offenders, that comes later, and they find out the hard way that they're going to continue to pay for this crime, this mistake, for the rest of their life by being unable to access SNAP, even though other formerly incarcerated people are allowed access. Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
1:20.
Thank you. This is a better system for people who have addiction issues who are coming out of our prisons. In a lot of ways, this could be considered more rigorous than what we already have in statute. What we already have in statute is that you have to go through a nationally accredited substance use treatment program, but in Nebraska, we do not offer those in our prisons. So when you come out of prison, you are ineligible for SNAP until you go through this treatment program. These treatment programs have huge wait lists. So then you are ineligible for food until you go through the wait list, and you're ineligible for food until you complete the program. You don't get any food when you're on the program. So for people who are addicted, who are dealing with the illness of addiction, the opportunity to be on parole or probation or post-release supervision means that they could come out and receive food stamp benefits immediately, so that we don't see them going back into prison because they've robbed or they've went back to drug use or drug distribution because they didn't have any options to get food. I'm willing to work on the language. This is an important bill to me. Like I said, it's my only ask of the year, and I've done my best to bring all of the stakeholders to the table. I want to thank the Omaha Police for their support, the Catholic Conference, and all of the tireless advocates who have worked to alleviate child poverty and food
Senator.
insecurity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Debate is now open on LB 121. Senator McCollister, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. As you may know, I've been working on SNAP for almost my entire 2 terms here in the Nebraska Legislature, and I salute
Senator Hunt on introducing this bill. It fills a big hole in our criminal justice system. LB 121 is a good bill. Wondering if Senator Hunt would yield to a few questions.
Senator Hunt, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Hunt, who pays for SNAP benefits? Can you tell us that?
SNAP is federally funded. And so if we don't take advantage of this in Nebraska, we're just going to be giving those federal dollars to other states that have expanded SNAP. So to Nebraskans, it'll cost nothing.
Zero for Nebraska citizens, no cost to Nebraska?
Zero.
How about the administrative fees? Is that currently a split?
DHHS has said that they can currently absorb the cost of doing this into their current costs. So there's no fiscal note on it at all, Senator.
So as I recall, SNAP benefits until September of 23, federal government picks up the administrative costs that the state would normally incur. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Good. Are SNAP recipients required to work?
Yes. All able-bodied adults who receive SNAP, regardless of your carceral status, if you've ever committed a crime or what, they all have to either have a job or participate in a job training program, and that's a state law.
So the handicapped aren't required to work, but they're tested. There's some way for the state to know whether or not they're handicapped?
Well, when you apply for SNAP, you have to submit a lot of different paperwork. So about your financial history, sometimes your medical history, which I think would be the case in the case of a disability or something. And you also have to do at least one interview. So, that ends up being at the discretion of DHHS.
Of all the people that currently receive SNAP, what percentage, if you know, are actually working?
I don't know that percentage. Do you?
Well, I think I do.
Okay.
It's about 80% are actually working. So, the feeling that some people have that these folks, those people receiving SNAP are loafers and are taking advantage of the program just isn't true. Isn't that correct?
I agree with you.
So, well, it's a good program. It makes sense to me that those people coming out of the prison system, they have to work, they get food benefits, and they're less likely to reoffend. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I agree with that too.
Well, thank you, Senator Hunt. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McCollister and Senator Hunt. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise wholeheartedly opposed to LB 121, which is a consistent position I've had since taking office. I'm just very simply categorically opposed to expanding government benefits to 3-time drug felons. Nebraska has a very expansive SNAP eligibility criteria, and I actually do support reining that in. I might bring an amendment on select file to cut off SNAP eligibility for Class 1 felons. So that would get to the murderers and the kidnappers and the rapists, so that we are being all-inclusive in terms of cutting off SNAP eligibility. But the key takeaway from that statement is on select. I appreciate and recognize we have a very limited amount of time left in this short session. Out of respect for the body and as a means of collegiality, I am saving the body 4 hours today by just backing off on general. I will filibuster this on select, and let's consider this a test vote. I am interested to see who in this body supports expanding government benefits for drug felons. So we'll take this to a vote and hopefully move on to some A bills. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator McKinney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 121 because I think it's a smart policy. We can stand up and say we're tough on crime and we want to punish people for things they've done that we deem is not acceptable as society. But we also can't stand up and say we're for second chances and we want people to get on the right track. When people are released from prisons, they aren't given many options, and being a felon, you are limited in where you can work, where you can live, and things like that. And I've always been opposed to it because I've seen the reality of having friends and family that are felons. You know, last year my aunt called me and she was released from prison, federal prison, and she's like, nephew, I can't, get food assistance because I'm a felon. And she's like, what can you do about this? And I'm like, there's bills we're trying to work, and luckily Senator Hunt introduced this bill because my aunt isn't well off. My whole life she's never been well off, and she made some mistakes in her life to try to, put herself in a better position, for a lack of better words, because of the lack of economic opportunities in North Omaha, which is why we have, LB 1024. She's not a horrible person. She's a great aunt, mother, grandma. And because of these policies that, in my opinion, were created to police individuals that we deemed as unacceptable, or we deemed as you can't help. It goes back to the policies that were created in the 90s around, the crack epidemic and mass incarceration. And this is the lasting effect of that. And we can say, no, we don't want to give anybody food assistance, but we also can't say we want people to have second chances and live a better life. What is the harm of allowing an individual to receive SNAP benefits? Most people that apply for SNAP benefits aren't in the best position. And contrary to popular belief, people aren't selling their SNAP benefits to sell drugs. It's just not it. And we always talk about, finding ways to make our state, marketable and retain talent and keep people here and not have our kids leave. But we have policies like this. My aunt, hypothetically could have just left, and that's another Nebraskan taxpayer that left the state because our state felt like, she didn't serve her time and is not allowed a second chance. If a person serves a year, 6 months, or even 5 years in prison, isn't that enough? What else do we need from these people? What's wrong with allowing somebody that has went through that situation, served their time, and allowing them to be able to access this resource so they don't go back to a life of crime? When we talk about public safety and preventative measures, this is something that we could do. You cannot stand up and say I'm for public safety and say I'm opposed to LB 121.
1 minute.
Public safety is making somebody has a bite to eat, making sure their kids have a bite to eat. What is wrong with that? And then we talk about Nebraska as in a welfare state, or we don't accept federal benefits, but ag gets so many subsidies from the feds. I don't understand it. If we're for second chances and we're for helping people and making sure they don't return back to prison or to a life of crime, as people say, then you should support LB 121 because you eliminate that. It gives somebody a bite to eat and some food that they could put on the table for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Lathrop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. All the work that we've done on CJI, when that working group met, much of what we looked at, and particularly one host subgroup, was looking at one topic, which is reentry. Reentry is the examination of that period of time after an inmate is released. We have limited the exclusion to SNAP benefits for those convicted of drug offenses, no other offense, and it's a lifetime ban. And it makes for good politics. I mean, it's going to look great on a card, I'm sure, if somebody mails something into a district that says so-and-so voted for SNAP benefits for drug felons. But we're here to do something a little deeper than a mailer in a legislative race. And that working group, that subgroup that looked at reentry, looked at those things that are a barrier to successful reentry. One of those things clearly has to be access to something to eat. I was thinking about what I was going to say when I got on the mic, and a lot of people go through problem-solving courts. These are people who might have a number of prior convictions for one thing or another, and they go through problem-solving court, drug court, and they don't get convicted of their drug offense because they have taken the cure. They bought into what they're selling over at the drug court, and they got off of a controlled substance. That person will get SNAP benefits, but the guy who goes through 2 years of incarceration, goes through substance abuse treatment while incarcerated, comes out sober, and remains sober and free of drugs, won't. It doesn't make any sense. This is an important part. Colleagues, we have to stop looking at this like it's a hot topic for a mailer and look at it like, how do we affect our criminal justice system in a positive way? Having people on Medicaid when they get out so they can go to substance abuse treatment if they need it, having them have access to something to eat that doesn't cost us anything. There is no reason not to move this bill. There is no reason to filibuster it on select file and not to see this as an important piece, however small, in our attempt to provide services to people who are leaving prison and need to transition into becoming productive members of our community. And for that reason, I'd ask you to support LB 121.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hunt, you're welcome to close on LB 121.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, colleagues, for that conversation. This is a really straightforward bill. When I first introduced it, it was in 2019, it was much more broad. We've walked that back, first through conversations when Senator Sarah Howard was the chair of Health and Human Services, and at that time the bill was voted out unanimously from the committee, and we came to a great compromise amendment. Since then, we've seen many other states pass policy like LB 121 with no, bad effects. I respect Senator Slama's position definitely because it's consistent. She doesn't want to give government benefits to people who commit crimes. I would let her speak for herself in terms of her beliefs, but I would say that she has a consistent belief, and I respect that. I believe in second chances. I believe that the welfare system and the assistance system and the safety net that we have for people has to be separate from our carceral and judicial system. We can't use, the Department of Health and Human Services to extend people's sentences as criminals when they've already done their time. So LB 121 just makes our policy a little bit more consistent in Nebraska. It's straightforward and simple. And Mr. President, I'd ask for a call of the House.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Colleagues, there's been a request to place the House under call. The question before us is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, 5 nays, place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Brewer, Vargas, and Erdman. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. Colleagues, the question before us is the advancement of LB 121 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? There's been a request to place for a roll call vote in reverse order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Senator Williams. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Stinner. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Pansing Brooks. Voting yes. Senator Pauls. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator Moorfeld. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McAllister. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Not voting. Senator Lindstrom. Voting no. Senator Lathrop. Voting yes. Senator Coulterman. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Hilkeman. Senator Hilgers. Voting no. Senator Matt Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting no. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Gregert. Voting yes. Senator Geist. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Senator Flood. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Not voting. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Aguilar. Not voting. Vote is 25 ayes, 17 nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
LB 121 advances. Next item, Mr. Clerk. I raise the call.
Yes. Mr. President, next bill, Legislative Bill 697A from Senator Coulterman is a bill for enacting appropriations. Appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 697. The bill is read for the first time on March 11th of this year and placed on general file. There are pending motions, Mr. President.
Senator Copeland, you're welcome to open on LB 697A.
Good afternoon, colleagues, or evening, whatever it is. Today, I rise and ask for your support of LB 697A. As you may remember, LB 697 is a bill to provide licensure of rural emergency hospital services, which advanced unanimously earlier this month. The cost to provide these new licenses will be paid from the cash funds from these facilities seeking the new licenses, so there's no general fund impact. Be glad to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Coltman. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to bracket LB 697A until March 25th of this year.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your bracket motion MO 168.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those that have bills on the A bills, I put a motion on everybody's bills. I intend to pull them. I didn't get a chance to tell everyone that, but I intend to pull the motions. So what is she doing? I am taking time. I don't recall exactly how much time we can do on an A bill. I know at the start of session, the speaker made an announcement. In my recollection, I think maybe it's an hour, but it could be less, it could be more. I don't actually recall. So I'm just gonna take time on these bills. And people are probably wondering, why is she taking time on these bills? Well, folks, we've got a lot of things to get through, and we don't seem to have any sort of like cohesive priority of what we as a body want to accomplish this year. And we seem to just be ramrodding through a lot of things that benefit very specific people and leaving everything else in the wind. And so I am giving you the gift of time in taking time. So you can take your time to figure out how the rest of the session is going to look. And I will be here taking time to allow you that time. I want to get back to the article that I had started reading previously. Oh, and by the way, I very much support LB 697A from Senator Coulterman. It's a really good bill. So back to the article. Shearer says improved training of officers has resulted from the collaboration. The Women's Fund credits that better training with a 49% increase in domestic violence arrests in Douglas County from 2015 to 2017, the most recent years for which figures are available. The biggest thing I want people to know is that we do want to help, Shearer says. We want to do what the victim needs and help in whatever way we can. Unlike many other crimes, domestic violence rarely occurs around witnesses, and that, she says, is the greatest obstacle in prosecuting. Forgot to get in the queue. In prosecuting it. This isn't a public crime. It usually takes place behind closed doors, Shearer says. If it is in somebody's home, you don't have a camera, you don't have a third-party witness. Leaving is a process that can take years, say advocates of victims of domestic violence. Jeanette Taylor, Executive Director of the Women's Center for Advancement, says one seeking support through the center's free domestic violence services will be believed and helped. After the fire, Janet talked about her experience in an interview and encouraged others to leave their abusers. Do it. Don't wait too late like I did, she said. Do it. In the months before the fire, Janet began confiding in her close friend, Mary Robbins. When she was thinking of leaving, she really opened up, Robbins says. According to Robbins, Janet felt she had to stay in the marriage to protect Amanda and the house. She was afraid he'd set fire on the house, Robin says. She was scared to death and just kind of stayed in it. I begged Janet to leave, but she thought she could handle it. I wish I would have pushed her harder. In December 2018, about 2 months before the fire, Janet filed for divorce. As Baum slow walked his paperwork in the divorce proceedings, his daughter says tensions continued. Janet prepared to have her husband forcibly removed from the home on the last weekend of February 2019. By then, Amanda was 18. Baum made good on his threats. The family spent the weekend fighting, and Baum was drunk, Amanda says. About 10:30 on that Sunday night, as fighting between father and daughter got physical, Baum slammed Amanda's head into some stairs. Her mother called 911. The police spent about an hour at the Baum's home, according to 911 call logs. According to Lieutenant Neil Banaki, a spokesperson for the Omaha Police, I probably mispronounced that, I apologize, Lieutenant. The information gathered that night recounts that both father and daughter acknowledged that fighting between them had gotten physical. Domestic violence applies only to intimate partner violence, according to Nebraska law. If Baum had struck his wife in his daughter's presence instead of hitting his daughter in front of his wife, officers could have had clear grounds to take action, according to Captain Shear. That's because there would have been a witness to corroborate intimate partner violence, and state law allows authorities to make domestic violence arrests regardless of the family's preference. This night, both father and daughter declined to press charges. There were no obvious injuries and both declined medical attention, responding officers wrote. Bonacci says police cannot force someone from their home unless they are taken into custody under arrest. Looking back on that night, Amanda has mixed feelings. She fears that had she pressed charges, her father may have bailed out of jail and returned to the house to set fire while she and her mother slept. Instead, officers told Baum to go to a separate area of the house and leave his wife and daughter alone. That didn't last. Baum sought out his wife and daughter, and soon he and Amanda were fighting again. Then Amanda says her father uttered the words that haunt her to this day, "I will hurt you more than you will ever know." Baum headed to the home's attached garage, and a worried Janet followed him. Soon, Amanda heard her parents struggling, so she too went. When Amanda stepped into the landing in the garage, she saw a large puddle near the freezer and her parents struggling over a lighter. For a fleeting second, she wondered why the freezer was leaking. Then she saw empty gas cans. That's when I realized, hey, that's not water. Her mother yelled for help, so Amanda rushed to her aid. The three, standing in a pool of gasoline, wrestled for control until her father dropped the lighter to the floor. In a whoosh, they were surrounded by flames as the garage caught fire. Amanda, her feet burning, raced outside, turned, and saw no one behind her. I made it out, but where's my mom, she recalls. She ran back in, pushed her father aside, and found her mother on fire, crawling up the steps. Amanda took her mother outside and covered her with snow. While she was trying to save her mother, she looked inside and saw her father sitting on the couch, surrounded by flames. Her mother later told her that Baum had followed his wife to the steps of the garage. He had grabbed her by the ankles and pulled her back in, Amanda says. Amanda spent 2 days in the hospital and underwent multiple subsequent surgeries to treat the burns around her feet and ankles. Her father spent nearly 5 months in the hospital. Janet suffered the most severe injuries, with deep burns more than 65% of her body. Her shoes and some of her clothing had even seared to her skin. Her injuries were so severe, she was placed in an induced coma and flown to St. Elizabeth's Regional Medical Center in Lincoln, which has a nationally recognized burn care center. She would spend a combined 1.5 years in the hospital and at Ambassador Health Rehabilitation Center in Lincoln. After the fire, Amanda went to her father's hospital room to get his signature, which was needed for the family to sign their property over to Habitat for Humanity. It was the only time she would visit him. When they talked about the fire, Baum told his daughter he didn't remember it. 3 times he asked his daughter, "What did you guys do to make me do this?" He didn't see any blame on him, Amanda says. It was all on us, that we made him do this. Janet gritted through 70 surgeries, survived a rare infection, stomach and organ failure, burst lungs, dialysis, and COVID-19. At one point, she was undergoing 3 skin graft surgeries a week, Dan Frakes says. In addition to Janet's own skin, surgeons grafted shark skin, pig skin, and
1
human
minute.
cadaver skin onto Janet to help her heal. The family rode the waves of hope and heartbreak along with Janet. Family members took turns driving to Lincoln nearly every day during the months she was in the hospital, Thurman says. On 5 occasions, Amanda says the doctors told them it was time to say goodbye each time Janet survived. The whole recovery process was nothing short of a miracle to be, let's be 100% honest, Frakes says. If that isn't a testament to her being a fighter, I don't know what is. When Janet transferred from St. Elizabeth's to Ambassador Health in September 2019, she still couldn't walk, breathe on her own, or get out of bed. She needed help with all aspects of daily living. I assume I'm almost out of time, but I'm next in the queue.
5 seconds.
Let's just go to the next time.
That's time, Senator. And we are now open for debate. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you. Gonna get myself. Let's see here. She needed help with all aspects of daily living. A team of nurses and physical, occupational, speech, and respiratory therapists would help her relearn how to breathe, stand, walk, and take care of herself. Just weaning her from the ventilator took about 7 months. Her accomplishments were truly a miracle, her therapy team says in a joint statement. A testament to the character of a woman that fought for her survival each and every day. Janet displayed a deep reservoir of resilience, they say. Some days were harder than others, but her smile was the best and so unforgettable, her team says of therapy. About 16 months after the fire, Janet was again in Stratman's courtroom. This time, it was via Zoom from the Ambassador Rehabilitation Center. The judge was hearing her request for a divorce. Baum, the court noted, hadn't responded to divorce papers and remained in jail on a $2 million bail. Happy divorce. Even as Janet wavered between life and death at St. Elizabeth's, her case helped persuade the Nebraska Legislature to better protect victims from abusers. LB 532, which had been introduced by Senator Kavanaugh of Omaha the month before the fire, was given added urgency in the wake of that violent February night. The judge's decision, divorce granted. Janet no longer would carry her husband's last name and would instead go by Janet Frakes. From her bed at Ambassador, still hooked to medical equipment, Janet celebrated. A photo taken by one of her sisters shows her smiling and holding 2 wounds aloft. Sorry. I know that picture. One is a cheery yellow smiley face. The other is a purple balloon with these words written in black magic marker. I think I missed the words. I'm sorry, I'll have to find them. Within weeks of the fire, the bill was given priority status by Robert Hilkeman, also of Omaha, and I don't know if Senator Hilkeman's here. The bill required, among other things, that judges hold a hearing before denying a domestic violence protection order. It brought Nebraska in line with 48 other states. Janet's family worked closely with Kavanaugh, and Amanda testified in favor of the legislation. Kristen Taggart, Executive Director of Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, describes Amanda's testimony as incredibly instrumental in the bill's passage. The 47 legislators voting that day all voted for it. We couldn't help Janet, but because of Janet's story and because of the bill that we passed, We are helping people every single day in the state, Kavanaugh said to her colleagues in comments on the floor of the legislature. It's a good reminder of what we can do when we work together. I am going to continue reading the rest of this article, but I want to read my own words once more to this legislature. This was in 2019, my first year here. And this is what I thought it would be like. We couldn't help Janet, but because of Janet's story and because of the bill that we passed, we are helping people each and every
1
single
minute.
day in the state, Kavanaugh said to her colleagues in comments on the floor of the legislature. It is a good reminder of what we can do when we work together. My first year, we accomplished a lot when we worked together. There are so many things from that year that I am proud of. So many great bills that people here worked on, worked well, worked hard. I don't know what happened. It's just so toxic and partisan. And when we work together, we do amazing things. When we work together, we help address real systemic problems. We're going to get money for Kearney to build a new youth rehabilitation treatment center, and it is so needed. We have stabilized that
Time, Senator.
population. Thank you.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you. This is my last time and then closing. I believe it is. Okay.
This is your second opportunity.
And then I close. Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying, when we work together, we accomplish really amazing things. When we work together, we cut retirement tax for military veterans, which I think is pretty amazing. I'm very proud of us for doing that together because that is an expense. But it's an expense that we identified as being very important to this legislature. When we work together, we continue to pass bills that address human trafficking. Senator Pansing Brooks and Senator Slama just had that happen where they attached a bill to another bill. But we keep losing that. We keep losing that piece of working together because we want to tear somebody down. I don't understand that at all. I don't understand why anybody would want to tear anybody else down. Why wouldn't we just want to lift each other up? I understand not agreeing with one another. I understand taking different sides on a lot of issues, but I don't understand the tearing down of others. It's just not necessary. But that's where we are. And if we don't do it, then it's a mailer, as Senator Lathrop said, on something. When we do it, it's a mailer. Everything's a mailer, a mailer, a mailer, a mailer. Goodness gracious, if I thought about all the potential mailers that would be sent out about me, I'd never go to sleep. It's a different world than what I expected. I know Senator Howard would tell us lots of stories about how we're a family and things like that. And I never really agreed with her because my family is so nice to me. My family doesn't try to destroy me as a human being and take me down every single minute of every single day and walk by me and make snide comments at me and be passive aggressive to me. My family doesn't do that. So I don't actually like to think of you all as my family because that makes me sad. I think of you all as my colleagues who I care about, every single one of you. And I wish you all to have happy lives when you're not in here. And I'm okay with fighting you on things that I believe in and fighting you on things that I don't believe in. But that doesn't mean that I wish you ill. But I don't think of you as family because my family is great and loving and kind and generous and forgiving of mistakes. And now that you all have met a member of my family and worked with a member of my family, I'm sure you can come to understand how true that statement is. I'm very lucky that way. Very, very lucky. I will just move to my close now. 5 minutes.
Seeing no one left in the queue, you're welcome to close.
Thank you. I'm going to see if I can finish the article. After, when I talked about us working together, we pick up at the law has made a difference, MacTaggart says. In 2020, the year after the law went into effect, not a single domestic violence protection order was denied. Not a single domestic violence protection order was denied. We did that. We did that. That is amazing. LB 118, Moorfeld's bill, would extend the duration of protection orders beyond a year so that people don't have to go back to court so often. It also would make it easier to request one by allowing the abused individual to swear with their signature that their statements are true rather than obtaining a notary public. LB 1009, Senator Brandt's bill, would create a statewide domestic violence death review team to create recommendations to help prevent future deaths. Omaha Police spokesman said the department is open to such a panel. The Omaha Police Department takes domestic violence incidents very seriously. We welcome additional oversight when it comes to better serving our community. Brandt's bill has been attached to a priority bill, so it will be considered by the legislature this session. Unless a senator attaches Senator Moorfeld's bill proposal to another bill, it will die at the end of the session, although it could be reintroduced next year. Welch says Nebraskans could also benefit from the creation of a domestic violence court where judges can develop expertise on the issue. And MacTaggart says a significant area of need is overall support for people seeking to leave abusive relationships, such as counseling, housing, and other real-life resources. With something like domestic violence, Welch says the help of the larger community is needed. We need more people to join us and change systems so the response to survivors gets better. Nearly 3 months after Janet died, an Ilbaum pleaded guilty on January 5th, 2022 to arson and attempted assault. He appeared in court in a wheelchair. The next day he was hospitalized. He died 9 days later. Amanda says her father suffered from liver failure and had COVID-19 at the time of his death. His death brought relief to the family. Sorgan wrote to the family's GoFundMe page that she had been waiting years to post the news. Baum had pleaded guilty and was dead. Our family is now able to have the closure we need for this dreadful, senseless murder. It will still be difficult missing Janet. She will never be forgotten. There's a lot more, so I'll probably wait till the next time, but this was, to me, if I don't accomplish anything else in this legislature, and I want to accomplish things, but if I don't accomplish anything else in this legislature, I accomplished this, and I did it with the body. 47. And it's amazing. It gives me heart. And I gotta be honest, I've been losing heart. But reading this story, missing Janet, thinking about Amanda, this gives me heart. And I am so proud to know Amanda. She's an amazing young woman who did something really hard after having something horrific happen to her.
1 minute.
She showed up here to this legislature and she told us her story. That's really hard and amazing. And I am grateful every day for Amanda. I withdraw my motion.
Motion 168 is withdrawn. Senator Colterman, you're welcome to close on your amendment, LB 697A. Senator Colterman waives close. Members, the question is, shall LB 697A be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have all voted who wish to vote? Mr. Clerk?
31 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill.
LB 697A advances. Mr. Clerk?
Next bill, Mr. President, Legislative Bill 805A. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations. Appropriates funds in the carrying out of provisions of Legislative Bill 805. The bill is read for the first time on March 8th of this year and placed on general file. There are both amendments as well as motions pending, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes, you are welcome to open on LB 805A.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. This is a very simple bill. A few days ago, we passed LB 805, which did contain part of the Noxious Weed Control Act. This is to keep noxious weeds out of our riverways, and this is something that affects the entire state of Nebraska. LB 805 would increase the appropriation from the current $1 million a year to $3 million a year to help prevent and control vegetation in our waterways. After some discussion and finding out that there were $10 million in the ARPA fund that had not been allocated, and with some consultation with the appropriations staff, fiscal office, they did indicate that the criteria for this bill did meet the requirements for ARPA funding. So I am asking for $2 million of the 10 that has not been allocated from that, and I would appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Hughes would move to amend with AM 2396.
Senator Hughes, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2396 is the second version that does ask for $2 million from ARPA rather than general funds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh moved to bracket the bill until March 25th of this year.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are welcome to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, colleagues. So I'm going to continue reading the article, though when I'm done reading the article, I am interested in a conversation about this amendment because it looks like we're changing what fund we're getting the money from. But I'll come back to that because I do want to finish this before I run out of steam. Okay. Nearly 3 months. Oh, I already read that part. Sorry, I usually mark it. Douglas County Attorney Don Klein says his office pursued arson and assault charges rather than attempted murder because a guilty verdict was more certain and potential sentences were the same. They did so in consultation with Janet's family. Amanda says she asked Klein's office to pursue a plea so that she would not have to relive the case in the courtroom. Amanda brought Janet home to live with her in their house near 90th and Fort in August of 2020. Amanda, who now works as a certified nursing assistant, had undergone extensive training at Ambassador so she could care for her mother. I also would like to add that Amanda's now a certified nursing assistant, which we definitely need more of, so grateful to her for that. Having her mother home brought new ups and downs, Amanda said. Janet could be healthy one minute, and half an hour later, the family would need to call an ambulance. Still, Janet and her family embraced their life together. Big family dinners with Dan and Ryan, her sons from her previous marriage, their families, including her 5 grandchildren, and her siblings and their families. They brought back the family tradition of salsa making parties. It was like she really didn't miss a beat, her daughter says. She was a little bit slower, but we got things done. The family is thankful for the help that they and Janet received. Nearly 390 people donated to Janet's GoFundMe page, and the nearly $28,000 raised made a difference. She had nothing when she got out of the hospital rehab, and those GoFundMe supporters helped her and Amanda with a new start. Sorgan says. Additionally, Julie Geis, Nebraska's victim advocacy coordinator, helped make the home that Janet and Amanda shared more accessible. After the fire, Dan said he thinks his mother understood the fragility of her health. We had to look at every day as a bonus, he says. About 14 months after moving in with Amanda, as Janet gained strength, it was time to celebrate. Mother and daughter would take much delayed dream trip to the Colorado mountains. Amanda, her boyfriend, and her mother loaded up the car and headed to Fairplay, Colorado. Although additional surgeries lay ahead, Janet was medically cleared by her doctors to take the trip. It was so beautiful up there. We were going to look at property, Amanda says. Janet died in Colorado on October 23rd, 2021. It was Amanda's 21st birthday. A coroner concluded that her death was directly related to injuries she suffered in the fire, and Janet's name has been added to the list of Nebraska's domestic violence homicides. She was 59. My mom was a wonderful woman. She really was. Amanda says, she made things happen. She was very loving. She loved being with family. I met Janet's family, and they are, as Janet is portrayed, as warm, loving, and they seem to really enjoy each other's company. I hope that Janet's memory is a blessing for them all. How much time do I have left?
6 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to shift gears then to LB 805A. Sorry, I got to pull this up on my computer. I don't really have concerns. I'm just looking for clarification if Speaker or Senator Hughes would yield to a question.
Senator Hughes, will you yield?
Of course.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Apologize. Okay, so I heard in your opening of the amendment, can you just, because I was running to get a glass of water, so I only caught a snippet of it. Could you just tell me what exactly you were saying about switching to the ARPA funds?
So I was asking for $2 million for the Riparian Vegetation Control Act, which is in part of 805. What I discovered was that there were $10 million left unappropriated by the Appropriations Committee of ARPA funds. And after visiting with the fiscal office, they did determine that what I was asking for did qualify for ARPA funds. So I thought it would be better to ask for ARPA funds to fund this $2 million for this year.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, and I also took advantage of you talking by taking a sip of water. Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate our fiscal office being so judicious about making sure we're utilizing those funds for what they need to be utilized for. I think at this moment, I will pull my motion. Thank you.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Hughes, you're welcome to close on AM 2396.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did think of something that I failed to mention earlier. When this fund was established, it had a $5 million price tag. As times got lean in the state, this was an area that got cut. It got cut back to 500,000. We did give it another 500 last year in this biennium budget to bring it to one. I'm just trying to provide an opportunity for the weed control experts in the state to have some additional funds that they can cost share with lots of other individuals, landowners, NRDs, cities, you name it, anywhere you can find money, they will cost share. So I would appreciate a green vote on AM 2396 and ultimately on 805A. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. So the question is, shall the amendment AM 2396 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk?
29 ayes, 1 nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Senator Hughes, you're welcome to close on LB 805. Senator Hughes waives close. So the question is, shall LB 805 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk?
30 ayes, 1 nay on advancement of the bill.
LB 805 advances. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 848A, introduced by Senator Holleran. This is a bill for enacting new appropriations, appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 848. Bill was read for the first time on January 17th of this year, placed on general file. There is a motion pending, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Halloran, you're welcome to open on 848A.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. LB 848A would provide a one-time appropriation of $1 million general funds to the Department of Agriculture for the purpose of catastrophic livestock mortality planning and preparation as authorized in the underlying bill. On general file discussion of LB 848, I had mentioned that I had introduced a companion funding bill, LB 970, then pending before the Appropriations Committee, requesting ARPA funds and relating the request to impacts of the livestock industry due to the COVID pandemic. That request was not included in the Appropriations Committee ARPA package. Because potential for mass livestock euthanization resulting from economic disruptions such as COVID is only one potential event that necessitates the need to be prepared, I have brought LB 848A to request general funds. I've distributed to your desk a handout which I hope will help integrate preparedness to carry out large-scale euthanization if necessary, or deal with disposal of catastrophic livestock deaths due to disease or disaster, natural or man-made, as a part of the state's animal health infrastructure. It is one area in which we are playing catch-up, and the COVID process or disruption only exposed our lack of preparedness. Why do we need to invest in this? While we hope events that would trigger a response that LB 848 contemplates would never happen, it is probable or probably only a matter of time until a disease or natural disaster emergency necessitates state, federal, and local animal health authorities coordinating a livestock disposal or euthanization plan. Planning and preparedness allows us to have the equipment and training to execute a strategy that maximizes biosecurity and human safety, and in the most humane manner possible, following the American Veterinarian Association guidelines. The alternative is ad hoc efforts that are thrown together after an emergency occurs. LB 970 had requested $7.5 million of ARPA funds. With LB 848A, I have scaled that back to a one-time request of $1 million. This would fund what the Department of Agriculture has identified as the most urgent needs, to include acquisition of most needed euthanization equipment, training of state and local personnel in the use of the equipment, and in organizing and carrying out a large-scale euthanization, updating of related emergency planning documents at the state and local level, and upgrading and replenishing pre-positioned veterinarian supplies, including PPE, testing equipment, and other supplies. I would ask for your vote to advance LB 848A. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to bracket the bill until March 25th, 2022.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on motion 170.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I am not sure about this one. I was looking at, it looks like I didn't vote for the underlying bill, possibly because I didn't know what was happening with this bill. But in hearing Senator Halloran discuss it, it kind of sparked something for me. And so I'm now looking at the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, because I know that euthanasia is an important issue to the Catholic faith and not something that they support. And so I'm even more torn about this, because I mean, I'm not going to keep the bracket motion up. I wouldn't change my mind about that. But I don't know if I'm going to vote for this, because as a Catholic, I'm not sure that I'm supposed to vote for something that promotes euthanasia. And I'm not well versed enough to know if that applies only to humans or if it applies to animals as well, because we are all living beings. So until I have done further research into the Catholic Church's stance on euthanasia, I'm going to have to be present, not voting on this one. I'm sorry, Senator Halloran, but I'm sure you can understand that, want to make sure that we're respecting life at all levels. As I did say that I was going to be taking time on things, and Senator Halloran so nicely supplied this one pager, I will read it for the record. An ounce of prevention over a pound of cure. Justification for LB 848A. I like that. An ounce of prevention over a pound of cure. The adage, once an ounce of prevention over a pound of cure, could not be more appropriate when planning for a foreign animal disease event in the state of Nebraska. That's some intense language. Foreign animal disease event. Preparedness and response planning for foreign animal disease incidents is crucial to protect animal health, public health, animal agriculture, the food supply, the environment, and the economy. I don't know what that is, the animal disease event. I also don't know if it's like an industry standard term. I'm just really fascinated by it because it just sounds like a movie. Coming this September, foreign animal disease incidents. Starring Denzel Washington and snakes. No, not Denzel Washington. Samuel Jackson. I am so sorry, Denzel. Whew. Although that would be a good mashup as well. Okay, moving on. What does LB 848? Change provisions of the Animal Health and Disease Control Act relating to catastrophic livestock mortality do? This is a burning question that I have. LB 848 supports the planning for and assistance with catastrophic livestock mortality disposal plans, including the acquisition of equipment and supplies and securing of services to augment preparedness for and response to a disease, natural disaster, or other emergency event resulting in catastrophic livestock mortality. So clear to me now it's the planning for catastrophic mortality disposal plans. So I think it's like a plan for getting rid of dead livestock. I don't know. I'm sure some of the pages are studying agriculture. It's an interesting thing. You might think all the pages are studying the same thing. They are not. There are always pages that are studying agriculture, and this is probably a really great place to learn about agriculture policy. So maybe I'll have to ask one of them when I'm not talking about it. What does a robust foreign animal disease response plan consist of? Veterinary guidance on cleaning and disinfection, disposal, mass depopulation, and other critical activities. Now, this mass depopulation, is that a different way of saying euthanasia? Maybe. I don't want to put Senator Halloran on the spot, so I'll ask him later about that, but I am curious. Have you ever had somebody read your flyer so intensely? Information on disease control and eradication strategies and principles. Guidance on health, safety, and personal protective equipment, or PPE. Biosecurity information on site-specific management strategies. Training and educational resources. Necessary equipment to administer the plan. Also, what is necessary equipment? I'm going to ask some questions just on the mic, and if Senator Halloran decides to answer them. Now, right now, I'm not going to ask you to yield a question. I'm not going to put you on the spot like that. But if you want to answer them on the mic, or we can talk about it afterwards, because I'm curious what necessary equipment you need to administer the plan. I'm also very curious about this plan. Do you want to yield? Will Senator Halloran yield?
Senator Halloran, will you yield?
Yes, I will. I'd be glad to visit with you off mic.
Okay, great. Okay. The more I read, the more curious I get. So I'm a learner. The Nebraska Department of Ag does have a plan that addresses many of these important components. That said, the plan was developed in 2013 and needs updating to be more reflective of the livestock industry today. Additionally, Nebraska does not have the equipment and software necessary to successfully execute a robust foreign animal disease response plan or event. And we've got disease incidents and event. This could be an epic drama. What are the goals of a foreign animal disease response plan? Wait, okay. Detect, control, and contain the foreign animal disease as quickly as possible. Eradicate the foreign animal disease using strategies that are designed to stabilize animal agriculture, the food supply, the economy, and to protect public health and the environment. Provide science and risk-based approaches and systems to facilitate continuity of business for non-infected animals and non-contaminated animal products. Provide science and risk-based approaches to protect non-contaminated and non-infected animals. That sounds like face masks. If you want to protect somebody or something against infection, they're not contaminated, why not give them a face mask, or maybe a face mask and a vaccine? Can you imagine cows running around in the herd with a little face mask on? I'm glad that I'm amusing at least one person. Okay, so we've got euthanasia in this, we've got mask mandates possibly, and forced vaccinations, and we have a foreign animal disease event. Dun, dun, dun. This is the makings of at least a made-for-TV movie. We could probably get Margot Robbie to play somebody. Achieving these three goals will allow farmers and ranchers, counties, tribes, impacted regions, and industries to resume normal functionality as quickly as possible. How much time do I have left?
1:20.
Okay, and then I just can roll right into my next. Great. Okay, allow the United. Okay, they will also allow the United States to regain disease free status without the response effort causing more disruption and damage than the disease outbreak itself.
1 minute.
Thank you. This is like a parody of COVID-19. If we all were animals, how would we have handled this breakout of COVID-19? With a foreign animal disease event plan. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. This actually also reminds me of that book. Oh, shoot. It's about animals. It's like a socialist allegory or Animal Farm. Yes. Animal Farm. I need to reread that. I read that when I was really probably too young. Isn't there funding from USDA for this purpose? Funding may be available for foreign animal disease emergency response. Investments in preventative measures by the state of Nebraska are crucial to protect
It's
animals.
time, Senator.
Thank you.
You are recognized to speak.
Thank you. I'll start that sentence over. Investments in preventative measures by the state of Nebraska are crucial to protect animal health, public health, and animal agriculture, the food supply, the environment, and the economy. I am really grateful to Senator Halloran. This is a great memo, and I am going to write a treatment for a movie after this. Examples of what LB 848A funding will be used for. Nebraska Department of Agricultural Emergency Response Actions. The Nebraska Department of Agricultural Emergency Response Actions. Livestock Disease Emergency Plan, update for all aspects of livestock. Estimated cost, $75,000. Equipment necessary to functionally implement the plan. Well, there we go, Senator Halloran. I just had to flip the page over to get the answer to the equipment question. Patience is a virtue. Okay, a nitrogen foamer. I don't know what that is, but at least I can Google what it is. Estimated cost, $450,000. Initial purchase per unit, 2 units. So that would be $900,000. Veterinary boxes for pickups. Estimated cost, $10,500. Initial cost per box, 5 units. So that would be 52,500. Okay. Total approximate costs, $1,038,000. So I will just pause there on the math thing. My daughter, who is 8, likes to throw complicated multiplication at me and wants me to multiply it right there in my head. And so I've been practicing that, but clearly I'm still a little slow. It's a little game we play. Anyways, what happens if we don't prepare? Example, foot and mouth disease, or FMD, a disease that would impact cloven-hoofed livestock such as cattle, sheep, pigs, hoofed wildlife, species like deer. Exports of U.S. beef and pork worth $10.58 billion and $7.7 billion could be devastated overnight. Corn and soybean farmers would lose $44 billion and nearly $25 billion, respectively. These costs can only be mitigated with a swift and thorough response once FMD is detected within our borders. And FMD, again, is foot-mouth disease, which is different than ham, foot, and mouth, which I never knew was a thing until I had children in childcare and then got to experience it. And it's not fun. What's the impact to Nebraska specifically? Agriculture is the #1 industry in Nebraska. It's the engine that powers the state's economy. The production agriculture sector is estimated to provide $4.6 billion from the crop sector and $5.4 billion from the livestock sector, for a total of $10 billion of economic value added to the state's economy through direct and multiplier effects. Export values per commodity, soy is 2.33 billion, beef is 1.29 billion, corn is 1.2 billion, and pork.
1 minute.
Thank you. Pork is 425.8 million. So let's go down to 4. That's from the Nebraska Department of Agriculture, retrieved on March 17th, 2020. So assumingly very up-to-date numbers. And then there's an asterisk here. These values are positive economic impact to the state, not profits seen by the respective industries. Okay. And then the values, the soy, beef, corn, pork values I read, these values are positive economic impacts to the corresponding industry on a national basis, not profits seen by the respective industries. Okay. So this was a fascinating read, and I appreciate the work that Senator Halloran and his office put into it. I am still going to have to
Time,
look up.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Blood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I'm just standing up for a short explanation for Senator Kavanaugh. So Senator Kavanaugh may be aware that Senator Halloran is also Catholic, so I know that he also could have answered this. But we are taught during catechism that it's an act of cruelty to abuse or put forward an act of cruelty on an animal. However, according to our faith, and I want to be really careful, I'm not trying to impose my faith on anybody who doesn't believe this. This is just what, based on what Senator Kavanaugh said on the mic, is that God gave us dominion and stewardship over animals. And as you know from St. Francis of Assisi and everything that we're taught, that it is our job to be kind and loving to animals. However, part of being kind and loving to animals is to also end their suffering. And sometimes when you have to end their suffering, it means putting them to sleep or putting them down. And for those of us that grew up in rural Nebraska, like Senator Halloran and I, we know that that's just part of the cycle of life. And so what's being asked for is actually very acceptable, very normal, part of farm life, part of having animals. And now with the avian flu and everything else that's going on, I think it's going to become more of a reality again, as it did several years ago. And it is what it is. So with that, I would yield any time I have left to Senator Halloran.
Senator Halloran, 3:30.
Thank you, Senator Blood. You explained that very well. Euthanization is a process of, we commonly use the term putting animals to sleep, but putting them to death as painlessly as we can. What we're talking about here isn't a frivolous subject. It's a very important subject to eliminate or relieve the possibility of animal suffering or them passing on a disease to other animals. Euthanization is a very important process, and it's not something we should make light of or humor of. It's a very serious process, but it is a process necessary to be sure that a disease does not spread to other animals, causing them distress, or that it does not spread in some cases to human beings. So this is an appropriations bill or an A bill that I think is very important and is necessary to be able to provide the Department of Agriculture the ability to be equipped to handle that in a situation where we have large-scale need for animal mortality. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized. This is your second time, so you'll have a close after this.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I am an avid reader of The Beanbag, published by the Nebraska Dry Bean Growers Association. I love when I get the beanbag. I try to talk about it as much as I can because I want to make sure that they keep sending me the beanbag. I know I have it in my desk somewhere, the latest edition, but all I could find was the spring 2021, in which there was a quiz that some might remember I made them take, and I did do better than some of the rural senators on this quiz. Though, for the record, Senator Merman did know the right answer for how much milk a dairy cow makes each year. So I want to give him that shout out. It's 20,000 pounds. But anyways, I really love the beanbag and just reading about the different economic impacts of, different things with livestock and the mitigation and taking care, like the agricultural industry is a very complex and complicated one. It's not just like farmers putting stuff in the ground and taking it out. It's so much more than that. There's invasive species of weeds, and then how do you treat them without killing the crops? It's the constant juggling of science and math and ingenuity. And so I just reading through the flyer here that Senator Halloran had given out was very informative for me. And I love to learn new things. And so I do feel like I learned something new today, and I'm grateful to Senator Halloran for that. I will just pull my bracket motion now. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. See no one left in the queue. Senator Halloran, you're welcome to close on LB 848A. Senator Halloran waves close. So the question is, shall LB 848A be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk?
33 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill.
LB 848A advances. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, next bill, Legislative Bill 896A from Senator Lathrop, is a bill for enacting new appropriations. Appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 896. Bill is read for the first time on March 9th of this year, placed on general file. There is a motion pending, Mr. President.
Senator Lathrop, you are welcome to open on LB 896A.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. This is simply the A bill to 896, as you'd expect it to be. 896 was the bill that came out of Judiciary Committee unanimously. That bill provided for a study by an academic institution of our programming at the Department of Corrections. This bill simply provides for the appropriation to effectuate that study of the programming at the Department of Corrections. I would encourage your support. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And with that, I will yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to bracket LB 896A until March 25th, 2022.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on motion 171.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. So I'm going to have to look up what I know Senator Lathrop was saying it, but I had run to the ladies' room. So sorry. What this bill does. And just for the record, everyone, much like when we did our consent calendar, I put motions on everyone's bills, no matter what the bills were or if I was going to vote for them, because I'm trying to slow down this session. I'm always really transparent, like, unfortunately, so there's no like secret plan with me. Michaela, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to slow down the session because there's a lot of things happening in this session that are not great, and from my view are being ramrodded through. And I'm hearing more not great things are happening on bills and to things that I think are universally important. So I'm going to take time. I'm going to take time. And, you know, people can continue to make bad choices on what they're going to do to legislation that impacts the lives of Nebraskans. And I'm going to take time. So there you go. Okay, so this change and provide requirements for program evaluation under the Nebraska Treatment and Corrections Act. Okay. I think I heard some of what Senator Lathrop was saying. It came out of committee. moved forward on the floor with no problems. Filibuster proof doesn't mean I might not try, Senator Lathrop. I probably won't. He knows where I live. So he's given me rides home before. Okay, so let's go to the committee statement here. Also, I've brought this up in the past. I love committee statements. Committee staff, you are appreciated. Committee statements are the best. Now, you don't get committee statements from a committee you don't sit in unless the bill is on the floor, which I feel like is, a little greedy. Let's share them with everybody. But I love committee statements. You get to see who supported it, who opposed it. In the testimony, you get to see how people voted on it, and then you can maybe go ask those people, like if somebody was present not voting, was there something like that you didn't like about it, but was not bad enough to stop you from letting it out of committee, etc. So helpful. And then there is the summary, and that's where it's really at. Because if you feel overwhelmed by reading the technical language in a legislative bill, this committee summary, go there first thing. Sometimes I read that first anyways. It's like flipping to the back of a book. I'm like, I can't wait to get to the end of this 48-page document. I'm going to just read the committee summary first. And it usually helps, figure out some of the things. Now, when a committee statement is not my favorite, is in a Christmas tree. When we put a whole bunch of bills together and we have a committee statement, it's still super, actually probably even more important, because that's how you find out which bills have been put into the Christmas tree prior to the introduction. Usually when a Christmas tree is put out, the committee chair will tell you about what bills have been put into that Christmas tree. But first of all, can't always catch everything that's said on the floor. And then also you want to review, you want to go back and you want to review. And so the committee statement gives you that for all of those bills. And that is extraordinarily helpful, because otherwise you could be reading 6 bills in one amendment and just not really know what's up or down. And there won't be a fiscal note until you attach the bill or attach the amendment to the bill and it moves forward. So then you don't know how much it's going to cost. And so these are really important tools. Just a little behind the scenes lesson. Okay, so this committee statement had the Inspector General of Corrections, an ACLU, and the bill requires to include an effectiveness rating in the evaluation. And, oh, sorry, I should read from the start. LB 896 seeks to make changes in current provisions that require the Department of Correctional Services to evaluate the structured programming required for all persons committed to the department. The proposal changes language that allowed the department to utilize independent contractors. Independent contractors. Where am I? Sorry. I lost my place. I apologize. The proposal changes language that allowed the department to utilize independent contractors or academic institutions to conduct the evaluation of the various programs, to instead require the department to use such outside evaluators. The bill adds requirements to include an effectiveness rating in the evaluation and make recommendations on availability, the ability to timely deliver the program, and a cost-benefit analysis. A prioritization order of clinical, non-clinical, and then other programs is included in the bill. LB 896 also adds new language establishing a similar evaluation process for programs under the Division of Parole Supervision. Feedback from the departments and the division's program evaluations are to be provided to the department, division, and the Office of the Inspector General for Corrections. Section by section. Section 1 amends Section 83-182.01 So I'm going to pause again for a little lesson. So if you want to know what that is, you can go to the Nebraska Legislature website, and there is a tab or a little box up on the right-hand corner. You can search current bills or search laws. If you put in that number 83-182.01, it will take you to that part of statute so you can see what exactly they are addressing. Okay, so amends that section, which addresses structured programming requirements in the Department of Correctional Services by requiring the department to utilize independent contractors or academic institutions to evaluate the various programs. Changes to the evaluation process include adding effectiveness ratings, as well as making recommendations regarding availability, the timeliness of delivery, and a cost-benefit analysis of each program. The bill establishes a priority list of the evaluation with clinical programming first, with non-clinical and other programming following. Feedback on recommendations is provided to the Inspector General as well as the department. The proposal also makes a change by allowing, rather than requiring, disciplinary action for a committed person who refuses to participate in structured programming. Section 2 adds new language that establishes an evaluation process for programs under the Division of Parole Supervision. The division is required to utilize independent contractors or academic institutions to evaluate the various programs. The evaluation would include site visits, staff, and offender interviews and program material reviews. The evaluation would also include effectiveness ratings and cost-benefit analysis. Feedback would be provided to the division and the Inspector General. Section 3. Okay. Section 3 includes.
1 minute.
Thank you. The new Section 2 in the Nebraska Treatment and Corrections Act. Section 4 repeals original sections. Okay, wow. That is very complicated, and I need to take a drink of water, so I'm going to get out of the queue, yield the remainder of my time, pull my motion.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Lathrop, you are welcome to close on LB 896A. Senator Lathrop waives close. The question is, shall LB 896A be adopted? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk?
37 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 896A advances. We will be passing over LB 939A. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, next bill, Legislative Bill 1112A from Senator McKinney. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations, appropriates funds dated in the carrying out of provisions of Legislative Bill 1112. Bill is read for the first time on March 14th of this year and placed on general file. There's a pending motion, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney, you're welcome to open on LB 1112A.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 1112A is just the A bill to the original bill, LB 1112, which is the Computer Science and Technology Act that was moved to select about, I think, a couple weeks ago. So I hope for your continued support of LB 1112A for the Computer Science and Technology bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to bracket LB 1112A until March 25th.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. LB 1112A. So let's look at 11. So if a bill has a fiscal note, you move the bill and you have the fiscal note online, you can see. So you move the bill, it goes from general to select or from select to final. And then you have the A bill, because if it costs something, it has to have an appropriation bill. This is the A bill. These are all A bills. And so that bill does what we call chases. It's parent bill, I guess you could call it. So just imagine like a little piece of paper chasing after another piece of paper, being like, wait for me, I'm going to pay for it. I got the credit card. That's what an A bill is. Okay, so Senator McKinney's bill, the committee statement. Again, this came out of, I don't know what committee, I think education. Had a lot of people testifying about it. That's great. So section 1 names the act. Section 2, legislative findings and declaration. Section 3 defines computer science and technology education for the purposes of this act to include, but not be limited to, knowledge and skills regarding computer literacy, educational technology, digital citizenship, information technology, and computer science. LB 1112 requires, beginning in school year 24 to 25, each school district, in consultation with the Nebraska Department of Education, or NDE, include computer science and technology education in the instructional program of its elementary and middle schools as appropriate, and require each student to complete at least one related 5-credit-hour high school course prior to graduation. Such high school course can be in a traditional classroom setting, online, in a blended learning environment, or in another technology-based format that is tailored to meet the need of each participating student. Section 5. On or before December 1, 2025, and on or before December 1 each year thereafter, each school district shall provide an annual computer science and technology education status report to its school board and NDE. Such report shall include student progress in such courses and other district-determined measures of progress for the previous school year. Section 6 adds a graduation requirement to all Nebraska high schools that beginning in school year 24-25, a high school course of at least 5 credit hours in computer science and technology. Section 7 requires the State Board of Education to adopt measurable academic content standards for computer science and technology education under the mathematics or science standards. Section 8 repeals the original sections by statute amended by this bill. Explanation of amendments. I'm still going, just getting a dry throat. I do not know how Senator Chambers could talk for hours and not have to use the restroom and not take a sip of water. That is legendary, seriously. Okay. AM 1112. Wait. Is the amendment 1112 or the bill 1112 or both? I think the amendment to the bill is the same number as the bill. That's kind of funny. Okay, 1112. Sorry, now I lost my place. AM 1112 strikes original sections 4 and 6 and inserts the following new sections. Section 4. LB 1112 requires, beginning in school year 24-25, each school district, in consultation with the Nebraska Department of Education, include computer science technology education in the instructional program of its elementary and middle schools as appropriate, and require each student attending a public school to complete at least one related 5-credit hour school course prior to graduation. Such high school course can be in a traditional classroom setting, online, in a blended learning environment, or in another technology-based format that is tailored to meet the need of each participating student. Section 6 adds a graduation requirement to all Nebraska high schools that beginning in school year 24-25, a high school course of at least 5 credit hours in computer science and technology amends Nebraska Revised Statute 79-729. Again, you can look that up on the Nebraska Legislature website, to state that the graduation requirements established pertaining to personal finance or financial literacy, as well as the newly added requirements for computer science and technology, only apply to students attending public schools. Section 7 amends the language to allow the financial literacy standards to also be included under the career and technical education standards. Section 8 amends Nebraska Revised Statute 79-30-3003 to specify that financial literacy instruction requirements for related to elementary and middle schools only applies to students attending public schools. AM 1942 remunerates the sections and corrects the repealer accordingly. Whew. That was a lot of work for the committee. Thank you to the Education Committee for staff for all that work, because that is not easy to blend all of those things and make sure it only impacts public schools. I don't think I've said today enough how much I love my public schools. I love my school that my kids go to. Great community, great education, great resources. Can't say enough about it. Go Wildcats. I think I say that and now I'm like, maybe it's not Wildcats. I'm sure my husband is texting me right now to correct me. Okay, gonna continue on. How much time do I have on this?
2:18.
Okay. So basically, this bill is like updating technology literacy. And as we continue this session to talk about all the things we can do to improve the lives of people in this state, technology literacy is a really big and important step. I know in my district, we have the Do Space in Omaha, which is a technology library. And it provides a lot of technology literacy courses, especially for seniors that are trying to keep up with technology changes. I probably qualify because I I'm not great at technology. I'm okay with it, but I'm not great with it. But it's an important area that we should be investing in heavily, because it is a barrier to success in America in the 21st century. So making sure that our students are being well trained in technology is really a
1 minute.
wonderful thing. Thank you. When I just to age myself a lot. So when I was in grade school, first of all, we had a ditto machine where you crank it. John's nodding. And no, we did not go to school in the 60s. But the ditto machine was like a carbon copy. All right, this is more for the pages. So a ditto machine. You take a copy, like you're going over to that copier, you take a copy and you put it in, and there's this carbon paper, and you crank it. And you crank it through the carbon paper, and that's how you made copies. But the carbon was like sniffing a highlighter. So not really a great activity for like second graders to do, but whatever, it was the 80s. So that's a ditto machine. So that's the technology that I started with. And then when I was in 6th grade, we got—
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
You are recognized.
Well, I hope everyone's pins and needles to know what I got in 6th grade. Okay, so in 6th grade, we got our first computer lab at my grade school. And it was a really big deal. We got to play Oregon Trail, which I loved. We did not get to play Carmen Sandiego there, but we had a computer at home and we played Carmen Sandiego on that, and that was super fun. The Oregon Trail, which now in retrospect is kind of a terrible game because it's like you're learning about people dying from dysentery, and yeah, it's not, again, much like the Ditto Machine and 8-year-olds, Oregon Trail and young children, maybe not the best thing, but there you have it. So then we also learned typing in junior high because we had these new computers. So we learned typing. Probably none of you ever took a typing class, because the pages I'm talking about, because you're too young. You just like audit, like, you know, typing, like you know how to walk and chew gum. You just know how to type. We took typing in junior high, Mavis Beacon. But my mom was a writer and she typed all the time, all of her columns and things. So she made my sister and I take summer school at the public school. We went to Catholic school. The public school, we took summer school. I learned how to type when I was like 9 years old, and I am an excellent typer. I could type this whole conversation without looking at what I'm typing. My sister says it creeps her out. So if you ever come up to me and you're talking to me and I'm still typing, I'm sorry if that's creepy, but that's just how I learned. So LB 1112 is a technology in schools bill, which is why I'm talking about typing and Mavis Beacon and all of those things. Hold on. Sorry, there was ice in that. Okay, so I talk about that, my school stuff, because it's really important. It's always been really important. So I'm going to continue to age myself for the amusement of the pages. So after the Ditto Machine and the floppy disk that you put in to play the Oregon Trail, and then the floppy disk that you put in to play or to learn how to type on Mavis Beacon, eventually, are you all ready for this? We got email when I was a junior in high school. That's when we got email. And it wasn't like email. It was called Pine Mail. So the screen was black and it had like a green flashing little thing that you would type, and then you could like send a message to your friends if they also had Pine Mail. Senator Blood is nodding her head. She knows what I'm talking about. So look how far I've come. From 8 to 18, I went from a Ditto Machine to email. Yay. And then eventually I got my first Hotmail account when I was in college. Not right away in college, still had Pine email when I was in college, but eventually got Hotmail. Google was not a thing until like 2000, or Gmail was not a thing until like 2004. I remember when I got Gmail because my sister was able to give me an invite. Like, you had to be invited at the start of Gmail. You couldn't just open up a Gmail. You had to be invited to Gmail. And it was very exclusive. So my sister gave me an invitation to Gmail, and thank you. I've had the same Gmail ever since, but I still had my Hotmail, and like nobody really used Gmail. So for several years, I still used my Hotmail until I finally accepted that Gmail was what I was going to be using. So that is my technology evolution. On my next time in the queue, I'm going to talk about my cell phone technology evolution, because it's a journey. I'll just move to my next time.
Thank you, Senator. You are recognized.
Thank you. And then I think I have my closing after this.
That is correct.
Okay. So my cell phone journey. I think I had a cell phone my I want to say my junior year of college, or maybe it was my senior. I went to college in Minnesota, and so driving back and forth from Minnesota in the wintertime, obviously not great. And my mom had a cell phone, and she just decided that I needed to have it with me because driving back and forth if something were to happen. And there was a time where there was like a blizzard in the middle of Iowa, and we had to stay at a rest stop. So she wanted me to have her cell phone. And this is my first cell phone. I put it in a drawer in my apartment and then just took it out when I would go back to Omaha. That's how I used my first cell phone. It's pretty awesome, pretty amazing, high technology. I mean, all you could really do was call for roadside assistance. So I still had a telephone like these and voicemail. And I will confess that my roommate Mary and I's voicemail message said that if you were trying to reach Mr. Peacock, this wasn't his house because our next door neighbor's last name was Peacock. So we just thought that was really clever. But it was on our voicemail machine that you were not reaching the residence of Mr. Peacock. It was Mary and Michaela's place. So then I moved after college to DC, and I officially took my mom's cell phone with me. It was my phone now. And I kept that phone. So that was 2001. Well, my first day that I was supposed to start on the job, by the way, is when the Capitol shut down because of anthrax. So I didn't start my job for several months. But okay, so that was 2001. I don't think I got another cell phone until, I want to say 2005. So I got a cell phone. I remember I had a cell phone that wasn't a BlackBerry, but it looked kind of like one. So you could text. This is where I'm at in life. In 2005, I started texting. Now you all are probably like, I don't know what you would use this for other than texting. Can you call somebody on this? You can, but okay, so I got a phone that you could text, but you had to pay for text messages. Like every single text message you had to pay for. And you couldn't connect your phone to Wi-Fi or anything like that. It was all data. So eventually I got a quote unquote smartphone, which was like you could get on the web on the phone on this. It was back to like Pine Mail. It was like a black screen with little black green lettering on this little tiny screen, and you could get on the web. The only time I ever used it was whenever I was waiting for the bus in DC and I wanted to see when the next bus was coming. DC had this technology. Of course, I did not have this technology. So I've been, the long and the short story about the phone situation is that I'm not a Luddite, but I really like to not transition into new technology that quickly. I'm kind of slow to adapt. I, want to make sure that I'm like really using this phone before it goes to wherever land it goes to. I mean, this particular phone is like completely cracked underneath here. My last phone before this was so cracked that I had to get a new phone because I was cutting my fingers to open it. So that was kind of when I was like, all right, I'll get a new phone finally. But technology is important. And if I hadn't had that technology in my journey, the pages wouldn't be where you are with your technology and your journey. And Senator McKinney's bill is going to bring the next generations, make sure that they are not going back to a ditto machine or a actual telephone, making sure that text remains a real thing. There'll probably be some evolution of it next. I can't wait for the day we have holograms. Just kidding, I can, because like COVID really got cozy in the sweatpants. Holograms, unless you can make an avatar that has me dressed nice, I don't want to do a hologram. So that's my technology journey, and it is 7:06, and I have 5 minutes
Time,
left.
Senator.
Okay.
That was your second opportunity, so you have your close. You're welcome to close.
Okay. All right. I really like this bill. I liked it to begin with, but now that I've had my own personal blast from the past and a captive audience in the front of the room, they're like, please stop talking about it. I like this bill even more. I think it's really beneficial. I think it's a great investment in our education system. Financial literacy is already in here, and that's a hugely important issue. So even though I, might make light for talking for so long, I really do think that this is a valuable program in addition to our academic standards in Nebraska. So with that, I will pull my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator McKinney, you're welcome to close on LB 1112A. Senator McKinney waives close. The question is, shall LB 1112A be advanced? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk?
27 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 1112A advances. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, next bill, Legislative Bill 1241A by Senator Lathrop. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations, appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 1241. Bill is read for the first time on March 8th of this year, placed on general file. There is a priority motion filed to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Lathrop, you're welcome to open on LB 1241A.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. This is the A bill to 1241, which came out of Judiciary Committee 8-0. This was the law enforcement reciprocity bill. It's a League of Municipalities undertaking. It allows law enforcement officers who come from other states to come in here and streamlines that process, makes it easier to recruit, bring people in and get them on the street faster. This is simply the A bill. 1241, just for those of you that will be around for a while, will be amended after by Senator Clemens after the claims bills, but that really is beside the point and not really relevant to what's before us at the moment. I would encourage your support of LB 1241A. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to bracket the bill until March 25th.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on motion 173.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. This is a change provisions relating to law enforcement officer training and certification. So again, go to the committee statement. Came out of committee unanimous. No opponents. That's great. So this would, section 1 would amend section 81-1401 to revise the definition of training academy to include facilities operated by agencies pursuant to an interlocal agreement. Current law already allows an agency to operate its own academy with Police Standards Advisory Council approval. Section 2 would amend section 81-1414 to clarify the process of an officer to be appointed pursuant to a reciprocity program. Section 3 would amend section 81-1414.07. So section 2 amended 81-1414, and this is going even further into section 81-1414 to 0.07 to remove the requirement for a law enforcement officer to complete continuing education requirements in the year of their retirement. Section 4 would amend 81-1414.13 to change the reciprocity process for law enforcement officers certified in another state. An applicant would need to be eligible for admission to a training academy, pass a physical fitness test, and pass a reciprocity test approval by the PSAC. The applicant would also need to have completed training, a training program equivalent to a Nebraska Academy, or actively engaged in performing the duties of a law enforcement officer. An applicant under this section would be allowed to serve as a non-certified conditional officer. This section would require the reciprocity test to be offered at least once per month, and PSAC would be required to develop a study guide. Section 5 is the repealer clause. Section 6 is an emergency clause. There are amendments. The amendment would reward Section 3 to clarify that an officer can retire in good standing without completing that year's continuing education. That is a nice thing to do. I know a lot about, well, for lawyers having to get continuing education because I grew up with a bunch of lawyers. So being able to retire in good standing without having to do that before you retire is probably pretty helpful to those individuals. The amendment would also change Section 4 to remove the 4-year limit for applicants that have completed an approved training program in another state. The amendment would remove the provision that would allow applicants that have not completed an approved training program to apply for reciprocity if they have performed the duties of a law enforcement officer in the past 4 years. The amendment also requires the council to take action on a completed application within 45 days and publish a study guide for the reciprocity test by July 1, 2022. So, this is just the bill that pays for it. And I do see, I think, yeah, I do see this on the agenda on select. And I also see that there are amendments on it on select. So I think this is probably going to get its due in the future. And I will withdraw. Oh, is there somebody in the queue other than me? Okay, I will let that person speak, and then I will come back for my closing.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was looking over the fiscal note, I see this comment. It says the Commission on Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice would need a contract with an independent consultant to develop and validate an exam. The commission estimates a one-time cost of $80,000 to complete the task. $80,000 to validate an exam. $80,000. That could be 2 full-time employees for a year. Who writes up these things? That's absurd. $80,000 to write up a test. I think Senator Brandt would do it for 30. I mentioned it to Senator Lathrop, and he said, you've gotten these before. So whoever does these fiscal notes needs to have some understanding of what exactly they're writing up, because this absolutely makes no sense to me at all. I agree with the bill. I think Senator Lathrop's trying to do a good thing, but I don't agree with putting these exorbitant A bills on these that aren't required. Surely there's somebody out there to write an exam for less than $80,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to close on motion 173.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will spare Senator Lathrop on this one and withdraw my amendment. Or my motion, sorry.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Lathrop, you're welcome to close. Senator Lathrop waives close. The question is, shall LB 1241A be advanced? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Mr. Clerk?
29 ayes, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 1241A advances. Mr. Clerk, items for the record?
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed, Senator Albright 1014, as well as Senator Arch, Senator Geist, Senator Breezy, all to 1014. Your Committee on Revenue, chaired by Senator Linehan, reports Legislative Bill 919 to general file with committee amendments. Additional amendments to be printed, Senator McKinney to LB 1270, and Senator Linehan to LB 919, and Senator Michaela Kavanaugh to LB 1023. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will move to the next item on the agenda.
Next bill, Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1084, introduced by the Business and Labor Committee. This is a bill for enacting relating to the claims against the state to disapprove certain claims. The bill is read for the first time on January 18th of this year and referred to the Business and Labor Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file. There are no committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Ben Hansen, you are welcome to open on LB 1084 as Chair of Business and Labor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, the next two bills are the annual state claims bills. And the first one up is LB 1084, which is a state claim denials. And so LB 1084 consists of the claims brought against the state that were denied by the State Claims Board. The bill was brought to the committee at the request of the state risk manager and includes two claims that were denied by the state. Both claims arise out of the same set of facts and involved a contract dispute between Dr. Arthur Weaver, Dr. Glenda Cottom, and the Department of Education. The doctors were contracted by the Department of Education, more specifically the Office of Disability Determination Services, to determine those who are eligible for disability benefits under the Social Security program. When the pandemic began and the schools closed, the department had no reason to send anyone to the doctors, so they had no work to report and therefore were not reimbursed for their work under the contract. Dr. Weaver claimed that they had the schools not shut down, he would have received enough work to be paid $7,418.89. Dr. Cottom claimed that she would have received $6,208.56 under the contract. The claims were brought before the State Claims Board, and the board denied the claims on the grounds that the contract was for work performed, and since the two didn't submit any hours of work, they were not entitled to the compensation. So with that, I would ask for your green vote on LB 1084.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, MO 174, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to bracket the bill until March 29, 2022.
Senator Kavanaugh, you are welcome to open on motion 174.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I know Senator Ben Hansen talked about this in his opening, that this is for claims, and which I was trying to find the transcript from the hearing. So I could be better informed about what actually was happened and the stories that were told, because I understand that these two bills are very impactful. But I'm just looking over this first one that is perhaps the one that Senator Hansen was referencing. It's a letter from dated June 19th, 2020, Doctors Arthur Weaver and Glenda Cotman, Mr. Wagger. This letter is in response to your demand letter dated June 5th, 2020, which I received on June 10th, and your letter dated June 10th, 2020, which I received on June 15th. I presume your clients have provided you with a copy of their respective sorry, thought that was something I printed. A copy of their respective contracts with the Disability Determination Services Office of the Department. Section 3A of both contracts clearly provide that payment is based only on hours worked. So does this bill, would Senator Ben Hansen yield to a question?
Senator Ben Hansen, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up because this question just came to me. So does this bill provide for those missed wages or payments then?
No, this is the denial of them because they didn't turn any hours in.
Okay, so this, so.
And I do have the transcript letter. If I can provide
Okay,
it to you as
I'll
time.
just ask a page if they can go get it from you and make a copy for me. Thank you. To the page, but to you, Senator Hansen, I'm sorry. Okay, so can you take me through what this bill does? Because I think I'm misunderstanding based on the testimony.
Yeah, so we have two bills that we typically bring in front of for state claims. One is a denial, and the ones are the accepted claims. Like, for instance, people who maybe have had workman's comp claims or write-offs from agencies. This is one of the denial claims. Typically, we don't have a whole lot of denial claims, but this year we had two of them because of COVID and the contract between these two doctors and the Department of Education. And so that's what this bill entails. It's just denial of certain claims that were brought in front of the state.
So we're denying because they didn't actually work the hours, we're denying their claim?
I want to make sure I answer it the right way. And so from my understanding is that they would have received work to be paid a certain amount, but under the pandemic, the schools closed and they had no reason to send anybody to these doctors. And so I had no work to report, and therefore they were not reimbursed under their contract.
And if we were to pass this bill, then what happens?
It's just a way, just a kind of I won't say a cleanup way, but we have to write these off and deny them every year so they don't get carried over.
So we never paid them the money that they requested?
I don't even know if I will answer that question a little bit better later on before I answer anything on the microphone.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you ask your committee clerk about that. So, because I guess I am a little confused about whether or not we are putting it into statute or. Senator Steve Lathrop, would you yield to a question?
Senator Lathrop, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Do you know if we were to pass this bill, does that mean that we're not paying these individuals? We are paying these individuals?
The claims bill, in the claims bill, we have the Tort Claims Act. If you have a claim against the state for work comp or a personal injury.
I think that's the next one.
Oh.
This is
well.
This is deny claims against the state. The next one is.
If we approve the bill, we will deny the claims that are presented in this bill.
So we will deny the claims for the lost wages because the state was shut down.
Oh, I asked questions on this one in committee. Let me get to it. This was somebody who was a contractor, if I'm remembering right. I'm looking for Senator Hansen. If I remember right, this was a contractor who thought he could continue a contract and we couldn't use him because of COVID. And I had the same concern that you appear to have, which is there somebody that did some work for us that didn't get paid what they have coming? And I was satisfied after hearing the bill that that was not the case.
So you were satisfied that they didn't do the work?
It wasn't that somebody didn't do the work. If I'm remembering right, it was an individual that was a contractor he thought he had a contract and that the contract would continue, and they didn't need him because of COVID, and there was nothing in the contract that said, we will pay you X dollars a month until Y date. And so I didn't think he had I didn't think he had a valid claim.
I see. Okay. And then I will thank you, Senator Lathrop. If Senator Hansen is standing, he might want to yield to a question.
Senator Hansen, will you yield?
Yes.
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, Senator Lathrop pretty much really clarified that. So basically, from my understanding, they had contracts with certain schools, and the schools closed, and so then there was no hours worked. They did not turn in any hours, and so then they were just not paid for that contract. So they had to go through the state claims board in order for the denial of those claims. That's just the avenue they had to go through.
Okay, so there wasn't any opportunity for them to be given any sort of money through CARES Act or any other of those emergency funding mechanisms, because this is revenue that they were anticipating receiving but didn't because schools were shut down?
I'm assuming not, no.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hansen. So I know that these are bills that we pass every single year. I am a little reticent about this one because these are individuals who had a contract with the state. And to Senator Lathrop's point, there was nothing in the contract stipulating they would pay a specific amount. But there was also nothing in the contract, I'm assuming, that would say that if a global pandemic happens to hit Nebraska, we won't be paying you for services because we will be shut down and we won't need those services. So I know that there's lots of dollars for lost wages and things like that. And I'd be curious, as I'm not on the committee, if when these individuals came and testified, did they not apply for that emergency assistance because they thought, they were never told by the state that they wouldn't be paid as they have regularly been paid? I don't know if that was a question asked or not, because I'm waiting on a copy of